Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Devil's Latest Issue podcast.
Hello, everybody.
I am your host, Mr. Vegas. Yes, Mr. Vegas. I'm slightly ill and gently confused because for a second I thought I'd accidentally done the intro of the radio host from Fallout New Vegas, when no, I had done my own. Can you tell I've been replaying that again recently?
Oh, yeah.
I have. That's been my whole week, because I've been unwell. And Fallout New Vegas is my comfort game. Anyway, I am your host, Mr. Vegas. I am joined, as always, by my wonderful, beautiful co-host. It is the one, the only, the fucking unit himself. The fucking disaster from down in Doncaster, only he's not from Doncaster, he's from Newcastle-ish. It's Fan T.
I love how my intro gets weirder and weirder every time we do this.
Every single time when there will come a point right like this 5-year mark where I will just go and my co-host the cunt Fat because I'll have run out of weird ways to intro you and I'll just go cunt Fat Man T.
If I get famous with my own law in a Wikipedia page about this shit you say, like a VTuber law, you know, like specialized form of vat of weird acid and just burst into the world.
Just the disaster from Doncaster, but he's not from Doncaster, he's from roughly Newcastle, but he's also from Doncaster, even though he's absolutely not from Doncaster.
Someone goes through all our fucking videos and they put out every weird shit you said about me.
Yes. Dude, there's been a handful of doublers, because I just give up and default me sometimes, you know, but like...
Before we get started, I have a fun video for the audience to watch, which I found, because I was bored.
Hooray! Well, while you pull up said video, I would like to go ahead now and take credit for the beautiful title of today's video, for Qaeda Remastered, because it was me that came up with that, because your man, Mr. Vegas, is a comedy fucking genius.
I'll come relevant in a minute why we have that name.
It will make a lot more sense as the show goes on, but like...
Right, you ready for this video I found?
Yes. Okay. I'm seeing My Little Pony characters.
Our undying lord.
Yes, I love it already.
I hereby sign the death warrant.
My nieces were not impressed.
And consign 1 million souls to oblivion.
I need a link to this video. I'm gonna send this to my boyfriend. My boyfriend loves My Little Pony. Please give me a link to this so I can bully him for just 4 whole seconds.
Yes, Damnatus.
It's such a good line. It's my favorite line from Warhammer. Is just I hereby sign the death warrant for this entire fucking planet. Because you know what? I fucking feel times like, you know what? That is a sentence I can get behind like twice a week. Of just I want to sign the death warrant for this fucking planet. Not just its inhabitants, no, the whole fucking planet. This planet's such a write-off, we shouldn't even leave it here for aliens to colonize. We should just fucking detonate the fucker.
I showed that to my nieces, who love My Little Pony. They were not happy.
I'm gonna guess they were not happy. No.
No. Now, before we get into your topic, there's another little video I found. On this woman giving the reasons why she cheated on her boyfriend.
That is a lovely dog. Did she cheat on him with the dog? Because if so, I think we should let it slide. Because that is a adorable little bastard.
No,
Look at it.
Where do you hear the excuse she gives?
Look at it. It's got a little bandana on. Look at him.
By the way, if a man gives an excuse, right, he'll be hung, drawn, quartered by everybody in the world.
Correct.
Right?
See, when men give any excuse for cheating, they're hung, drawn, and quartered.
When you hear excuse, you're going to love it.
I was ovulating. You don't know women. You haven't grown up with women. My body.
Right, hold on. Right, straight off the bat, just pause.
I have this.
I need to Google something.
What's that?
Just what? Oh, I see.
You didn't know what ovulating was, did you?
I had no fucking clue.
How the fuck
I
did you get it from high school?
By not taking biology as one of my fucking courses. That's how.
Jesus Christ! You're not going to teach what basic biology is, don't you?
This is the thing. I was only forced to do biology for first and second year, and I was only in high school for another 2 years. And you only had to take one science, and I found physics far more interesting. Mainly because I was far more shit at physics than I was biology. So I took physics. so I could learn something. And I learned fuck all. Other than the fact that my physics teacher had an amazing sense of humor.
That didn't fix my camera roll, never mind. So yeah, she's ovulating, but here we go, keep going. Mind you grew up with a woman, didn't you? You grew up with your mother. You grew up with your mother, didn't you?
Yes.
Right?
Yes, I grew up with my mother and my grandmother, yes.
Yeah. Most men generally grow up with their mother at some point in their life.
Yeah, I lived most of my life with my mother and grandmother. I grew up with women, yes.
So back
and I still don't understand human biology.
So back from the beginning of this.
Did you cheat on me?
I was ovulating. You don't know women. You haven't grown up with women. My body, I'm just listening to my body. We are chemically created. I have this chemical thing in me where I have to reproduce. My body, I'm just listening to my body. You know?
That's not...
There was a man there.
But that's not... Ovulation wouldn't cause that.
Hang on.
Reproduce.
What are you talking? So you're blaming science for you cheating?
Yes,
on
I have no control.
Okay, yeah, you didn't have to go home with him.
You obviously don't understand what it's like being a woman. Like, my body is chemically built so that I have to reproduce, and I was just listening to my body while I was ovulating.
All right, well.
My eggs were like, let me intertwine.
All right, fine. I cheated on you too.
You know how it works. What?
I cheated on you too, then.
What the? Your body's not built the same way.
I just wanted to see how you like it.
Men suck.
Man, you just got a little 3 or 4, man.
Okay, so I googled ovulating, and I read like the first sentence, and I already know just from that first sentence that that's not how ovulation works at all.
No, if go to biology.
Like, if I read it correctly, the ovulating is the stage in the woman's menstrual cycle where the eggs are actively exiting the body.
No.
No, have I just misunderstood the assignment on that sentence then?
Ovulation is when the eggs are released from the ovaries.
Oh, see, I read released and assumed it meant release, not
No, that
release.
That happens at the beginning of the month. Ovulation.
Oh, I see.
Where the release comes towards the end of the month.
Ah.
So your body builds up the wall lining, ready, the blood lining. Egg comes out, sticks to it for a few days, and then gets dropped. After not being fertilized. The problem is, although yes, women do produce a chemical which inspires reproduction at that point. That's why they're so pissed off and moody for afterwards. But biologically, men are much more aggressive reproducing than women are.
Yeah.
By any standpoint in nature, men are the ones, the male species of any creature is the more aggressive one in mating. Unless you're Japanese, then that's a completely different story.
Yeah, but like Japanese women are just built different though. Those women are terrifying.
Because on Valentine's Day, they're the ones who hand out shit to men.
Yeah.
And quite aggressive.
See, fair though. It does support a theory I've had for a very long time, which is that secretly all like Chinese and Japanese men are just fanboys. They're all just closeted fanboys.
The problem is, I thought anime was a bit like extreme. And I said,
no, it's pretty accurate.
We see the male protagonist run away in fear from all these women chasing them down.
Yeah, no, it's pretty accurate. Yeah, that's how it happens. Yeah.
Yeah, I talked to a couple of Japanese friends I have. I said, nope, that's pretty. There's a reason that trope exists.
You have friends?
I have friends, yes. It's weird to believe I have friends. Not physical in the real world where I live. Everyone's like through a screen, like you are.
Nah, did I fucking tell you this?
What's that?
So you know, the other week there I had some family up visiting, right? So one of the people who was visiting was my little cousin Callum, right? And I had him here in my office, right? Cause I've got the PlayStations. I had that set up for him, like with like Fortnite and Minecraft and that for him, like keep him entertained. We'd come in, right? And I'd put up the PlayStation. I think I was getting like Fortnite set up for him, right? So he could like have a bash. And one of my friends had come online and like was playing Fortnite too, and like he saw it, and he was like, "Oh, who's that?" And I was like, "Oh, that's my friend, Dave, we'll say, right?" Yeah. And he was like, "Oh, like invite Dave to play then. I could use the backup." And I was like, "Nah, you don't want Dave playing with you. Dave is shite. Like, Dave is worse than you are, and I've not even seen you play, and I know he's worse than you, kid. You don't want Dave helping you. Right? He's fucking trash at this. Trust me, you'll do better without him, right?" And he went, who is Dave anyway? Like is like someone you just like hang out with on the game? I was like, oh no, like it's like one of my friends. It's like a guy I knew from school. This little fucker genuinely turned like this kid's 7 for the record.
Aye.
Spun round instantly, like he didn't even have to think. This kid had this shit preloaded, ready for me. Spun around and just went, I didn't know you have friends. I just handed him the controller and exited the room for a second. Not because I was angry. I was so proud, and I'm so ready to just piss myself. I just like I can't laugh that hard at that joke in front of him and encourage that behaviour, because that's an English child. Not a if it was a Scottish kid, I'd encourage that. But he lives in England. He'll get killed if he behaves like that down there. I need to go laugh outside of the room. Because I can't encourage that. So, I just handed him controller and just went fucking, I right then, funny cunt. Handed him controller. And just left the room, just closed the door. I proceeded to just die in the corner of the hallway for about 10 minutes. And I just came back and just, after being verbally decimated by a 7-year-old, it was beautiful. I tell you, Fat Man T, it is the funniest thing that has happened to me in quite some fucking time.
I will tell you one thing, Vegas. You need your mic soon. I hear crackling on it.
Do I?
Yeah, you can hear the crackling badly coming through.
You shouldn't be getting any crack. Oh no, you will be getting crackling because all of my cables are tangled. Allow me to fix that in the background.
It sounds like a loose wire.
You see, what's happened is I've gently moved where my bed was underneath my bed, and in the process of doing that, I've created what can only be described as a knot of cables where my headphone and microphone cables have intertwined.
Yeah, it sounds like you get a bit of dirt on your headphone jack. That kind of
Yes.
staticky thing.
You know, I think what's occurred is I've just massively tangled a nest together, and that's what's causing the issue. Either that, or the microphone jack has come loose ever so slightly. Like, has that fixed it at all?
Yeah, sounds much better, actually.
That's already sounds better. Good.
There's a little bit in the background still, but not much compared to what it was.
Alright, how about now? How's that?
Yeah.
So that sorted it?
There's a little bit, but I think we have to live with that bit, to be honest. It might be a compression issue because the cameras are in the background.
Hang on, how about now?
Try
How's
again?
that? Hello.
Yeah, it's mostly gone now.
Right, cool. Keep in mind, like, it could just be my voice. Like I said, I am slightly ill. Like, it could be the croak at the back, you know?
No, you can hear the pop when it activates. The mic?
Is it like that? Okay, yeah, that's been an issue for, like, fucking 6 months. Don't worry about it.
The thing's like your mic's on the way, it's dying, you need to get a new one.
Yeah. I mean, this mic is about a decade old, so I'm not upset. Like, that's fair.
That's last legs.
Like, I bought this microphone when I was, I think, 2nd year of high school.
God.
First, maybe 2nd year high school. Like, I was just getting into YouTube properly.
So 13, 14.
Yeah, like...
Anyway.
Because, like, I started doing YouTube when I was about 10? 11 years old, and then, like, I think, like, I was in high school 1st year, maybe 2nd year. And I was, like, getting, like, semi-serious about doing it, so, like, I bought a mic. And I've been using it since.
When I was 10 years old, PCs were just becoming, like, home PCs were just becoming a thing.
See, this I grew up with, because, like, I was born in 2002, so I grew up with, like, home computers.
Yeah.
Like, I grew up with a DOS, a Windows XP, fucking, like, it works, because, like, my dad's a massive nerd, like I am. Most of my family are massive nerds, to be fair, but, like...
I can tell you that, I grew up in the generation where Windows E75 P12
Yeah.
just hit the market.
I'm familiar, and I do not envy you. That fucking operating system was trash.
Yeah, Microsoft just launched
even for the time period, that sucked ass.
DOS was much better at the time. It was weird, like...
DOS was so much better.
A system designed basically to run other programs. You know, was oddly, incredibly better. It was weird. So
even DOS is shit, but it was still better than that.
They say I can remember like Windows 95. I can remember all the Windows generation going right through to the present day.
To be fair, the Windows 95 was low-key pretty good, though.
They say I've lived through the IBM crisis when IBM fucked up and managed to make all their shit free to use, so everyone built it to fucking like that's how AMD came about.
It was, yeah.
You know, all the other processors came out because IBM fucked themselves by not writing in the fucking patent because they wanted everything to work with fucking Windows, and they got shit all over it. It was glorious.
Now, listen though, to be fair, low key though, Windows 95 was pretty good. It wasn't Windows XP and it wasn't Windows Vista. It wasn't that good, but it was pretty good. It was solid.
The worst operating systems, I agree on record, are Windows 98 and Windows 2000.
I didn't mind Windows 2000. I agree with Windows 98. That was shit. Windows 2000, I didn't mind. I was able to put up with 2000 for a bit.
You got 2000 after when it was first released 2000, right? Imagine the worst buggy game you could think of.
Yeah.
Times it by 50. I think Bethesda
Listen,
made it.
I have a Windows 2000 computer here in the office spare. Like, it's over there. On a, like, it's where my green screen is, like, just off camera.
Honest God, you think Windows 2000 was made by Bethesda?
Like,
That's how bad it was. Like, Bethesda's first release. Without
Yeah,
any
like-
updates.
like the computer I'm on about, the one that's got Windows 2000, like, on it, as we speak, right? And the monitor that came with it. I got it off my dad. This is my dad's old computer, and I was on the phone with my dad, like, last year. And it came up in conversation that he still had his old computer from when I was a child. And he said to me, he was like, yeah, I don't use it anymore, because I've got, like, the laptop and, like, the other laptop and a PlayStation. I don't use it anymore. Like, it's excess to requirement. So I was like, like, does that mean you're after wanting rid of it then? And he was like, yeah, like, I'm looking to get shot. And I was like, what's it got? And he was like, what do you mean? I was like, what's it got components with? Like, it's got like fucking, I mean, like 3 gig of RAM, fucking, just shit. And I was like, okay, like, and he was like, yeah, it's got a keyboard and a mouse with it. It's got its own monitor. I was like, yep, nope, never mind, I'm in. How much do you want for it? And he was like, I don't know. And I was like, I get 20 quid cash. And he went, yeah, that'll do. There you go.
So, best got a first gen optical mouse on it, hasn't it?
Yeah, you're like the ones with like the fucking, like the circle fucking insert. It's one of those bastards. I've got it on hand. Hang on, it's.
We used to have ball mouses back in my day. And I remember the thing we used to do at school, to piss the teachers off, was unscrew the bottom and take the balls out of it.
Yeah.
Because, okay, those rubber balls fucking hurt when you threw them.
It's. Hang on, let me. Oh, there's another fucking nest of cables. Hang on.
Remember that port you're on about there, right? The mouse port?
Yeah.
My brand new motherboard I just bought has it on.
That's one? Yeah. A lot of like newer motherboards are adding them again for some reason. It's weird.
Because although USB works, right, these old school dedicated ports were so much better.
Like.
Because it allowed direct information to travel from the port straight to where it's supposed to be.
Which is helpful, to be fair.
Whereas USB is a jack of all trades in terms of computer-wise.
Yeah, like it just kind of handles everything.
So it takes like a little time for delay to work out what you're doing with it. Whereas it's a dedicated port, there's no delay in it. It's like, yep, that's what it is. That's what you're doing with it. No problem. I get right on that now. I think that's why particularly a lot of gamers are going back to the old school port systems.
So here's the mouse in question.
Oh god, you've got the fucking thumb groove on it.
Yeah.
It is no ball mouse
Like,
as well. Fucking hell.
This thing, that finger groove that's there, because I've googled it. That finger groove isn't supposed to be there.
Oh yeah, some have them on for purpose.
No, this model of mouse didn't come with that.
It's sort of odd, isn't it?
So it's either been used that much it's developed one, or my dad took a Dremel to it at some point in the 1990s, and I can believe both.
Yeah.
So my dad's got a nasty habit of taking Dremels to shit that shouldn't have a Dremel taken to it, including his feet.
Be honest, my dad did it as well to a couple of our mouses, because basically just made them fit better in the hand. Had to reshape the fuckers to actually fit to use in your hand. Some mouses back then were like, you know, I've had a mouth about this big before. You know, it's like huge.
Yeah, there's the cable I'm on about, the little circle bitch.
They've come back into fashion. If you go on Amazon, you'll find loads now, like the new brand new gamer mouses have them in now for dedicated ports.
Looks like Razer are doing them again.
Yeah. For
Like,
gamers are bringing them back. Like all the old tech, like even like the old tube technology for the old tube monitors.
Yeah.
Some gamers are bringing that back because there's no delay between the game and what's on the screen. There's a massive amount of radiation, but no delay. You know, so a lot of them bring it back. Now, the reason why we want this topic for kids, you know, is because it brings back to our first topic of the evening.
Yes, our main topic.
Not even main, but
Bringing things back from the dead.
yeah, retro
In terms of
shit.
technology. Yes.
Because, to be honest, like, Tetris has got a recent retro re-upgrade.
Yes, mainly because like it just got beat for the first time ever.
Yeah.
Someone beat Tetris.
A 30-year-old kid...
And then 2 weeks later, someone else did it again.
Well, got me about the first gun did that. 13-year-old kid did it, right? And his teacher came on the internet and just lambasted him. I was like, "I'll punch you, bitch."
No, people got that wrong. It wasn't his teacher. That was a news presenter that bullied him.
Oh yeah, news presenter. Yeah, that was it. You should go outside and touch grass. I was like, "You don't even know what that
Yeah.
means, you bitch."
But fucking
It's like remember the Code Gate. Well, all them construction workers got put off. They lost their jobs.
okay, not off the top of my head,
is-
but probably
This
yeah.
is back in about 2015 again, right?
Again, I don't know off the top of my head, but I probably am familiar with it.
A lot of construction workers got laid off because like one of the bubbles crashed at the time, and the news presenters on the show said, "Well, it's fine. Just learn the code." And you'll make
I
money.
do remember this. Yeah,
Yeah, they have no idea how code actually is as a language to learn.
I studied coding like at high school. I was taught how to program HTML5 in high school
Yeah,
to do web design. Do you think I can still program HTML5?
not now because it's a completely different.
Can I? Fuck!
Probably the language changes every couple of years. I mean, I learned when I
No. This is the thing. I remember basics. I don't even remember how to install the software. Never mind how to fucking use the software.
When I first
I don't have a clue.
learned the code, I learned on I started on a Sinclair C Spectrum, which basically uses a DOS system.
Mm-hmm.
So I learned all the DOS commands, all the DOS coding. Because I could code like games like Pac-Man, Jet Set Willy, all the Atari type games. I learned all the codes for that.
I mean, I still remember some of the bare bone basics for like DOS, for like navigating DOS, using like programming to navigate DOS. Outside of that, none of it's there.
I learned how to format the entire school's servers using just one computer and DOS. It pissed my teacher off so much when I did it, and I laughed.
I can imagine, yeah.
But then I learned C. Then I learned C language, which was the next language that came out for programming. I still use it now and again sometimes because it's a nice, simple language to learn.
Yeah.
But it's hardly ever used. A lot of people now use either Python or Java, are the two common ones these days. And
I would say like Python was one of the programming languages I got taught at school, like when we were doing game dev.
Python's not too bad, but it's
decent, and like I try, like I've been working like on like a little like indie like title like project like in my spare time, and I'm trying to do it in Python because I vaguely remember Python.
Python's good for like small
Nah,
projects.
I don't. Turns out I don't remember dick about Python.
I mean,
I've had to Google basic shit. It's painful.
I mean, technically, what do you call it? Undertales, I'm thinking of. Right?
Undertale.
That was entirely written on Python.
I believe that was Python. Yes,
But
it was either Python or C#. It's one of because like those are the two go-tos for people. So I think it might have been
It was
Python.
because it was like free access software at the time when they did it.
It would have been Python then, yeah, because a lot of like your open source games are Python.
Because like say, Undertale was built on a shoestring budget.
Yeah, it was built for about 50 pence and a Freddo. Like it was
Essentially, yeah, I think it was what 50 grand in total. It was built on.
something like that. Yeah,
Which in the game development market, people that is fucking cheap as you can get it. You're talking.
I don't know. Like, given you can go on Fiverr and get an entire video game made for £100, it's actually not that cheap. But like,
for the amount of money,
50k when you know that is not that cheap. But like,
but no, but given the AI software for sounds alone, right? You couldn't get that for £100 in a Fiverr.
this for like what they did with Undertale.
Yeah,
It's like getting Undertale made for 50 grand is very impressive because some of the shit like they programmed into that game is just impressive.
I mean, sounds
Like there's shit in that game AAA companies wouldn't be able to pull off with like 10 billion behind them.
I mean,
And this guy did it with 50 grand. It is really impressive.
I mean, the AI program for sounds alone, right, is very impressive. The way it remembers everything you've done, no matter how many times you reset the game. That twat remembers every time you've done it. And what
Like you've got to like hard reset your data, including the Steam Cloud data, which in and of itself is a fucking ball ache.
even that's not a fucking guarantee you get around the fucker.
Yeah, even then there's a chance that, 'cause, like, if I remember rightly, the game can just save save your data like deep into its hardcore, hard coding. Like it can save some data fragments to there. So like if like something you did in a previous playthrough is saved there, you're fucked.
You know,
like that's it.
No, what one we're done for shitpost to die. You mentioned it. Is what it does is, do you want to keep the theme going with it? It actually creates a separate file for your save data, and then buries it into your Windows access software.
It does, yeah. It's like it's in. I think it's in System 32 if I remember rightly.
Yeah, so it's just
like hides it in the file that everyone is afraid of because if you touch it wrong, it breaks your computer.
Yeah, and you think so it's impossible to get rid of. So it always knows what you've done. You have to literally completely frag your computer, nuke the hard drive, and start again.
Just reset the computer hard.
And hope your online accounts go and delete all your online accounts is attached to. Start brand new fresh, and then
stupid.
It won't remember what you did. But there, I remember a guy who did that. Booted back up and sounds like, and apparently came with a message from San saying, "Oh, you tried to kill me, did you? Good luck."
That sounds about right, yeah. Like, Undertale is such an impressive little game. It's spaghetti code. Like, if you actually look at the code for it's so shit. But it's so impressive at the same time.
There's only one other game that's ever done that to me, and that was the very first Fear that came out.
Yeah, no, Fear has always been a really impressive series, though.
Especially with this.
Like, even the newer Fear games are quite surprising, like, with how good they are.
Not compared to the first one. The first one with this tactical learning AI.
Yeah,
that was a
like
bastard.
The AI does like what Metal Gear Solid 5 does, where like it like notices how you play and adapts to how you play to make your life more difficult.
So every time you plug into the game to start your game, you have to like change your character's name so it didn't know who the fuck you were.
Yeah,
easy timer because if you kept playing the same character, you would just learn all your little tricks and things. Like, so in one scene, it's like seriously one, you go through the door, there's a counter, a door here, and you basically got to kill 4 guys.
Yeah,
scene everyone's done 100 times over. Even I've done 100 times over in the game. Then all of a sudden, I went to do it, and there was 10 guys, and they actually flanked me by coming around a corridor I didn't know existed until I checked the map properly. Around behind me, and fucked me. Like, what the fuck? I didn't know that corridor was there. How dare you know that? I'd say.
It's kind of sort of like in Metal Gear Solid 5, like the newest one, Phantom Pain.
Yeah.
We're like, see if you like in that game, because this blows my mind even today. With how the AI in that game is. See if you like constantly like assault bases at night in the game. Do you know what the AI does? Yeah, it just starts giving all of the enemy soldiers night vision goggles.
Yeah, but like
so they can see you easier. Yeah, they just like most of the troops will just have night vision. Or like see if you like have a nasty habit of taking enemies out with a headshot. So you're a sniper. Yeah, they all just start wearing helmets. Or like, and because this is the one that genuinely blows my mind. See if you keep killing enemies with dick shots, which is something I do frequently in Metal Gear Solid because I think it's funny as fuck.
It is.
Do you know what they programmed the game to do in that situation?
What's that?
The AI starts wearing an extended version of their body armor that has a cup.
The bomb-proof armor that protects the ball sack.
It basically is that, but it's like slightly skinnier.
Yeah.
But it's got a bulletproof cup.
Yeah. Fun enough, right? There's a great story about the...
That's how much effort they put into Metal Gear Solid 5. They designed a bulletproof dick shield.
Stop being unicorns.
Just to stop bullies. Like me.
The best one, there's a great story I remember from there, is about the GSDF, the Japanese Self-Defense Force.
Yes.
Because Japanese aren't allowed official, offshore army. So they don't have one. And they get bullied a lot because Japan didn't pick part in any wars. They can't do now because the treaty ended, which from World War II. But they'll train with the American pilots. Some of them were sent to Vietnam to help with American, so training to work with American pilots. And one thing the Japanese always did compared to the Americans was they took the helmets off from the Hueys and sat on them. And the American asked them, "Why are you doing this, guys?" "Because I like to have my balls where they are, thank you." Because what
that's fair.
Is the American Hueys, they don't have plenty of armor on the sides. The other plate in the bottom was where the doors were, where the swords.
Yeah, they didn't have shit.
I was quite thin and feels quite friendly. Got shot in the dick from just found the ground. The Japanese soldiers heard this and thought, "No way! I'm gonna let you get shot in the head." With sit with your helmet and be bald.
I'd rather die than lose my dick, thank you. I'll take a headshot, not a dick shot. Thank you very much, Joe.
Yeah. So every time the
I'll fucking risk it. Fucking.
So the Americans start doing the same fucking thing. They're like, "Let's go the other." helmet off and send them.
Japanese guys are there just like, frankly, if the ground troops land the headshot, they deserve the kill. Fucking, they can hit the moving target in the helo 20 feet up, they deserve the kill. Fucking protect them with dick.
Mulling get shot by different planets to book up to the floorboards. Alright, take it.
Sorry, please do excuse me a second. My fucking tinnitus is acting up. Hang on.
Oh, wait. Where the fuck did you find that? Excuse me one moment while you have tinnitus.
Bop.
It's a bottle. You'll make that sick. You little shit.
Bop. 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 Bop.
Get off.
Sorry, that's the first time that's happened live on stream. Ow. Oh.
Before going on, I tried to recruit my older sister to my younger one.
Okay.
My older sister went to a shop called Barry's Bargains.
Was this recent or like when you were children? Just so I know how offended I should be.
This was like, this is like Saturday she did this one.
Oh, this was like, okay, this was this week. Okay.
Saturday
Good to know. Good to know some things never change.
So came to visit me after my incident that happened, which I won't tell him because it's carrying on going.
Yes. The police will get upset. You know, like.
Yes. No.
Say though, what the fuck are the police gonna do to you about it though? Like, frankly, if they get you in the back of the van, they've earned the arrest. Let's face it.
Fitting that for cage would be a miracle. We very break up the track with handcuffs on me.
Fair, you can picture the sergeant looking at you and looking at the van and just like grabbing an angle grinder and just like eyeing it up, just like, how much do I have to take off the back of this fucking van to get him in it? Fucking thinking that. I think we take that corner off and like that support bar and you'll fit. Fucking.
Best part is like,
fuck, he still doesn't fit.
What I love is my wrists are like, I mean, they're about good like 9-10 inches of ground on my wrists. And that's squeezing, touching bone. Right? I mean, the muscle fibers on top. So the odds to get a pair of handcuffs to fit me in the first place is quite impressive.
Yeah, mine's are quite skinny. I have very skinny wrists.
But you know, my forearm muscle there, right? That's 22 inches.
So I've never like measured mine. Because I don't give a shit how big my biceps are. I just like kind of how they are now. I like them to be toned. I like to be able to like fucking flex and just see that there is muscle there. It's not just fat. I don't care if it's big. I like to just tone.
Well, the reason I really know my measurements for is how from rugby you used to keep measuring your muscle mass.
Yeah.
For your training purposes, because of how it affects you.
I get why people do it. I just don't bother because like, I'm focusing more on tone versus size. So.
But although we're both in bodybuilding, you do yours for cut.
Yeah.
Anything else. Well, I was always trained to do it for bulk. You know, I was designed to be the rugby pitch, as my coach said it. You are a human wrecking ball.
Yeah.
You know, you can sprint. Right. You can sprint half the rugby pitch in less than 15 seconds, and your giant mass is just.
Most of like the especially like weight training I do like on my muscles and that. Like it's kind of like yourself, like it's like leftover like instinct from like when I was doing like the martial arts. Because like a lot of like the muscles I work out were like the muscles I like noticed anyway while doing martial arts were like, oh that's the muscle you use for this.
Yeah, so like your shoulders, your back.
Yeah, I work out my bicep and shoulder quite hard because like when you throw a punch, that's what does the work. You know, like same with like my chest. Like I work my chest out pretty good because like you throw a fucking hook, it should be coming from the chest, not the shoulder.
Yeah.
You know, like I work those muscles out a lot, like you know, fucking shoulder blades. You know, my hips, like mainly because I've got bad hips, but also just my hips, knees. Same, I got bad knees. Main reason, but also fucking kick action. Like it's basically like the important bits for getting power out of moves that I train. And even then, I'm training them more to like look nice as well as get power. You know.
I do some crunches, like on the. You ever seen
I don't anymore. I told my personal trainer Bobby, I was like, bruh, Like, he had me doing them for like a month straight, and I was just like, Bobby, if I do one more crunch, I'm either gonna vomit, or I'm gonna kill someone.
Well, when I used to
Do you want to take the gamble?
The problem what I used to do for my room coach was I didn't like doing normal, like just like up and down normally. No, what they gave me was the ever seen the crunch machine in gyms?
Yeah,
A
yeah.
ball that goes across your neck, and a giant stack of weights. Right, so most people go on that, and they get about quarter stack weight stacked down, and they cry.
Yeah.
I started that thing because I did the martial arts first. I got down quarter, and I was moving it. Oh, too fast, I almost broke the machine. So they put it half. And still, no problem. Just went bang, bang. So they put the full stack on. And it didn't even slow me down. So I started doing what my gym used to have Ruby on. Used to have this device called what they call the hanger. Which basically a clip that went over the top of the standard weights. With a metal
So
bar
you could
sticking out
do
of it.
an extra set, yeah.
Yeah. By the time they finished,
Yeah, we've got a couple. They're fucking great.
So in order to slow me down, they put that on it, the full stack, which is about 200 kilos on this stack.
About that, yeah.
And then they added an extra 300 kilos on this bar. Right? And then they got someone else, one of the other forward props, who weighed about 15 stone, to stand on the bar. to slow me down.
Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah. That'll slow the fucker down.
It did, actually. I only managed to get 30 reps out of it instead of the usual 120.
Nah, to be honest, there's like a trend started at like my gym, right? Like an in joke we keep doing on each other. We're like, you like the what's it called now? Like when you do a squat press with like a barbell
Yeah.
on your shoulders. We've got like the assisting machines for those.
Oh, the runners.
Aye, it's got like the barbell with like the hooks and like
Yeah.
it's like I think it's like a cable or something. So like if you drop it, you're not gonna kill yourself.
It's the safety racks.
Yeah,
They're called.
safety racks. That's what they're called. Yeah. So you know how like to like do those? What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to like approach the bar from behind.
Yeah.
You grab, duck under, unhook,
Twist up,
do your
down,
head.
and up and down, lock in.
Yeah. Well, something, and I'm guilty of this myself, but something a lot of people at the gym have been doing, right, over the last few months, is they'll start, like, they'll grab it and duck under, right, and then, like, to take their rest period, right, they'll come up, lean forward, fucking hook it, duck under, and then, like, lean back like this,
Yeah.
so they can't see the bar. So what a lot of people at the gym have started doing, and people tend to tag team this job, is... Yeah, when like they're not paying attention, you just pick up some more like weight discs
Yeah.
and very quickly but quietly add them when they're not watching,
Yeah.
and then they'll go to do a set and just go down to the fucking ground because there's like an extra fucking 30 kilos they were not expecting to be there,
You know
and they just drop.
You know what I find funny lately? Right, I've been watching,
It's so fucking evil.
right, is the
If
gym...
it wasn't a safety hook, they would die, but like it's fucking funny.
The problem with I don't like them safe machines, for one thing, is part of your training is getting the full weight of the bar on you.
Yeah.
Because the bar is like 20, 25 keys by itself.
To be fair, ours is old as shit, so like the wires that are there don't do shit realistically.
Yeah, but the problem is with some of the friction
But
of the bars.
ours has got a little catch at the bottom.
Yeah.
So like that's the real safety feature on our one. So like if you do drop, so you pass out, like there's like a solid 6 inches between like where you're gonna be and where the bar's gonna stop.
Yeah.
So you don't get fucking just crushed
The one that
on the
I
way
went
down.
to had one of the new ones where it has like a slide wheel, which slides up and down with it.
Yeah.
And a lot of people say, "Oh, it's great," and using it.
See, ours have little wires on the inside that are attached.
Yeah.
Like
This one
like
has like,
it means like it'll drop slower than you do if you pass out.
that's
But,
that's the idea of this one. It's like it friction causes it to slide down slower in theory.
yeah.
But again, like I said, because of that, you don't get the full weight of the bar on your back, so you're not getting a true
Yeah.
value of your weight you're picking up and carrying. Because one of the kids said, "I can do this easy. I can help you doing 50 kilos easy." Right? Because I was doing the 50 kilos, just doing a light one.
Yeah.
I can do it easy. And go on and do it. So you've done the safety machine, and fair enough. Then. So I hand him an actual bar, and goes, right now, do it with the actual bar and not the safety machine. Right? And he went crunch to the deck.
Yeah, like 15-20 was probably more realistically when he was going to be good.
No, you could barely lift the bar up, not know anything else.
Yeah, nah, fair.
And the bar's 25 key by
Like,
itself.
cause I've noticed that myself at the gym. Cause like we've got like 2 bench press machines at my gym. We've got like
Yeah.
the one I've talked about before with like the fucking handles and shit.
Yeah.
We've got an actual just like bench with the fucking holder, and then like the barbell.
And raw weight.
And like, yeah, and like, there's been a couple times like I've looked at that raw fucking rod and just gone, I wonder, and gone to like just lift it up and just gone, nope, never mind, not risking it, never mind. I can already not even got it like up off of the holder, and I can feel my spine crying. Never mind.
You say something
I'll stop it.
You say something like CrossFitters, particularly who love these like modern equipment. Look at a guy going to like an old-fashioned gym and having a bar with like 5-10 kilos on it. Like, oh, look at that weak, and he can barely lift that up. Like, you pick up an ordinary bar, an ordinary old-fashioned bar, and see how far you get. I mean, the reason I can do it for easily is one of the training advice I used to have for martial arts, which I give me, was this your weightlifting bar for staff training. Get used to like, if I can move that weight fast, then give me a normal staff and.
Yeah, you're gonna fucking concuss a cunt like with a stick, you know, like it's.
It's like a lot of weight. Like, you ever tried doing a weight training vest?
No, but I do want one.
I've done what's called full resistant training weight.
Like, if you're looking for something for Christmas this year, Fat Man T, a weight vest would be fucking wonderful.
When I was 10, I had a 21 kilo weight vest.
Fuck that.
I had 2 10 kilo weights on either wrist. And
yeah, just give me like a 10 or something, like.
A 15 kilo on each leg. Right?
Yeah.
Now, bear in mind, this is the old-fashioned ones, they weren't sand. These were like lead bars which I shoved in to these racks. And basically, once you learn how to walk normally in those without struggling, right, take them off. So once you do the best way for everyone to try it first, if you want to try it, do a standard training session in that. Like martial arts, standard martial arts, go through motions, your katas, all that type of stuff. Then take it off at the end of the day. And then do the same kata. Be amazed how much faster you are with it off. Now what you do is you put it back on and train every day until your motion speed is the same as it would be with it off. Then take it off and you pretty much double your speed automatically.
Now, Tifa, it's kind of similar to something I did like back in high school, where we were in gym class, like PE, and you know, like at the end of the year, you do like the big fucking like 4-week fucking like fitness exam.
Oh, yeah, the beep test and shit.
Yeah, you got like the beat test, the field track, like all of that shit, right? Well, one of the ones that my school like did, like I think it was usually around week 3 you'd do it. But it was just like a straight fucking sprint, where it was like half of the class raced each other in a mad sprint. I think it was like a 200-meter dash, if I remember rightly. And I think like the 4 slowest people in my class, myself included, were like all put into a group with like some of the faster kids.
Yeah.
Like just like, you know, really fucking drive the knife in there. And like, said slowest kids, right? There was me, right? My friend Cameron. One of the special ed kids. I remember, I think their name was Andrew or Andy or something along those lines. And there was another kid whose name escapes me entirely, but they were a dickhead, so I don't really care. They were, you know, like the classic kid, fucking 3'2", fat as fuck, but thinks they're fucking hard. You know that kid?
Yeah.
Yeah, one of those kids. You know, the ones that frequently get uppercutted completely justifiably and no one bats an eye because, like, they just know he deserved that.
You can't
that kid.
You punch my stomach, you can't hit me. Alright, then I'll take your knees instead.
Yeah. You know, like, yeah, that kid was... You can't punch me in the stomach and hurt me, ha 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 ha. So you just clock him in the fucking jaw instead and just KO his ass. Just... Can do that, though, can't I, cunt? Now, what were you saying about my cousin? That's what I thought. Anyway, so we were doing that, right? And like me and Cameron were like lane to lane. We were like next to each other. We were just before the race was gonna start. We were just like catching up. And I was like, fair warning, Cameron. Odds are I'm gonna outpace you here. And he was like, why? And I was like, well, look, I'm not trying to be a show off or nothing, but like sprints are kind of what I'm good at. When it comes to cardio, I can't run far, but I can fucking get somewhere fast. It's what I'm good at. And he was like, alright then. So fucking teacher fucking, right lads, fucking, ready, fucking, go! Right, starts as we stop watch, right, we fucking take off, right? Now for context, a couple of the kids that are in this, like, run group, I fuck you not, professional runners. Right, there was a woman who was in my year at school, right? A woman called, we're gonna call her Joanne. Semi-pro fucking sprint runner. Like, that was her thing. You like how some kids do football and they're part of a football team. And some people, they might do badminton because they're posh and they're on a badminton team. Yeah, this bitch was on a sprint team. That was her thing. I checked in with like some of the guys I went to high school with like the other year there, right? Just to check in on Joanne. Yeah, that bitch almost qualified for the Commonwealth Games for this country. Do you know the only thing that stopped her running is for Great Britain in the Commonwealth Games?
What?
Literally fucking 6 feet from that finish line, snapped her ankle clean in two.
Ow.
That's what came between her and the Commonwealth Games, because she was going to take that shit first place. Snaps her ankle 6 feet from the finish line.
Speaking of the Commonwealth and the Olympic Games, I was a side tangent for your story.
Yeah.
That swimmer bitch. What the fuck is his...
Which one? Do you mean the trans one?
Yeah, one I'm not gonna call Shay now because he's blatantly not, because he's had nothing done.
Yeah.
Right. He's now suing the Olympic Commission.
Okay, I heard that they were suing the Olympic Commission. I didn't look into why, because I frankly don't really give a shit.
Because they banned him.
Sounds about right. This is the thing, like, I don't give a shit, because, like, I've given the Olympic Commission about, like, 9 emails now explaining how to solve this problem, and they keep ignoring me, so fuck them. Frankly, I hope they win that court case, frankly, out of nothing more than spite.
The problem though, right, I'm surprised the Olympic Commission did this. Because for their rules, all it basically is, in order to be a woman to play in women's sport, is you have to pass a testosterone test.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. You have to stay your woman for a year and pass the testosterone test. That is literally it. Right? He passed the testosterone test. But they still banned him, saying, right, you've took some estrogen for a bit, but you've done nothing else to be a transformation to a woman. You've done none of the surgeries, you've done nothing else. You're still training as you would be as a man, where women's training is completely different for swimming.
Which, like, fair.
So they banned him, which is the first time they've ever done this in the history of the Olympics so far.
Yeah, fair.
So he's suing them over it.
Good on him. I hope he wins, because, again, spite.
He probably will win.
So I said, I've literally emailed the Olympic Commission 9 different times with my solution for this problem, and they keep ignoring me. I'm not even getting emails back saying, we'll look into it. Nah, just patched. Straight patched. Frankly, I hope he wins out of just spite. Fuck him.
It's like my suggestion about dealing with drugs in the sports is like, what we do is have normal Olympics for like undrugged people.
Yeah, and then another one for the crack addicts.
Yeah, and almost what takes they almost what takes performance drugs, let them do it. Because then it'll be the case of like the hop, skip, jump. Where the fuck did you go?
All I'm saying, right? You know, you like the fucking 100-meter dash, right?
Yeah.
See, like, they should have like the normal 100-meter dash with like Mo Farah and all the people that do that, right? They should have like an extra category for just junkies. I'm talking like Glasgow heroin addicts, right?
Oh.
Like, you like proper paranoid fucking criminal cunts. Those guys.
Right.
Line them up and just see what happens.
Probably I guarantee you get faster than all you do is make them run faster. Is put a blue light behind them.
Yeah.
And have a dealer in front of them with a baggie.
Nah, all you do, right? Yeah, you do the normal setup, right? The guy with the gun, right? You have the guy holding the gun dressed as a policeman. And have him behind them. And then, when he pulls the trigger to go, what he also shouts is, right, you beauty, you're fucking necked!
No, when he pulls the gun, he pulls the gun, his police siren.
Yeah, that's the one. Those people would get to that finish line so fucking fast you'd think they hadn't moved yet, because it'd be a dust cloud still in their shape at the start line. They'd fucking get there that fast. Fuck you.
ADHD take over. Like I say, back to retro
games. Anyway. Well, no, first, back to my story.
Back to your story, yes.
Fuck you, yes. So, as I said, we were getting ready to do that, right? Explain to Cameron, like, I might fucking outrun you here, right? So he was like, right, well, give me some pointers here. Like, give me some tips. So I was like, right, tip number 1, right? See when you're running, right? Because I've seen you with, like, doing the warm-up runs, right? When you're running, right? You're running like this, right? You fucking hands close to fists, right? That's not gonna work, right? You're losing speed doing that. He's like, what do you mean? I was like, right. Here's how to explain it quickly, right? Ball up your hand into a fist, right? Punch. Full force, just punch the sky. Buff, he does it, right? Like, right, okay. Now hold your hand out like this, like a knife. Punch the sky. Son of a bitch, that went way faster. Now, same logic applies when you're doing this. done with your hands open, you'll go faster. Trust me. Right, okay, I'll do that, right? I was like, right, next tip for you, right? This is like my big fucking secret, right? You know how like you taught to run, right? You're taught to go fucking heel toe, heel toe, heel toe. Aye, stop doing that. Why? Trust me. Don't run heel toe. How you want to run is toe, toe, toe. All toes. What do you mean? Right, you ken the X-Men movie with the fucking blue guy? Yeah. Right, how does he run? On his toes, run like that. Why? I don't know the science behind why. Just trust me, it makes you faster.
I do.
Like, I don't. I just know it works. Because it's how I've always run, because I'm special. And I was like, okay, so, fucking 3, 2, 1, right? Starts his timer, right? We fucking take off, right? I'd outrun him, but only by like a couple hundredths of a second. There's not a lot in it, right? Get it fucking finish line. He's like, fucking, right, okay, those tips really worked out. And I was like, well, I've got bad news for you. We've got 2 more shots at this, and I'm about to go change my shoes. Now, this is an important detail. For that first run, I was wearing my normal everyday boots.
Yeah.
Which at the time were hard leather. We had about 10 minutes before our next run. So I walked over to the other side of the field where, like, you know, we'd left our shit. And I just swapped my boots over to a pair of trainers. Went back. Again, right, 3, 2, 1. Didn't outrun everyone, but I was in the top 6.
Yeah.
Because I spent every day of my life at that point wearing hard leather boots for like walking, running, everything. Just
So
that I lived in those boots. So when I just suddenly swapped to like way lighter fucking footwear.
Yeah, I wore steel toe cap.
God.
For my entire school life, I wore steel toe cap boots. Right.
This was the year after I'd had to swap it out for my steel toe caps because I broke my steel toe caps.
Yeah, I always wore steel toe cap boots because the damage I'd had during my ankle previously. For like walking.
Now, I wore steel toe caps because I was sick of getting jumped. So I started wearing steel toe caps and didn't tell anyone. And then someone tried to jump me. No one jumped me again.
No, but I wasn't partly.
That guy did not get off very good.
I wasn't partly because of like damage my ankle, and partly because they weighed an absolute ton, and they stopped me basically speeding Gonzalez past every. It was basically part of what my dad did was stop me kicking people.
Yeah, no, my parents bought me steel toe caps. Like without my input, they just bought me them because they were starting to get sick of how often I was getting the shit kicked out of me. So they were like, "Here's some steel toe boots."
Yeah.
Why? Because if you kick someone while wearing them, it's gonna hurt a lot more than without. And I went, "That's a fucking great idea." Anyway. Next time someone tried to jump me, I fucking nearly shattered the man's shin clean in half. It was beautiful.
Yeah,
I was like, oh shit, that does work. Okay.
My first one, someone tried to stand on my toes.
Yeah, I used to let my especially cause I've had a friend at school called Zach, right? I think I've spoken about Zach before. Probably like when we were in high school, sizes with you.
Yeah. Like
the size you are currently. That's what this guy was in high school.
Oh, I mean, I was
like 6'2", fucking 389 fucking pounds. Just built like a fucking wall, right? This guy had a beard when we were about 13, and I don't mean like the beard you normally have as a teenager. No,
a little scraggly thing.
A beard, like an actual ginger beard. This man looked like he was our fathers, like the father of our collective friend group. He looked old enough to be the dad of all of us, and he was the same age as us. And no, we did not abuse that to get drunk, because we didn't have to. My dad made moonshine, and still does. I just had to text my dad if me and the boys wanted to get drunk. He'd just give me some moonshine, because my dad was chill like that.
No, I listened to the guy in school. Right, another beard like
this. I let him fucking stand, just like, see, look how good the steel toes are. Fucking,
no,
don't even...
There's a lot of people trying to bully me at school, and I guess I was bullied at school oddly enough because I was a bit of a loner.
Yeah. It's even saying, but I was one of the nerdy kids.
I was nerdy, but I was well trained. My dad was told, because of that, my dad was taught me to like say, "You're powerful, do not hit, or you will kill them."
See, for me, I had a similar issue, but it wasn't like that kind of thing of like, "Oh, you're powerful, you'll kill." It was, I was always taught like mainly because like it happened to like both my parents at school of like, if somebody's picking on you, right, don't hit back, Because fucking, this is the way it'll happen, right? They'll punch you, you'll punch them back, and you punch them back, and that'll be the moment where the teacher will turn around, and all they'll see is you punching somebody. And then you'll be the one that's in trouble.
I remember a few times I got so sick, I did hit back. And again, it was like...
Yeah.
The problem is that they hit me, it didn't do much damage.
Yeah, and then
I was back in anger. Tears around, all I see is kid flying.
Just
across the room.
Corpse. I can count on one hand the number of times like I fought back like when I was in school, because like most of the time I didn't need to, like it was all defense work, it was fine. Like it's like one of them like my favorite story of me fighting back was the very first time I fought back at school, and it was beautiful because like it genuinely shocked my teachers when it happened. I was a primary 6. Now, I'll translate that for the Americans who don't have a primary system, right? It's year 6 of school, basically.
That's
like that'll be what, like, I don't know, fucking grade 8 or some shit.
Middle school.
Oh, fucking middle schoolish, yeah. Like 2 years before high school. It was 2 years before high school, right? That's the quick answer, right? So I was a P6.
Oh,
right?
junior high then.
Yeah, and there was this kid who was the year above me, right, in primary 7, right, and his name was, we're gonna go with Brian, right. There was this kid called Brian in the year above me, right. Now me and Brian had never gotten along too well, right. Me and Brian had fucking deep-seated issues with one another, right. It's been a long-running fucking rivalry, right. And this one particular day, Brian took his shit a little bit too far, just a smidge far. And I can't even fully remember what it was he did, but he fucked me off particularly well on this particular day. And I found myself like behind him, and he was like crouched down doing something, and I was like, you know, a good few paces behind him, and I saw the opportunity. Mainly because like the night before I just watched my first UFC match on the TV, and like I saw this opportunity and just went, well, I know what to do here. I saw it on television last night. Like, this is easy. So I run up from behind him, and I just jump on his back, and wrap my legs around his waist. I just sink him in a chokehold, just like this. Just hook that shit in, and just fucking just tighten up. And he's like fucking clawing at my arms and shit, trying to like fucking get out of this shit. And I feel his arms going a little bit weaker. And I feel like a lot more pressure coming in on my arm all of a sudden. I'm like, oh, this is working quite well. Next thing I know, I can feel like 9 hands on my chest. And they're all pulling at me like this. And I'm just like, nah, I don't care. Nah, take it. Like, this is the thing. There's a 50-50 here. You're either teachers trying to get me off him, or your coppers trying to take me to jail. Either way, this cunt's coming with me. No. Right? I find out later, right? The people who are pulling me off of this poor fucking child, right? There is about 3 of my friends who are my same age as me trying to pull me off him, right? These friends are the twins, Joey and Kyle, right? And my best friend, Dylan, right? There's also a guy who, like, I wasn't friends with him, but most of my friends were friends with him, called Ewan, who was trying to pull me off him, right? There was also one of the supply teachers of the school. I want to say her name was. I want to say it was Miss Gowan, Miss Hughes, something like that. Can't remember. She was a weird cunt, but she was quite friendly. It was her, and then there was, I think it was the deputy head at the time, Mrs. Gibbons. And that's not even a joke. Like, her name was literally Miss Gibbons, like the monkey. And yes, we bullied her a lot for that. She was lovely, but she got bullied. And
Not bad when my
long story, to cut a long story short, though, I do end up letting him go, right? For one reason and one reason only, right? I hear something I was never really ready to hear in life. I hear the voice of my favourite teacher at the school. The head teacher, Mr. Gillen. I hear his voice from the other side of the playground. And the words I hear escape Mr. Gillen's mouth will live with me forever. Would you like to know what Mr. Gillen screamed across a primary school playground?
Go on then.
Jesus Christ, Vegas! What the fuck? Only the name Vegas was my real name instead of my show name. Jesus Christ, Vegas! What the fuck? At which moment I let go and looked like, what the fuck? Did Mr. Gillen just drop an F-bomb?
As you got dragged away by 17 people.
Yeah, like 6 people dragging me, and I could just see Mr. Gillen stood there, like, in a suit, just like, what the fuck? Just like, you like that look of pure, like, amazement, pride, but, like, concern, all at the same time.
See,
Just like, what the fuck?
See, in my junior school, before I started high school, right, which is the same as about Vegas, on the primary 7 area, was I was getting bullied back then, and the first kid I struck out against was one of the bullies. I just basically pushed him.
Mm-hmm.
Right, gentle for me. It was a gentle push. For the poor kid, half the whole way, you then eventually landed.
Yeah.
The second incident of violence that happened with me was as 2 seconds later, one of the teachers who didn't like me anyway grabbed my shoulder and gripped tightly on it.
Oh, that's a mistake. Never grab someone by the shoulder. That's how you get fucking hip tossed.
Well, it wasn't supposed to be a hip toss, it was more a straight arm throw.
Yeah, just...
Yeah, a grab, twist the wrist. Because at this point I was already been trained for a few years with my dad. And I was doing started weight training by this point as well. So grabbed, you told me at that point my grip strength back then was about 100 kilos of force I could put on my grip. I didn't realise that broke his wrist by just grabbing and twisting. And then grabbed,
I mean, yeah, that'll do it.
with one arm, I went straight over his shoulder, put him straight over. He told me this teacher was like 6 foot, 200 pounds. And I was like a 10 stone. Straight over and
Just child. Just buff.
yeah, and he went straight through a desk to the floor.
I mean, to be fair, he did grab you by the shoulder from behind. What did he expect to happen?
That's what my dad said when they tried to complain to my dad about it. And well, what did you go and talk to him? But I grabbed him and tried to drag him away again. Then you keep it fault.
Yeah, like you grabbed someone from behind and you're surprised they hip tossed you. Like fucking.
But I didn't know I was trained at that time because most kids my age back then days didn't train martial arts. I didn't have a parent who did. But
It doesn't matter if you're trained in martial arts. The fact that you grab someone by the on the shoulder from behind, you should expect to get hip tossed in that scenario, whether they know what they're doing or not.
back then the teachers
Expect to be hip tossed in that moment.
back then the teachers ruled through don't get caught pushing hand long just finished. When I was
I'm not saying corporal punishment. All I'm saying, if I did that to a guy in the pub,
yeah.
I'm not I don't give a shit if he's 12 pints in, 2 pints in, trained or not trained. I'm expecting to get hip tossed if I do that.
The problem you have to
your instinct on some people is to just fucking hip toss.
Probably Dad was ready to kill him anyway because he left actually fingerprints in me shoulder.
So
and
the fact the court of punishment was out the window by that point too. He was double in the wrong, but still.
Best part of it, he came up the line after throwing him, get back up. And I wish I could still beat you with a paddle. Without a lie, I turned around and said, "You come at me with a paddle, you're beating it."
I just kicked him in the jaw, right? Quite frankly, I'm not. I've a teacher. None of the teachers at my school even dared threaten us. It's we were vicious, feral Scottish children. We would have taken that and said, "Bet." I've been saying it for years. If a teacher had ever threatened to hit me with a paddle, I'd have fucking kicked him clean in the jaw. I don't give a fuck.
Although school technically I was at a state school, it was still a heavily Christianized school.
I would say mine was a Roman Catholic school, so technically they still could have if they really, really, really wanted to, but they technically couldn't. It was complicated.
Probably the teacher was an idiot. He was headmaster, and then said that to my dad.
Yeah. I bet your dad broke his other wrist for you, didn't he?
No, my dad says, "Come on, when you with the paddle." Yes, no, would he beat the crap out of you for it? I would do the same.
Yeah.
But my dad grew up in the 50s. He was born in 1952. So he grew up with corporal punishment to the point where he was caned quite regularly at some point in one of his schools. And the cane didn't work. They got sick. They brought canes over his wrists, and he just laughed off.
But both my parents grew up during corporal punishment. My dad in particular, he got a lot of corporal punishment. But my dad has one of the best corporal punishment stories I think anyone has ever had. From when he was in school and he got the cane for, and I quote, being smart. with a teacher where it was I think it was if I remember this correctly, it was a biology lesson with one of his teachers, and they were talking about like wheat and barley and shit, right?
Aye.
And my dad, like, and this wasn't, he genuinely wasn't being sarcastic. He, out of curiosity, said, "So is that where Weetabix comes from?" When they were talking about like wheat and barley and shit, right? So the teacher hit him on the hand with the cane and said, "Right, go to fucking headmasters." Went to headmaster, right? Headmaster brings him in. Right, why are you here? So my dad goes, "Well, I got hit on the hand with a cane." Why? Well, we were talking about barley and wheat and shit, right? I'd said quite innocently, "So is that where Weetabix comes from?" And the headmaster said to my dad, "And that's why you got hit with a cane? And that's why you're here?" My dad went, "Apparently." That teacher was fired 2 days later.
Oh, my dad...
My dad was permanently banned from biology class 2 days later as well.
Oh, my dad got caned once, and he said I rightly deserved it, because what he done was, the school he had was like trying to be able to technology and had a brand new timeline system put in.
I think I know where this is going.
Right? Now, my dad, being the smart little shit he was, rewired the entire system in less than half an hour. Right? So, it didn't work, it got made weird noises, so they found out who did it, because Dad was the one that could have done it. These little shit. So they caned him for it. They used the ordinary, like willow cane. That snapped.
Yeah.
My dad still laughing his ass off.
I mean, it looks like Willow's brittle as fuck. I don't know why they ever used Willow canes.
Because it's whip. The whip effect of it.
Yeah, but they're so brittle.
So then
like, that shit's gonna break after like 4 uses.
So they went to a wooden ruler. Like one of the big
Again,
long wooden ones.
Yeah, that's just gonna snap.
They got 2 whacks in and it broke.
Yeah.
And Dad's right, I've had it now. And they brought out one of their big metal rulers.
That's where they should have started. They should have started at metal.
So they caned him with that, and they bent the cane over his wrists.
That's about right, yeah.
And my dad was still laughing.
They used the flat side instead of fucking edge side, didn't they? That's
No, they used jet side.
Bandit.
No, they used jet side of it, yeah. It went, meow. Because I've got the same... What the problem we've got is, genetically, it's a weird quirk my family has.
Mm-hmm.
Is most of the men of small stature, in ways. Right? I'm the tallest in my family by some ways, on the men's side, on my dad's side of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we're all like quite stocky people. We're literally, genetically, what's weird is we're literally like closest thing you expect to find a mythical dwarf to be.
Yes.
So get like the size of my dad, right? He could deadlift nearly 1,000 kilos by himself. Right? At this, like, he was like 5'4" and weighed about 200 pounds at his peak. Right? And he deadlifted 1,000 kilos without breaking a sweat. When he was doing martial arts training, he punched through not only 3/4 inch wooden plates, because some people tried to be a twat with them. They also put a steel plate behind it.
Yeah, no, I remember this story. Yeah, and he still broke his hand, but he went through the fucking law.
Went through the fucking law. Now I have the same condition my dad does. One of the quirks of this condition is I could never be vegetarian.
Yeah, because like fucking, you need the protein to like just not die.
Yeah, well, not the protein. I need animal meat, a certain enzyme produced from animal meat fat.
Oh, yeah, no, I know. Yeah, I'm with you.
If I don't eat that, then my body starts shutting down. I get very lethargic, and I can barely move.
Yeah.
You know, it's something my body requires in order to actually function normally. It's weird. I think the doctor says about 1 in every 200,000-300,000 people have it, type thing across the world. It's like not like a life-threatening condition.
That's about right. Yeah.
It's just a very odd quirk of my biology.
It's like more of a minor inconvenience than all else. Like,
Yeah.
groceries are a tad more expensive every month. You know, like.
Yeah, I'm pretty much a
That's what it
carnivore.
is. That's what it is. You've got a fucking 10% economy debuff. That's what it is.
Also, with my ADHD as well, if I have a proper ADHD attack, I have a dual metabolism quirk. Whereas I'm technically quite slow some times, depending on how I'm eating. But if my ADHD kicks off for any reason, which can be just died in general.
Yeah, you burn through food way faster, right?
I can drop through weight-wise. I can drop 1 kilo of fat in weight in less than 3 hours.
See, I have a similar thing, like with my ADHD, where like, see if like I have like a really chill, calm day,
Yeah.
I can get away with like fucking 2 slices of toast for the full fucking day.
You
Like
eat
no
sometimes.
issue. Yeah, it's not even that I forget. I just don't need to sometimes. Like there are days where I just forget to eat, but there are days where I just don't need to. Like I wake up, I'm a little peckish. I have 2 fucking slices of toast. That's me for the day. I'm good. There are other days where like I wake up and like from the second I wake up to like I go to bed, I'm fucking starving all day.
Well,
And those are the days where I am the most
You
chaotic.
saw me eat my tea tonight, right? That was the first bite of food I've had since I woke up at 8 o'clock this morning.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Today's been like a fairly normal day for me. Like, what have I had today? I had like a half a burger. I had like for breakfast because I had a burger last night for tea and only ate half of it because like I wasn't that hungry. So I had half a burger for breakfast at like fucking 6 a.m. And then like I got up and went downstairs about 9 to sort out the dog and I had a cup of coffee. And then like just before the show there, I had a bowl of ramen and like 4 little shortbread fingers.
I mean,
And like that's been me, and like that's pretty average for my diet. Is like like a meal and a half a day.
now, there's a weird technique I was taught. I know it sounds like a myth, this one, right? But honestly, it's actually a real technique you can do, but it's dangerous to pull off. So you learn. It's not like a fighting technique, but it's a way of prepping your body for fighting. Right? It's sort of half self, half not. But it basically train your brain to release adrenaline on command.
Yeah, I was never taught to do it, but like we were informed that it's a thing you can learn when I was doing karate. It was mentioned briefly one day that it's a thing you can learn.
Yeah.
We're not going to teach you anytime soon, but it's something you can learn. And like our sensei was like, and I know how to do it, and I know how to teach you how to do it, but I'm not going to teach you it anytime soon.
It's a bad technique.
Because none y'all are ready for that information.
It's a bad technique.
And we were like, okay. This thing, he was gonna teach us if like we stuck around long enough. Like, if we got to like blue belt, he probably would have taught us then. But like, we were like yellow, so he was like, I'm not risking it.
For Western martial arts, it's a bad technique, and even Eastern martial arts, it's not taught because you need a certain body type to actually survive doing it.
Yeah.
Because you're talking like, I already have my body system because of ADHD. I have about double the normal adrenaline anyone has at rest, at normal.
Yeah.
Right, so say times that by a factor of 2 for a person like in a side situation, which we get pull car doors down, that type of stuff.
Yeah.
This technique basically turns up by a factor of 10.
Yeah. No, okay, that is dangerous. That would shut down your organs if you did
does.
that wrong.
You're talking if you use it for about an hour, you're dead.
Yeah. Like, that's just a heart attack.
About 15 minutes, you can survive no problem, no after effects. Half an hour, you start doing some minor damage to your muscle fibers, your bones, as they start breaking under the strain. Then about 45 minutes, you start down damage to your internal organs.
Yeah.
At the hour mark, there's basically no coming back from it. Best way to describe it for people who who like are weebs on the channel is, you ever watch Naruto?
No.
People who have watched Naruto, there's what's called the 8 inner gates. It's used like reach chakra to the body and allows a person to power up. Type thing. Now, the 8th gate is based on the gate of death, because once you use it, you're dead. Type thing. Allows extreme power, but you're dead. This technique is similar to that, but I have another quirk I learned, a similar one, right, is where you can you compress your calf muscles.
Yes.
Right, now
that thing I do regularly because I sit cross-legged, like on sheer instinct. So I have to do that to stop my like getting like muscle atrophy. Yeah.
Right now, imagine instead of just gently doing it, imagine pumping them as fast as you could possibly think of.
That's just how I do it anyway. But like, continue.
Right. Depending how strong you are, keep that up, and what that does is it forces blood up the body at a much higher rate.
Yeah, that's why I do it.
It's like giving you like 2 extra hearts in your legs doing it.
Like. This thing is like I have this like a nasty habit with it because I do it like I'm sat here now like cross-legged, like just like so my muscles don't like atrophy.
Yeah.
And like I get muscle death, so I have to like amputate a leg. It's to prevent that. But like I have a nasty habit. Like see if I have like a minor ADHD attack where I'm getting really fucking bouncy, right? It's like my version of stimming. Like most people who are autistic have a stim they do. Like some people bounce or they'll like fucking do this shit, right?
Yeah, tick.
they start throwing shapes, right? Fucking my version of that is like with like the muscle compressions, but I start doing it harder and faster,
Yeah.
which makes me more hyper because it's obviously pumping blood faster through me,
Now,
and it just snowballs for like fucking 4 hours.
you're lucky.
Where I'm like up here for like 4 fucking hours, and then I just crash.
You're lucky because most people doing that kind of pressure, would cause their heart to explode.
Yeah, no, this is the thing, is like I've told that to my doctor before, of like, yeah, it's something I do, and like I've like started off with telling him, like, just like how I told you there, of like, yeah, I do it like when I'm sat cross-legged, like, you know, keep the blood flowing, and my doctor was like, yeah, that's great, fucking smart idea. And then I went on, just like I did in that conversation, it was like, yeah, and then if I have an ADHD attack, I like, you know, explained it, and he just went, how are you still alive?
Yeah.
It's like, what? And he was like, you already have like heart troubles, and you're doing that and not dying. A, yes. B, what do you mean I have heart problems? And he looked at me and just went, Vegas, how many heart attacks did your grandmother have? 3. How many heart attacks your mother had? 2. How many heart attacks has your father had? 3. Have I made my point? Yeah. Yeah, you have, doctor. Yeah. Right, I'm not saying stop doing it, but like,
Chill.
yeah, like, unless you want a heart attack, maybe cut fucking down. Like, alright.
Now, after that technique,
We're not going to talk about the drinking and smoking then. Okay.
now that technique one step further, where I could do with me arms and my back muscle.
Fun.
Now combine that with the first technique.
Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, that's... your heart would explode.
Yeah. And that's the trick my dad taught me. The one he could never fully master because his legs aren't... his legs aren't developed as mine are. You might like compare to dad's... We rest of the dad, you seem to like hang a frog up. You see the body, the little splendid legs. That was my dad. Whereas my legs are about size
That's
of
kind of
waist.
similar to me, like... Because you can see, like, my arms, like, fairly... Mainly looks like I work them. They're, like, kind of toned. Like, I'm gonna stand up for you, right? People at home, you can't see this, but Fat Man T, this is for your benefit, right? So that's my stomach. Like, kind of chonk, right? Just... You see, they're like, that's like my shin, right?
Uh-huh.
There's my... If I can angle this without killing myself. There's my thigh. See how fucking skinny my thighs are now? Like, see, as I was younger, like, I had legs like fucking Zangief when I was a child. I could crush a man's head like Sparrow's egg between this shit. Not anymore. Not anymore, motherfucker. No, I cannot.
Like
The only reason these legs aren't anorexic is because I do that fucking, like, that calf muscle thing.
Yeah, right.
And I wasn't even trained to do that. That's just something I figured out when I was like fucking 12.
He's my fat guy, right?
You can say, oh, titties! I mean, look, fuck you. Get my titties out.
Hang on. Right, so they're kind of nice and flabby there, like they say. Now tense up. Right. Now,
Oh my god. Fuck, I'm gonna get demonetized on Twitch.
Now, get the idea of my legs. Right. I don't know if you can see that.
I can, yes.
That's my calf.
You see that? Nah, see, this is the thing, like I actually have quite nicely toned calves, like, if I... It's the trick, I didn't pull up my fucking... So you can see them better now. They're quite nicely toned.
Yeah, mine's inside your head.
Yeah.
You know, that's...
My legs are, like, fairly well toned, but, like, they're not what they used to be.
You know, that's like your head, just about in that calf muscle. You know? And I've always had those.
I've always had, like, really good legs, but, like, the last few years have been, like, dwindling.
Mine haven't dwindled. You know, people, I get extra... They pile the weight on, but my weight goes through my stomach.
It's the same.
Right? Whereas my legs, I've never had fat in them. They've always been...
Like...
Put it away, I've gone to gyms and made bodybuilders cry.
Yeah.
How do you get legs like that, guys? I walked. And they're crying, like, how's that big? I can't. They do leg days every day. Like, I can't get that big. Like, I just walked.
Like this is what's mental when it comes to like my body, right? Is like see when I was like a much younger guy, like when I was doing like the martial arts and that, right? Fucking lean, right? I was a fairly skinny kid at the time, right?
Yeah, I was as well.
Stopped doing martial arts, right? Fucking piled on weight because I didn't alter my diet. Fucking fat as fuck, right? And then like probably around high school, I started like it's just like PE class, like working out again, like a bit more regularly. Arms thinned out, my legs thinned out a little bit. Like I looked all right for a while there. And then that was my body type for years. Like I looked fine. Then I started working out, like properly, like down the gym. Like don't get me wrong, I love what's happened to my arms, right? Because like fucking nice bit of toning, my skin is clearer, it's great. Legs, on the other hand, don't get me wrong, my legs have never been stronger. They're smaller than they've ever been. They're skinnier than they've ever been. They're more toned. Like, was like, sounds great, but like, not what I'm going. Like, I want to look like a Scottish guy, not a fucking CrossFitter. Like,
the problem I've got is
it doesn't make sense.
The doctor sent me to the gym to lose weight. Like, that's fair enough, right? I'll do what you say. I'll go to the gym. Right? I'll do the workout, do the diet for you. Went to the gym. First week there, I put on a stone weight.
Sounds about right, yeah.
Right? And I kept putting on weight. And he goes, that's impossible. So the doctor followed us and watched us with workouts. And he goes, right, your workout's fine. He gives a coach of forces. And what the coach tries to say, the problem you've got is, because of the way my body works, I build muscle faster than I burn the fat.
Yeah.
So, giving me weight to work with means all I'm doing is building muscle, and muscle, and muscle.
Yeah.
And muscle weighs more than fat does.
It does.
And that, and well, because it's so against you skinny, then against, yes, but then there was a constant ADHD attack every fucking day.
Yeah.
It was 24 hours ADHD, and I can't go back to living like that way because there wouldn't be a world left to live in if I was like that. I mean, the greatest supervillain ever existed at that point.
I mean, yeah, you fucking would, like.
I mean, become
like, on the bright side for both of us, though, because this is something I learned fairly recently, is like, see, like if you are trying to work out to get like better muscle mass,
yeah,
is genuinely better like for someone who is fat to do that than someone who's skinny.
Yes.
Because your body has a much easier time turning fat into muscle than nothing into muscle.
Yes. The problem is
it's easier for your body to turn that reserve fat into muscle mass than it is to turn like new calories into muscle mass.
The problem you've got though is once you do that, is you've got to keep doing it because if you stop, because I stopped for a while because I got injured.
Yeah.
Then you're much easier because your body's genetics have changed a little bit when you've been doing it.
Yeah.
And that means that the body will then store any more calories coming in as fat.
Yeah.
So
which basically undoes the progress.
No, your muscle mass stays there. I mean, my muscle mass hasn't gone down any. Right, as you can tell me with forearms. But because the body expects is to be constantly in training with weights, heavy weights, that any calories I consume automatically gets put in the layer of fat ready to be consumed.
Turned into mass, yeah.
When I need it. In theory, if I ever get, because I'm about the draft now in the country, if I ever get drafted and put in the military and start doing military training, I'll probably drop most of my body weight within the first 3 weeks.
This is the thing, is like, unironically, see if they bring back the draft, right? A, I'm gonna be pissed, right? Like, I've dodged the army this long, I'm gonna be pissed if they bring the draft in, right?
Yeah.
2, low-key, though, I'm not even gonna be that pissed off, to be fair. Like, you know what, I'll take that.
The problem with the draft...
Like, you know what? Like, that's basically just a free gym membership with a personal trainer.
The problem
like, you know what? That's fair. That's fair.
The problem with me in the military is the military already knows what my education level is and what I've been taught.
Yeah.
Because I had a history teacher who was big in the military and tried to force me into it.
Yeah.
And they already know some of my background. And they know, and obviously, because my dad, they know my dad's background. Which we cannot tell because they won't fucking tell us anything at all. So they know my dad's background. And as you know, fathers teach sons.
Apparently, I had a history teacher the same at school. Oh. There we go. Yeah. So I think I lagged out a little bit on my end. But like, I had a similar like history teacher at school. Like my history teacher he wasn't ex-army, but he was an army nerd.
Mm-hmm.
and he tried to do the same with me at school. So we were talking about World War II, and like I had just this weird ism when I was at school where like I like at school, like most of the kids are like kind of casual with the teachers, where it's like, all right, Mr. fucking Jones. I didn't do that shit. I wasn't about that Mr. Jones life. Mm-hmm. It was Sir.
Yeah, I was the same way roughly.
Because it was a habit I picked up by accident. Because like especially in first year, I'd forget the teachers' names.
Yeah.
Because I'm just bad at names. So I'd just be like, "Excuse me, sir," or "Excuse me, miss," and I got so used to calling teachers sir or miss, whether I knew their name or not. It just stuck. It was just my thing. And I was in history class. We were talking about World War II. And my history teacher, Mr. Harrison, asked me a question. I can't remember what the question was, but he asked me a question.
My science teacher, Harrison.
Yeah, I wasn't paying attention when he asked me the question, which is probably why I don't remember the question. And I turned around and just said, "Sorry, sir, I missed that. Like, could you repeat that, please, sir?" And he just stopped the lesson and just went, "Jesus Christ, Vegas, you'd do well in the army, wouldn't you?" And I just went, I suppose, sir, I guess. Whole class fucking giggling. You're just like, yeah, it's like, you've got the right attitude for military, you'd do well in there. And I'm sure as I'm sat here, Fat Man T, I turned around to Mr. Harrison and just went, this is the thing, Mr. Harrison, is like, me in the army, sir, it'd be a 50-50 kind of an issue. They'd love me on one hand, sir, because, you know, I do the sir thing, right? I know how to salute because, like, Dad's ex-Navy, you know? And I'm pretty good with like, I've got a pretty good accuracy rating with a rifle. The only problem with me and the army, though, sir, is, well, how do I put this lightly? I don't really give a shit about the Geneva Convention, sir.
Yeah.
like you say Geneva Convention and war crimes, I say piece of paper suggestions of things you shouldn't do. Like, emphasis on the word suggestions, sir. Like you and the rest of the world say war crimes, I say war no-nos.
Right.
War maybe any day those. Like,
right. What we're going to do is...
It's a maybe don't do that. Not like, it's more of a don't get caught doing that.
Right. What we're going to do, right, because I've got two stories and I'm going to go through a video. We'll talk about the game ship later, towards the end. Right, first story. About the Geneva Convention. Do you know half the fuck shit in that Geneva Convention was written for one country in particular?
Was it Germany?
Nope.
Was it Holland?
Nope.
Finland?
Nope.
Sweden?
Nope.
France?
Nope.
Spain?
Nope.
Thailand?
You're not gonna guess. You're not gonna guess what country
Russia?
it is. No, not even Russia.
Ukraine?
Not even Ukraine.
Thailand?
Not even Thailand.
Taiwan?
Nope.
Tiananmen?
Mm-mm.
Beijing?
Nope.
Uganda?
Nope.
Zulu?
Nope.
America?
Nope.
Canada?
Yep.
There you go. Told you I'd get it.
Canada has history of being some of the nicest people on the planet.
But a bad habit of just inventing war crimes.
Yeah. Basically, 90% of the Geneva Convention is written because of shit that Canada did during World War II.
Yeah, I can believe that.
They're war crime experts at this point. Right.
It probably explains why I get along so well with most of my Canadian friends. We're equally batshit.
Now, my other story I have is the personal one, right? Both my granddads on both sides went into the war.
Yes.
Now, my granddad on my dad's side, he was in the war with his uncle, with his brother called Uncle Herbert.
Mm-hmm. Uncle Herbert.
Uncle Herbert.
I like the name Herbert. Yes.
Right, now, the thing about
It's one
Herbert...
letter away from Sherbert.
The thing about Herbert was, he had one lung.
One lung. Same. Well, I've got a lung and a half, but same.
He had one lung that worked. And he got in.
I've got a lung and a half.
Right.
Not that works, just in general.
And he went through... They both went over, because they went over with the detachment of the TAs linked to the DLI.
Ah, fellow TA family. Fucking...
Right?
Glad to say something didn't change between the Watson clans. Fuck you.
Yeah, he went over the part of the TI. He was over, the grandma would say, he went off for the weekend, came back 4.5 years later. Right?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, that's the TAs, yep.
Now, because you DLI, they're high priority targets during the war, both wars, because most DLI members are miners by trade.
Yes, they are.
And little bastards, as the Germans call it. The Germans have two names for the DLI. It's either dirty little imps, because they're miners, or, as our channel's named after them, for a reason, is the Devil's Latest Issue.
Yeah.
Because the Germans hated the twats. We were assholes during the war with them.
To be fair though, like, who did they hate more, the DLI or the Filthy 13? Who did the Germans hate more?
The DLI.
I don't know, they really didn't like the Filthy 13.
Filthy 13 were dangerous, but the DLI...
They were fucking amazing people.
Maybe there's a video of the DLI about their nasty Nick. McNasty.
Yeah,
right?
that's the... I know, McNasty was the Filthy 13.
Yeah, he was 13.
That's...
Right.
That's why I know about him, because I watched that like 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
I watched that just before this show.
On the, what call it, the Fat Electrician channel.
Fat Electrician, yeah.
No, good idea.
I just started rewatching some of his shit earlier today, it was really fun.
The idea of the DLI. During World War One, they're the ones who planted the mines which blew up the trenches.
Yeah.
All the trenches, and you're talking, they weren't shy about it. During World War Two, knowing that they planted mines, they also used tunneling techniques to literally collapse bases underneath themselves by just tunneling under the fuckers and letting them drop.
I'll do it.
They dug up to the middle of German bases and just slaughtered everybody and moved on. Right? But the Germans wanted them because they lacked work miners, so they had to catch them alive. Which the DLI knew, which they took to their advantage quite frequently.
By not letting them catch them alive.
Yeah.
If they're gonna catch... If Heinz is gonna take me, he's gonna take me dead.
Or do horrendous shit before they get caught. Usually.
Both.
Now the DLI got... Now the technique got...
Turn up, do horrendous shit, die. Fucking
Where they got caught.
refuse to elaborate.
And he was put on Hitler's death march over the mountains. Mm-hmm. There's been plenty of films on that march and the camp we went to. Right? So they went to the camp. And the best story I remember for this camp was the work in the mines. And your granddad's regiment was hungry. Mm-hmm. So they went, killed a pig, put in a coffin, fried it, because they all had carried the coffins in, wrote Hitler on the coffin. Now, because in German and in English are spelled completely different, they wrote Hitler coffin and started carrying this pig out in the coffin with Hitler on it. And all the German soldiers saluting. Because they think the soldiers died.
Yep, that sounds about right. Yep, that sounds about right for the DLI. Yep.
So took his pig back and started cooking bacon in the camp. Now, they had eaten all bacon one night because they couldn't let it find it. Now, also remember that at this point the German soldiers were also hungry as well. They weren't getting good food. And the German soldiers were nuts around the base because all they smelled fucking pork cooking. And they're trying to find out where the fuck it was coming from.
It was coming from the Hitler coffin on a bonfire next to the fucking prisoner barracks that they didn't bother to check.
No, they just saluted things as like one of the soldiers who died. They just put Hitler in across the fucking top of the cake.
And that worked.
That worked because I say most of the German soldiers, although they could speak a bit of English, enough to get commands, they couldn't read English.
Yeah.
And because they say the spelling for Hitler in German and English are vastly different. You go away with like, yep, it's Hitler. Uh-huh.
Yeah, like one spelled with an F, the other with a H. Like, you know, what is spelled Führer, the other Hitler. You know, like it's.
Yeah, it's like an
so they only really shared ER. Like it's.
Yeah, so they managed to ship post on the Germans, let alone and got a decent meal out of it.
This is what I don't understand, right? Why would you have a POW camp that's a mine?
Because free labour.
Hear me out, though. Surely, like as a POW camp, something you want to avoid, it would be POWs escaping.
Yes.
Surely it would be fairly easy, especially compared to other POW camps that are not mines, for the POWs to get their hands on the equipment required to escape if their day job is digging fucking tunnels and shit.
Which is why the DLI, compared to how the Great Escape done it.
Like you know how easy it would be to smuggle a pickaxe out of the mine back to the barracks? Like,
this is why the DLI, when they call it DLIs, that's why they put them like they call the specialized POW camps, where most like POW camps are quickly built, drop down, easier to work with.
Yeah, wooden shack, job done, fuck it. Like,
no, the DLI ones were
temporary buildings, you know?
Were literally concrete plinths and raised a good 2 feet off the concrete so they could sit underneath it.
Yeah.
Just in case they went tunneling.
I'm gonna just find like a dark corner and dig a tunnel there, like. where no cunt's gonna notice.
Those had like spotlights. Have you ever seen this camp we went to? It's quite a famous one.
I don't know. I'm willing to wager there was a bit that wasn't lit that no fucker ever went to check. Just like because they forgot it was there. Did there be like a bit?
Oh no, honestly, like some sort did dig out and escape. Right, so stop digging down like 20 feet down, dropping landmines down, triggered by vibrations and stuff. Something trying to. Like I said, they watched the deal like fucking hawks.
Like hawks.
Yeah, they made like say they counted everything came in out the mine to make sure like because one of the rumors the German soldiers heard, give the deal with a spoon, he would kill your entire squad.
Yeah.
Now, the reason for
Fuck,
this,
give me a spoon, I'll kill a man. Like, it's
Now, one of the
surprisingly
reasons-
easy to kill someone with a
one of
spoon.
the reasons for this is the DLI one of the few regiments in the day that actually worked with a group which we all like on this channel called the Gurkhas.
Yes.
The Gurkhas DLI did some training sessions together, and the Germans knew who the Gurkhas were terrified of them equally, and they also learned that DLIs trained with them.
To be fair, being scared of the Gurkhas, it's probably the closest to human the Nazis have ever seemed.
Yeah.
Because you know what? I don't think there's anyone on Earth that isn't shit scared of the Gurkhas, quite frankly, except possibly the Gurkhas.
Yeah.
And even then, I think the Gurkhas might low-key be afraid of themselves, quite frankly. Like, I couldn't blame them. They are terrifying people.
I mean, you've got to think, right? The basic training before you join the Gurkhas, watching the thing, is basically SES training. That's when you join the Gurkhas. You got to finish
That's
that.
the entry level.
Yeah.
Be an SES soldier. That's how you just get in.
Yeah. And then
That's basic.
then Gurkha training starts after that.
Like, it's mental.
Right, we actually watched a video on that channel about Gurkha training, didn't
We
we?
did, yes. It was a good video.
And that poor American Marine.
I think that was the episode like when I told the story about my great grandfather off the top of my head.
Yes.
See, my great or great great grandfather that served. Was that served with the Gurkha regiment.
Yeah.
When he was out in the jungles and the beard and
So again with our first video.
Well, before we get into videos and things,
Yep.
because I am gently ill. My throat is starting to hurt again.
Don't go for a drink.
So I'm gonna sneak away and get some lubrication for my throat. I'm
What
going
kind of location you do,
to make a
bastards?
cup of, yes, I'm going to get a quick cup of coffee and a glass of water so I can alternate hot and cold.
Yeah.
Because all I'm saying, death metal singers do it, and they do it for a very good reason.
How are you going to be?
It's handy. It helps just loosen your throat up.
Do you want to see a bit of music on for 5 while you're going for me a cuppa?
It's up to you. I don't mind.
I'll
Just leave the important bits for me getting back. You know.
do the video. What do is
I'll wait now. See what you're gonna stick on.
let's have a look. Come here, you.
What the fuck is that?
What the fuck is what?
At the bottom right there. What the fuck is that?
That?
What the fuck is that?
Or that? There? Or that?
Yeah.
That's the
The first. No, the first one. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
Crew Cramps, apparently.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? It's a donut, sir. What the fuck are you doing with a donut, Private? What the fuck is that?
That's Krampus, apparently.
Why is that in his house?
What the f...
Yo!
Oh,
Yo! Yeah!
yeah.
Done it, comic god.
There's two giant muscle men just walk around in girls' outfits, yeah. That's cosplay for you.
No, the bit right at the end with the soldiers arresting furries. A fiver says that happened at it was either Comic-Con or GaryCon. A fiver says I'm right.
Probably Comic-Con.
I don't know, I could believe GaryCon to be fair. GaryCon is a fucking cesspool of love.
Oh, WeebCon.
It could be WeebCon actually, yeah.
'Cause it's
Anyway, right, coffee.
Right, hang on. Music. Go for Synthwave. It's a channel. Yeah. Well. Something out there, are we?
Just fucking throwing shapes on an office chair. Fuck you. You ain't lived till you've been fucking throwing shapes on an office chair. Coffee.
Tonight we're drinking Old Monk.
Oh, dangerous.
My camera reversed for some reason. Fuck it is. Well,
See, I would join you in the consumption of hard liquor, but I don't have a mixer in the house.
I mixer.
I didn't plan ahead for the drinking. I have a beer in the fridge. I could drink straight rum, but I don't want to get fucked.
That's why I'm mixing for. I normally would drink straight rum, but
Yeah. Like, I got shit to do tomorrow, so like...
I don't have ginger ale either, which I normally would drink with rum.
See, normally I save the ginger ale for the next day to, like, help the hangover.
Alright, so...
Because it's a beautiful little hangover cure.
Our channel's up. Yes, it is. And say something.
Hello, hello, hello.
Voice come through fine.
Wonderful to see you all here, my friends, my lovers, my beautiful Kim.
There we go. Our new text.
Creatures of the night.
Right, so our first video we have this evening. Oh, by the way, running out
Yes.
cameras in the background. No, people can't see it. People can't see it, but we're running out cameras.
We are, yes.
Right? Believe it or not, we've only dropped 0.1% of our frame rates.
Impressive. Wonderful.
So far.
Yes.
So, and I don't think it's affected the sound quality too much of the stream either.
Not really. No, I mean, I'm not listening to this, this viewer side, so I don't think so. Let me check. Hang on, because I've got it on tab. Let me.
My ping's around 27 milliseconds. With an average of around 24 to 45 pings, which isn't bad. To be honest.
That's just music. Wait. Yeah, no, it's not done anything toward audio quality, so that is perfection.
I guess best slot for my fucking camera so it doesn't stop flashing shit every 5 seconds to me.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. It's fine. There's just a ghost high five in the camera. Just try to figure out what the fuck it is. You know.
I don't know.
Go and get your Ouija board live on camera. Fucking that you'll see it's just a ghost fucking with your shit. It's fine.
Alright, let's try this. See if this helps. There we go. Does that help any? No, it doesn't.
No. No. I mean, it's made it less severe. But no.
Nah, it's not working. Never mind.
It like kind of worked, but like not amazingly.
There we go.
Like realistically, it didn't do enough to warrant the effort, you know.
Yeah, it's just annoying the shit out of me when they ask. But anyway, our first video. British Army terrifying Americans' first reaction.
Wait. Sorry,
Right.
what I'm doing in the background is I'm trying to find my drinking horn so I can have beer. I don't remember where I fucking put my drinking horn when I last used
So
it.
Monk's pretty nice. First time I had it.
It is. I've never had it myself, but I've heard it is very, very tasty.
It's not a spice rum. We expect from India.
It's just a dark rum, isn't it?
It's a dark one. It's got like a caramel taste to the background of it,
Ooh.
and it's still got like the harshness of a rum, but there's a good like almost like dark treacle caramel.
It's fair. The one I tried recently that is fucking gorgeous is Captain Morgan's is doing one now that's coffee flavored.
Yeah, it's a nice.
It's like a coffee flavored rum. It's so dangerous. That's just fall down juice, because that shit goes down straight without effort. It's so bad.
Remember when Team Maria, that two-tone shit? We got like coffee.
Yeah.
The Captain Morgan made that to try and cut with that years ago, but didn't sell too great, so they backed out of it, and then seemed to bring it back for a special.
Yeah, it's my dad picked up a bottle and fucking hell.
I tell you,
See, if my dad wasn't driving like that day, we would have fucking smashed that bottle in one sitting. It was so nice.
I tell you, he used to do this one with Malibu. He used to do white coffee rum.
Yeah, Malibu's white coffee used to be really nice.
But anyway,
It's the only Malibu I was ever a fan of.
I can't stand coconut Malibu. I hate it with a passion.
I just don't like Malibu. None of their shit tastes nice to
You know
me.
the sister loves Malibu, but nah. Mine's like, I'm not a big fan of white rums general times, I prefer much darker rums, like
Yeah,
old-fashioned navy rums.
Like, I can tolerate Bacardi, but, like, I'm not gonna go out of my way for a Bacardi. If I'm at the bar and, like, everything else is gone, in terms of rum, I'll start drinking the Bacardi. But, like...
Bacardi means, like...
If dark rum's available, I'll take that instead, thank you.
Maybe Bacardi's like American Everclear. It's just basically paint thinner.
See, it's not even that, like, it's... Like, for me, like it's nice. I like the flavour. I just prefer dark rum.
Yeah, I mean, Bacardi...
You know, like, even spiced rum and gold rum, like, I'll even take that before white, personally. Like...
I think Captain Morgan did used to do a nice dark spice rum. I think it was a
They
special
did, like, because that's what I started off on, like, with my rum adventure, was, like, the Captain Morgan's dark gold.
Mm.
That was
beautiful.
Like, that tasted what... You like when you're a kid and you learn about pirates and how pirates drink rum.
Yeah.
that rum tasted exactly what, in my head, rum was supposed to taste like.
Spice, Caribbean.
It tasted like what your childhood brain thought rum would taste like, but with, like, alcohol.
Yeah. Well, reality,
it was so fucking good.
Well, reality, most pirates drank like Bacardi, like white rum, because it was cheaper.
Yeah. Or, like, just watered down beer, because grog. You know, like...
The worst rum, I think, in the planet is Old Navy rum. It's the cheapest of the cheap, and it's not good.
Yeah. It's... Nah, to be fair. Co-op's own brand Navy rum, now that is rough. That's how you know you've done something wrong that month. You're forced to drink Co-op own brand Navy rum.
Right. Co-op Navy brand dark rum is basically paint thinner with fucking colour and food dye in it. I'm sure.
It is. As someone who has to drink it quite frequently because they're poor, it's not great, but...
It's just terps. It's just terps in a bottle.
It's not nice, but it's better than no rum at all.
I think the worst thing my mate used to buy was Asda's Smart Price Lager.
Oh, God.
You know, you're at the bottom of the barrel when you're buying Asda's Smart Price fucking lager. You know, Foster's not that expensive. And it's just like piss anyway.
To be fair, I've always, like... I even say this to my family members now, like, if it's, like, my birthday or Christmas, and you're lost, you know, like, what to get me, and you're thinking booze, and you want cheap, just get me fucking Strongbow. Get me Strongbow Dark Fruit, 4-pack of that, we'll call it even. It's like £6. Give me fucking 4-pack of that, we'll call it fair.
See, to me, if
you've got a bit more of a budget, get me one of the big box packs that are like fucking £12.99 or something. See, and we'll really call it fair, but like, if you're on bones to your arse, the 4-pack's plenty.
See, my drink career, I started when I was like 10. And I started off with like little French stubbies used to get from like Aldi. Well, the first ones I got. Nice, cheap, weren't too bad.
See, that's what I started drinking, like, in my mum's head.
Yeah.
Because those were the first alcohols my mum bought me. In reality, I started off on, like, Guinness and lager, because my dad.
You see, now, around that same era, my dad made bought those French stubbies because he wanted the bottles. He started homebrewing at that point. Yeah. So then my drink career moved on to, like, homebrew. So they talk like strong bitters, strong stouts after that.
Yeah.
You know, Irish Keg Heavy homebrew stout, which is like 12.5%. You know, for a 10-year-old, that's quite severe. And I drank kegs of the fucking shit.
Yeah.
Stuff. How to die alcoholic, I do not go to this day.
Different. My dad does like a batch every year, and I still cannot wrap my head around how he does it. And the fucker won't tell me.
Well, Keg Heavy, Irish Keg Heavy.
No, you know, like ginger wine. Do you remember ginger wine from when you were a kid, where you get like ginger cordial and a bunch of sugar?
Aye.
And you just make like a ginger juice.
Burning treacle, basically.
Yeah. My dad's figured out a way to actually make that alcoholic.
It's easy. Piece of piss.
Yeah, I cannot wrap my head around how he's done that.
Right, you know,
because like the ginger should kill the yeast.
No, ginger kill yeast.
In my head, it should kill the yeast.
Basically, you know, everyone has their own recipe for it, but you know the general steps to making ginger wine: water, ginger extract, sugar, treacle.
Yeah.
Right. Basically, boil it up, sterilize it. Right. Add a bit extra sugar in. Right. So like double the amount of sugar you know you put in the ginger ale.
Yes.
Then we on it. Add strong yeast, usually a wine yeast, if you get your hands on it. If not, like a very good beer yeast. And let ferment.
I've got like good beer yeast.
Let ferment for a month. Wait till it dies down. Depending on how strong you want it, you can either like dip test it for strength. If you want a bit stronger, like completely use all that sugar and can always add more sugar later to sweeten it. So let it down. Rack it after the first month at least to get rid of some of the lees. Right? Then water it down a little bit to get the water back level. And then add more sugar if you want stronger. And with a good beer yeast, you can get about 20% yeast, 20% volume per alcohol, per percent. Per volume out of it.
So, my dad beat that. This thing, A, I know how he beat it, and B, I know that he did beat it because I was there when he did the dip test.
Aye.
Do you want to know what proof my dad got his ginger wine to?
What's that?
86.2.
Yeah, you can. If you've got a good strong wine yeast and you're using like yeast nutrients.
That's not the secret how my dad did it.
Oh, yeah, do it like.
My dad broke the law.
Still. Now do it.
My dad owns a my dad owns a still, and he uses it. And for the FBI agent that's now perking his little ears up.
Good
No,
luck,
I'm not telling you what my dad's name is. Yeah, good luck finding either of us.
Now the best part is you can buy stills legally in England quite cheaply.
You can. You just can't use them.
No, you can use them from alcohol production.
Correct.
But
You use them for like perfume and shit, but like.
No. What I used the excuse was to the people I was going to buy one. Because I legally had to ask what you're going to use it for. I said, oh, I'm using it to purify water.
Yeah.
As a science experiment, purifying seawater into I want salt and I want pure water out of it. And I got away with that one. Because I said, bollocks to that, we know you're lying. Because we know you.
We can't prove that you're lying, so fine.
Now,
see, my dad got away with it by being extra smart. My dad bought his off of eBay.
Now, here's one for you.
Second hand. So
if you want a sort of legal way of distilling, right? Legal, right? Good tip for people. Alcohol doesn't freeze.
water does.
Water does. So what you do is you put your alcohol, you make your mash, get your alcohol out of it. Best off doing like a titty wine. So
Yeah.
Vodka. You then put said vodka into, like a large plastic container, as such.
You just put it in your freezer for a couple days.
Let it freeze, take it out, grind the ice out, and let the liquid drop out, and that's pretty much pure alcohol. Then water it down so you don't die.
Yeah. Or, don't be a pussy. You just drink it straight.
You know what it is? I'll keep doing this fucking thing. Right? It's a habit I've got. Every time I put my hand on my keyboard, it's almost like when ASWD.
Yeah.
Actually rests there with some of the.
I am the exact same, yeah.
I don't want that keys, but that's where my hand's resting right automatically.
Like, I don't know if it's gonna show up or not. I don't think you can see. I've had a permanent bruise there since I was about 9.
Yeah.
Like on my wrist. Like for where your hand naturally sits to do with sand. Like just like right in here. I've had a permanent bruise there since I was about 9.
I remember when they brought all those cushions, like gamer cushions, like you rest your hand on so it's easy to move in, like the.
See, the ones that are on the mouse pads are so handy. The ones on the mouse pad are great because that is just super comfy.
Or the boob cushions.
See the ones just for the keyboard? Hate them. I hate the ones for keyboards.
Even I actually bought like a half gamer keyboard, like a half one with a few like keys on it. I give it to my brother 'cause I need the full keyboard because I need access to the whole fucking lot.
Yeah, I need my F keys. I need my numpad. I need everything. Even if there's buttons there that I will never press.
Yeah.
The fact that it's not there irritates me. It just irritates me. Because I know it should be there.
When it came out in the 2000s, was the split keyboard.
Yeah, I hated it.
With basically a keyboard cracked in half and angled it so you like type like this, like something like 10 like this half the time. Like what the? Why did you do that? You twat.
To be fair, did you see the wireless version they did for a little while there?
Yeah.
Where like the two halves were linked by Bluetooth, so you could have like one here and one over there.
Yes, I did. The air gap on the corner.
Stop. Just stop. Get help.
You know, space in your deck, you have the air gap one where you can move it around so you can have spacing. I'll hit you with a keyboard.
Like, frankly, at that point, if you've got that much room on your desk, buy a fucking curvy desk and a curvy keyboard. Go fuck yourself.
No,
just get a circular keyboard that comes around you, with a circular desk that goes around you, like a fucking idiot. No, if you're gonna look stupid, at least commit to looking stupid.
No,
fuck it.
I think the worst invention for keyboards yet, right, were the portable rubber keyboards.
Mm.
It can plug into anything, your phone, your tablet. It doesn't work.
This is the thing, right? Like, Because like, there was two. You had like the iPad case versions that were actually low key pretty good. Because a lot of them were plastic rather than rubber,
Ah,
so
the
they were
third
good.
ones. But they scratch your monitor. They scratch your screen until you can't fucking book together things. My screen's
They
not
did.
shredded.
Like they did. I don't know if this is a thing everywhere, but it was a thing you could get up here, where like it was almost like a fidget toy. It was like an early version of a fidget toy.
Yeah.
It was like, you know those pop socket things the kids are into now,
Aye.
like rubber with the circles.
Aye.
It was like a one of them, but it looked like a keyboard.
Yes.
But like the point of it was like you know like you had like a kid that was like learning to type.
Yeah, so type simulator.
So they could practice at home without breaking your computer.
Yeah.
I loved those because they're such a good idea.
Yeah, but then they turned
I
those...
don't get them anymore. No
Yeah.
one sells them anymore.
The problem is then they turned those into actual keyboards, which was shit.
Oh yeah, no, because I had one and they were trash. They didn't work.
Well, roll it up and take it anywhere you want. It's only £75. It doesn't work. Why did you give me this?
Yeah, like see today, right? I wouldn't buy the rubber one, even for the purpose of like teaching a kid to type.
No.
Plain and simply because I've owned computers for so long, I have a shelf just behind my monitor, behind my webcam, just out of sight.
Of old
That's
keyboards.
currently got about fucking. I think I've got like 12 keyboards over there.
Yeah.
I think I've used 3 of them. I'm on my 4th one. 3 of them are dead or like just badly damaged.
Yeah.
Hence why they're there. The rest are spares.
I can
So if I was ever going to teach a child how to type, I'd just pull one of the spare ones out,
and
hand them it, unplugged, and just be like, "Fucking, that's how you
That away.
type." Like,
Look-
just do your thing, figure it out, and then I'll come back in 2 hours. We'll plug you in. I'll boot up Word, and I'll teach you how to type.
No, gets me
You know,
right.
and we'll have you fucking just beating your dad who's an accountant in 10 minutes. Easy.
The keyboard I've got now is a RII keyboard. I got for like £15 off Amazon.
Mine's is a HP.
Right.
The one I'm currently using is you like the standard office
Aye.
one, the one you probably used at like school, the HP ones. Yeah, I've got about 9 of them. And do you know how much I paid for like the collection of HP keyboards?
About tenner.
They're all the exact same. Less.
£5.
Less.
Go on.
I paid less than fuck all. What I got for genuinely fuck all, right? Was I got again about 9 keyboards, right? And what can only be described as a copious amount of these. Now, I do not know what type of cable this is. I do not know what they're for.
So look, the end.
I do not know what I'm going to use them for. I've just read the label. They're an SVGA cable.
Printer cables.
Yeah, I don't know what they're for. I don't know what I'm ever going to use them for. I've got about 10 billion of them.
Right. Before USBs came about.
These are why the fucking the Nest drawer exists next to my desk,
Right.
which is just a drawer full of cables.
Right.
These are why that drawer exists.
Right. Before USB cables were standardized.
I got all of them for free.
That's the USB cable. The old-fashioned USB cables. SDA
Ah.
cables. You know, like the VA cables for monitors. And you also got like the standard monitor cable started in the HDMI's. Basically, that cable you're on about there was your printer cable, your fax machine cable, scanner cable. It was basically a jack of all trades cable.
It was a data cable. I'm with you.
Yeah, purely data cable. It was used for most about everything was made STV compatible, just about apart from Apple, because they're assholes. Basically. So it's basically USB part of the day type thing.
Yeah.
And low key, they're pretty good at data transfer.
Tifa, I got them from my mum's work because like my mum worked in an office building and like they had a skip outside
You just scratch
full of like a bunch of like those cables like still in the packaging, a couple of like old computers like still worked but like didn't pass a pat test,
Aye.
so like they were like gently damaged, and like keyboards. And mum just said to her supervisor like, "Hey, do you mind if I raid the skip outside for my son, like for like spares and repairs?" And the supervisor just went, "I couldn't care less if that skip could catch fire and I wouldn't care."
Yeah, most offices don't. It's weird.
So
Probably
yeah, so mum was like, "Bet," and she took everything except the spare fucking computers.
the problem is, right,
She took the keyboards, the cables, everything else. Not a single fucking spare computer was taken by her.
tell you the best thing to do, right, if you want to
I chewed her out for an hour about taking the cables that we have no purpose for and not the fucking computers that we could have made a fortune out of for spare parts.
say this from the low key, right, if you want Let's think someone like £90 is actually fucking smart, which is really on these days in big corporations. Right, when the big, like, especially the best ones is insurance companies when they do a full refurb.
Yeah, insurance company, schools.
Schools.
Every 4 years, like a high school will just completely refit their computer labs.
Yeah, even though they don't need to.
Go to like a local high school and just be like, hey, find out like in your local jurisdiction when the PAT test is every year.
Yeah.
Around that time, just go to your local school and just be like, hey, here's my fucking business card or whatever, here's my name and phone number. When the PAT test happens, if y'all got any computers that failed the PAT test, fucking give me a phone, I give fucking like, 10 a piece. Yeah. 5 a piece, just whatever, just throw a number at them.
I would say best
I guarantee you 2 weeks later you'll get about 10 phone calls from local schools just being like, yeah, a bunch failed the PAT test. Yeah. We're wanting rid of them so they don't take up room. Come collect.
Yeah, you get pretty decent tech for
fuck all. Yeah. And like, listen, you can like keep one and like just fucking salvage bits, spare and repair that into like one big working unit and just scrap the rest. Or just like scrap the lot and just sell it for like sell the parts online. Like you can make a kill.
Like, say for most people, a gaming computer, right, I built, kind of, gaming strategy computer, right? The motherboard and processors are standardized basic items.
Yeah,
right? Most computers
motherboard will do the job.
I say most processors now have hit the limit of what you can get a processor out of. So you're like between 6 and 8 cores. Right? Like, that's the limit.
Like, an i5 or better is you don't need better than an i5 realistically. An i5 will do the job.
Yeah, I mean, mine's better than i5 because I went ballistic. Right?
Yeah, but like fair, like.
Then all you do is get some RAM, cheap RAM. I mean, for my RAM, I spent 40 quid for 32 gigs of it, which is quite cheap.
Yeah, which I mean, yeah, that's a decent deal.
And most computers now are about DDR4s to DDR5s. Then the graphic card.
I'm still on DDR3.
Go to get memory sticks now then.
I think I'm lying. I think I might be on DDR. Let me check. What DDR am I on? It was my friend Connor that built this computer. Yeah, no, I'm on DDR3 still.
Yeah, good looking.
I say built. It was my friend Connor that pointed this computer out to me on eBay. Yeah. Because it was like, kind of what I'm on about, a spare repair job. It's a guy down south that like gets like the old PAT test computers from schools, and then just like refurbishes them. Just like, oh, this one failed because like there's a wire loose in the power supply. Yeah. Ding, done. Fuck it, 60 quid. Job done.
Yeah,
it's pick the birth up here for £60.
For the best tech, you best off going to like insurance companies because they will build their computers half the time.
They massively do, yeah.
For no other reason other than
you end up paying them more than you will a school though because they put extra tech in there, but you still get it way cheaper than market value. So
yeah, you get pretty good tech for next to peanuts, really.
Yeah, like if you've got the money to play with to like go for like say like £60 to £100 a unit, then yeah, insurance companies are your fucking bet.
And
if you're realistically more looking at like 40 quid a unit, schools.
Yeah. You get a mid-level gaming PC out. You won't be like, it will not play Cyberpunk. Not many things will play Cyberpunk these days. Like you spend 100 grand on a supercomputer. Even then, you're struggling, to be honest. But
to be fair though, like I've always said this. Like when it comes to building a computer, like your best bet, especially if you're trying to do it on a budget, is pick up like a cheap as fuck. Just standard office computer to start with.
Yeah, and upgrade it.
And just upgrade it. Just fucking swap the parts out. You will save a fortune. Because just buying parts online separate and just gluing them into a case they're not realistically designed to go into works out so much cheaper. And it will work.
My entire rig I built, if you're not counting monitors in it, because my monitors were quite expensive, right, is with the new graphics card put in now, which is a massive fucking thing because I wasn't graded. In total, cost me about 600 quid.
Yeah.
All in. Right? Which is, in computer terms, nothing.
Listen, Bertha that I'm running on right now cost me 60 Great British pounds.
Yes, but I found out your Bertha has the same power as my graphics card does.
Yeah. But even still, I spent 60 quid, and I got a whole... And I've been using Bertha for like 6 years now.
Yeah, you get pretty good quality, decent...
And, like, she still runs pretty fucking smoothly.
I mean, if you want to play games on the cheap, buy a console.
Yeah.
Simple answer. If you want to be expensive twat, start building PCs. Because again, price scores. I built mine purely made for streaming, with playing some video games on the side.
Yeah.
Right? I doubt I've ever played anything like Call of Duty or anything like that.
Oh shit, hello Lavender.
Hello.
Fucking mum.
Fair warning to you, Lavender, we are live.
Oh fuck
we are live currently. He's gone.
He ran away.
I was only saying that because like legally we're supposed to tell that to people when they come in, but like, okay.
We're gonna keep this mess about the next video. He's probably saw the video title of a video.
I kind of want him to come back because I know Lavender's like a computer nerd.
Yeah.
So like, I kind of want them to come back now, but like.
So keep rapping on. Let's get on with the video because we've got.
Yes.
So this is the American reacting to the British Army training. This will be interesting.
Hello. How are you?
Hello.
Hi there.
So, today, I want to react.
It's your mic.
I'm sorry, the police just drove.
It is. It's not, but like it's a similar
Yeah, they
design.
drove by.
Hang on, go back.
Close just drove.
I think that's a road.
Dust the cat hair off your shoulder, for fuck's sake.
No, I refuse.
I have a dog and I'm not covered in dog hairs, for fuck's sake. Still checking. Nope.
This is the thing. I've got a black dog, hence why I usually wear black.
T-shirts, yeah. Mine's
Yeah,
turtle.
so you can't see it.
I used to have a black dog.
I think mine's is black, so I wear a lot of
Okay,
black
they drove
clothing
by.
now.
Whew. Close call.
Yeah, I think this is a road, Mike.
The Paras, which according to
Oh,
Wikipedia,
paratrooper.
that would be the parachute version,
Yeah.
which is pretty badass. I mean, I guess that's like paratroopers.
Yes, it is.
It's
pretty cool.
yeah. It's also like a
I've heard
one-way
that
ticket to the
The British
SAS.
Army is pretty intense.
To be honest, give an idea of the paratroopers are basically a group of schizophrenics. That you give them meth to and say, have fun.
And listen, like if you graduate the parachute regiment, you're pretty much guaranteed to get into the SAS if you ask. You ask the SAS, hey, can I join? You're probably gonna get
But
it.
considering that the paratroopers basically, when the SAS do their final selection, like that 4-day jaunt where they're going to try and invade and escape
Yeah.
before they get captured, which they always do, and tortured for 5 days.
Yeah.
They use the power regiment to hunt them down.
Yeah,
Basically.
they do.
They always get caught in the end. No one ever escapes that for, say, oh, you
Listen,
got
like I don't mean to be cocky or anything, right? It's you like the show like SES Who Dares Wins, right? That's the one bit of that show where I've always watched it and gone, you know what? That's the bit I think I could do.
Yeah.
The rest of that, I'd die on like day 2. Like I'd have a heart attack by like day 2.
Well, you could remember that show.
See that bit right at the end where you got to just fucking dodge some troops for like a couple days out in the fucking woods?
Oh,
Piece of piss. Sign me the fuck up.
Well, you could
I'll
remember-
set a record. Fucking sign me up. You can't like they'll find me halfway through fucking filming like the next season.
Yeah.
Like
Are we
I'll
talking
jump
yes?
out of a tree to like sick a new recruit just like to be a cunt.
Then a Japanese soldier who technically just finished World War II like 3 months ago. Like,
Yeah.
he's still fighting the Americans. And then
It wasn't that like 2016 or some shit when
Ah.
that guy was found just like in the Pacific Isles somewhere.
yeah, they found like the war's over. It's not you lie. That find a Japanese guy, find a period uniform to go out there and tell them to fucking stop putting his gun down. The war's over.
What was his name? I think it was like Yoshito or some shit his name was, wasn't it? It was like Yoshito Yamata, I think it was, or
I think it was Yoshito Shimari or something like that.
it was something along.
so-
I know there was like a Yosh involved.
Probably he's one that basically he's on an island as a scout. He really got bust, and it was one of the islands the Americans skipped over.
Yeah,
So that-
they just didn't bother with that island because it was like just small and they
It
couldn't
was
be
small. It
fucked.
was small. Basically, Japanese just like a scout position for planes. And I was like, it's not important. Just move on.
Yeah, it's small. There's fuck all on it. Who cares? Just
Basically,
whatever.
it's one of those things. Is if the Wisconsin got a bit annoyed, would they vaporize off the map?
Yeah,
Type islands.
it's one of those islands that God made special so the Wisconsin could have a temper tantrum. You know.
Yeah.
So this is the airborne
But
infantry.
speaking of like the hide and seek for sorry, it was a TV show a couple years back. It was on Channel 4 where basically got civilians to basically evade the anti-terrorism hunting squad.
Yes. Hunted.
100, yeah. And the one guy who passed most of it was the one guy against, oh, fuck that, I'm not going for transport. You basically packed a bag of clothes and tents and shit, and then fucked
Yeah.
off to the Lake District. I'm like, good.
That's the thing. That's another one of those shows. Like, it's one of the few shows like that where I've watched it and gone, yeah, no, I could do that. Sign me up. What's the fucking price? That's an easy payday. Sign me fucking up. Bet.
The best part about what I love about that show is they found where the place he was hiding, and he left them a note saying, good luck.
Yeah.
And he just fucking forget.
That's them shit I'd do. I'd be leaving clues just to fuck with them.
The best part though, he managed to go and see his family on their birthday in the middle of the thing,
Yeah.
like, with Donny Gilly suit, and just crawling through the underbrush, like, oh, hi kids, guys spent about an hour with his kids and they couldn't. And he knows go try and see his kid. He's going to try and see his kid. Where the fuck is he? And his back crawls back in the bush. They couldn't. The point where they put out thermal cameras and shit trying to find this bastard. And he's just wandering around the Lake District like, fuck you.
Even with the thermal cameras, they just couldn't fucking find him. Just
Yeah, because those thermal cameras are good. They're not impervious.
they're not that great. They're easily dodged. But
You know, one of them tinfoil fucking blankets, you know, prepare them a week. Bye.
Dude,
Yeah.
if I remember rightly, didn't like while they were filming the episode, genuinely have to like get in contact with the government to find out if he'd skipped the country
Yeah,
to
they
fuck
did.
with them.
Yeah.
Didn't they genuinely like fucking phone up the consulate or some shit to be like, hey, can you like quickly check travel records for
Yeah,
us?
they'll check the
We
passports.
think this
the
guy
planes.
might have genuinely disappeared.
They went to Scotland, checked out. They went checked out the Hebrides to make sure you haven't fucked up that way or anything
Yeah.
like that. I know, he was fucking chilling in the fucking Lake District, like, yeah. Just wonder how the Lake District, like, no. Probably
This is the thing, is like there are two like particular areas like where I could do that show and just get away with it for like years.
yeah.
That is like the woods right next to where I live currently, because I know those woods like the back of my fucking hand. And the woods where I grew up through in Ballingery, up at Bedarty Hill. You put me in either of those woods, I can live up there for like 6 years and you will never find me. I know locations in both of those forests that mankind has neither seen, nor treaded on, nor mapped in centuries. You will not find me. Your helicopters will not find me. I'm surprised I found me to begin with. like I don't think fucking Bigfoot could find me, and I'm pretty sure the cunt lives there. Like,
I mean, mine would be, like, anywhere in the Lake District I could easily do, anywhere in Scotland. I could just walk
Yeah.
into, it's like, any wooded area I walk into, it's like, goodbye, so long.
it's like woodlands are like my comfort area for doing it, but like hilled areas. Like you drop me in the middle of Yorkshire Dales and give me an hour head start, gone. You will not find me. You'll never see me again. Like, I'll be better hidden than those fucking bodies they still haven't found up there. And if you don't get that reference, you don't know enough about British crimes. Fuck you.
Best part is, though, I don't need to take much equipment with me. Some power rope, a
No,
tarpaulin, and a
right.
knife, and I'm happy.
Frankly, like, especially like in the Yorkshire Dales, just a knife and I'm happy. And even then, the knife's optional. It's Yorkshire. Some cunt will have littered something fucking valuable.
Well, I mean,
Like, fuck, if I get enough plastic bags together, I could build a fucking tent in Yorkshire. It's fine.
I mean, if it was Scotland, even easier for me in Scotland, because I can flint nap.
Yeah.
So that doesn't stop me either. I just tap the flint, it's like, yep.
This is the thing, like, I know how to build spider holes. So, like, either way, I'm Gucci.
Anyway,
Like, you build a good spider hole,
Regiment
you're never
of the
being
British
found.
Army. Okay, it's recruits bayonet exercises.
Oh,
They
God.
still do bayonet exercises.
Fixed bayonets.
yes, the
Ah!
British still use bayonets.
Interested to see.
Are designed to kill Joe. This is your
Instantly at 100%.
job.
Okay.
This is what you've chosen to do. You want to close and kill the enemy and bayonet him in the face. He wants to kill and behead.
Holy crap.
You gonna let that happen? No.
What else would you bayonet?
You gonna let that happen? No. Who's got it about them to close up and kill the enemy? Who's got the bollocks, Joe? Who's got the minerals to get amongst it? Who wants to be a character?
Who's got the minerals?
What makes
I remember correctly, these guys are pretty much 17-year-olds on this video.
Yeah, that's the British Army. Yep.
Am I right for you American twats? They're full burkers, about 45, 50 pounds
Yeah.
of weight on their back. And for you, that roughly translates about 25 keys,
Thank you.
plus their rifle.
Thank you for translating that into kilograms so that I knew what you were talking about.
Say about two pounds to the kilo, so about 40 pounds, about 20 keys, give or take. Good enough maths anyway.
No, it's not too bad actually. Like, I think my kit bag currently is sat at about, I think, like 24. So like,
Yeah,
that's not
yeah.
bad.
Also add about the several kilos of mud.
Well, see, this thing is like I've literally just like half unpacked my kit bag a couple days ago to take out the clothing that was in it, because it's like the wrong season for that clothing now.
I
So
think
it's all
my-
like winter and autumn clothing that I had in the kit bag, and like we're coming to spring, so I took it all out so I could like repack
When
it.
I did my last rock climbing run
in summer.
a few years back, my kit bag weighed about 50 kilos to 60 kilos because I packed extra shit because I knew the kids who were with wouldn't pack the shit they needed.
Yeah.
So I packed extra food, extra firelighters, extra fuel, medical supplies, rope, all that kind of shit.
Like with my kit bag at full pack, it sits at about 40, like max. I'd usually have it maximum 40. Comfort zone 20 to 30, but like maximum about 40.
Because I made about 40 kilos, because the heavier the bag, the easier I can walk, and the faster I walk.
I'm the opposite. Like, the lighter the bag, the quicker I'm gonna get through shit. Like,
see, with me, because of injuries to my back from doing stupid shit, I've got a nerve cluster in my lower back, which gets really fucked without any weight on my back.
That's fair.
And that,
like,
the more weight I carry around with me, the easier it is for me to move.
Because like the kit bag I've got, the way I had it set up for last year when I was going out, because it was gonna be me and like another person going out.
Yeah.
I did the same as you. Like, I assumed they weren't gonna pack everything, so I packed extra.
Yeah.
So when I was taking that kit out, it was sat at about 53, 54 kilo total. And like that, it was fucking heavy, but like it was, I got put up with it.
I mean, but
and right now it's sat at, I think it's at about 21 right now. Like, and that's like pretty much everything, and I literally just took the clothes out of it.
I mean, the pack they've got there looks like what 2-day Ford kit, so it's probably sitting around the 25-30 key mark. 2 days worth of rations, extra socks, new pair of boots, ammo, water canteens.
Mine's had enough supply in it to like to my math, it would have lasted like the two of us maximum. We could have pushed it to 2 weeks. But like more comfortably, we had maybe 8 days worth of supply.
I generally pack 2 weeks, and what I generally do if something happens where I have to survive a situation in a group, someone breaks a leg on top of a mountain, and I've got to sit there, I would not let them eat the food we carry.
Yeah.
We'll find some food, kill an animal, eat that, and we say, well, why? We brought the food out for reason, no. And I bring the food in case I don't find anything to kill and eat.
Yeah.
Because you don't know, particularly on a mountaineering where you're climbing. Depending on how the weather is, nobody's helicopters these get chickens. They can't. Depending on how the weather is, even in England.
Yeah. If it's windy, you're fucked. Like
in Yorkshire jails and that type of stuff, the weather can change on you in less than half an hour.
Yeah. Ben Nevis in particular is really fucking bad for just like 1 minute sun splitting trees. Next thing you know, fucking hailstorm. Yes.
Yeah. And the helicopter can't fly in those conditions. And
yeah.
them conditions can last.
Like it will just drop.
And Ben Nevis, I've seen like one storm sit there once. I think it was only about 2 years ago. That lasted like 2 months nearly. At the top of Ben Nevis.
Yeah.
Because they had cancelled the 3 peak challenge twice because of the fucking
They
thing.
did, yeah.
And even though Ben Nevis is technically walk to the top of it, they had to cancel it.
Yeah.
Because how dangerous it is up there. And then
You shouldn't walk up Ben Nevis, but you can.
Yeah. You also
It's not particularly safe, but it's doable.
It's doable. I mean, it's part of the 3 peak challenge. You can walk up more, like, you got Snowdon, Ben Nevis, and there's another one in England. Like, Snowdon in Wales, Ben Nevis in Scotland, and there's one in England and Yorkshire. For the Pennines, you basically
I know the one you mean. I can never remember which one it is.
I can't remember the name, but it's basically the idea of 3 peak challenge is you walk each mountain one mountain per day over 3 days. So that includes travelling to the mountain you got to do. And it's a 3 peak challenge. And remember, Ben Nevis is generally the last one you do. You start with Snowdon, then England, then you go to Scotland for Ben Nevis.
Yeah.
And I cancelled the 3 peak challenge 3 times because Ben Nevis' weather just wouldn't let the fucker up. And they could get the safety guys up there just in case some fucker died up there.
The grass grow! Blood, blood, blood!
Oh my gosh. That's a disturbing thought. What makes the grass grow? Blood.
It does.
The blood of the dead.
Joe, this is what we're all about. Closing and killing with the enemy. This is what
This seems more intense to me than like even American basic training.
Yes, it's
far more intense.
This is the reason why people say, "Oh, the British Army is small." Yes, we're small. We're also psychotic.
Yeah.
Like I say, the Americans train them to be killing machines. They do it to some degree.
Yes.
We train as a Terminator. Every soldier's trained to the basic point is, if it comes around you, you point and shoot.
Yes.
Now the reason for this is 2 reasons in particular. Falklands Island, where they use children.
Yep.
And Ireland, where every corner could be a death sentence for the soldier. Let's see, Americans, you're dealing with terrorism since 2000, right? That's when you start dealing with terrorism and be worried about it. in England and UK, we've dealt terrorism since the 70s, 60s and 70s.
Yeah, it would have been about the 60s when the IRA first really started kicking off, yeah.
Yeah, and they weren't as kind as the Al-Qaeda were to you guys.
Yeah.
You're talking nail bombs and street corners.
For the record, I still love for qaeda. That's still my favourite pun, and it will make sense later, I promise.
It will, after this video, it will make sense.
Such a good pun. I love it. I love myself for making that fucking pun.
But yeah, so our soldiers are trained to be unsympathetic, clean. Plus, for our soldiers, when you guys leave, Americans leave the army, they say goodbye, have adieu, goodbye, what's civil life. Our soldiers, when they leave the army, have to spend a year in therapy in order to train them to be human beings again.
Yeah.
And that's standard. Sometimes it takes like a signed out parade.
I would say, like, a year is the lucky ones.
Yeah, as general signed out. When you sign the army, you basically do the last 4 years of your contract. So if you're doing over 8 years, the last 4 years of your contract, 2 years of that is spent basically decommissioning you to be a civilian again. So it's a lot of therapy, a lot of, general training of how to be a human being and not an animal or a walking killing machine. When you see, basically desensitizing you to being a threat to everything around you. And if you have PTSD on top of that, you're talking, that's like 4 years before you get signed out. Yeah.
Yeah, if you got PTSD on top of that, good luck.
Yeah. And go remember, these kids are basic. They went from 17 to high school into this shit.
And they're still, from what I've seen so far, doing a pretty bang-up job.
Now, maybe the Power Troopers is probably one of the, apart from the Marines, it's probably one of the more hardcore variants. The Marines are more metal. I mean, the Power Troopers are basically trained to be walking death mounts, when the Marines are trained to be thinking death mounts. They have a bit more humanity than the Marines do compared to the Power Troopers.
To be fair though, you're trying to say that Americans can think, though.
Yeah, true. But
you're giving them a little too much credit there, Fat Man T.
But at least our soldiers can think and fire a gun.
True. Without hitting their own forces in the back.
Yeah. They can identify a friend from four. No, they don't need a specialized flashing light on them to say, that's our friendly guy, don't shoot him.
They can, like, our troops can see in colour,
Yeah.
Like,
You're not seeing that. All my soldiers now, so being bombed by drones, have this, like, specialized light that strobes up in, like, infrared.
Light, yeah.
So the drones don't fucking bomb the shit out of them.
Yeah.
Our troops know where the fucking they are. And can tell the people, we're at this corner, don't bomb us, you twat.
Sorry, I'm just trying to fucking drink the head off my beer so I can get the rest of my beer in my drinking board.
This seems like even on another level.
If you haven't got 100% aggression and you don't want to go in and do that job, then you'll get killed.
Oh my gosh, dude. They really have to train these dudes to be savage.
On the other end of that, there's another person with 100% aggression. So your aggression's got to outmatch his aggression, and you've got to be able to take it to him.
That makes sense. Like, you have to be a savage because the opponents are. They're coming for you. You can't, like, cower or...
You can, but you'll die.
Super weird.
Or you're going to kill him.
The thought of using a bayonet.
Bear in my headset's on dying, so I might change back to the speakers in a minute.
So the more aggression you've got,
oh no!
They even have fake blood in there.
His life.
I did charge it,
but show it. You need to have that about
I've tried long enough.
If he's as aggressive as you, then
we've only been doing this a year.
On guard! On guard! High ball! High ball! On guard!
I'm 17 and I'm the youngest bloke in the platoon.
Do they have to look that angry?
Did some work experience with the army.
Yes, it's terrifying. Look at your face. That's why.
He kind of looked over. The way he looked over, it was almost like, do I still have to be making this face? Is he still watching me?
I did some work experience with the army, and I was initially I wanted to go to the Marines.
No, I look over this saying, is my friend to the economy still alive? That's what I look at.
As the drill sergeant killed John.
Yeah.
Like, John was cunty earlier. Has the drill sergeant killed him when we weren't paying attention? No, no, he hasn't.
Most of the truth about drill sergeants, you Americans think, oh, we'll meet about the American drill sergeants. No. What about British drill sergeants, which are...
We're on about the British drill sergeants.
Terrifying people. These people purposely stayed at sergeant rank to they bully people.
Like, our drill sergeants make American drill sergeants look like the fucking Care Bears. It's terrifying.
Yeah. I mean,
it's one of the main reasons why I've been dodging the army as long as possible.
Yeah. I mean, your drill sergeant people have like, you ever seen Sergeant Payne?
Yes.
The guy who takes over the kid and camp and they just brutalize everybody.
Yes.
That's what America's like a drill sergeant is. Yeah, he's a teddy bear compared to our drill sergeants. He's lovely.
Our drill sergeants not one like American drill sergeants will wake everyone up by throwing a bin into the barracks hall to wake everyone up.
I'll throw a grenade in there.
No, ours will grab that bin and individually hit each trooper on the face with the bin to wake them up. And then if that doesn't work, he'll throw a flashbang in.
Into the bin.
If that still doesn't work, he's going to throw a 9-bang in to follow it up.
Yeah.
And that's just the start. That's before breakfast.
Yeah, that's like 4 a.m. if you're lucky.
That's like 4 a.m. if it's like a bank holiday.
Yeah, he's been nice.
And the drill sergeant's hungover, you know?
I mean, there's one drill sergeant famous for his bugling. You walk with a bugle to wake everybody up.
Yeah. God, those drill sergeants are cunts.
And to be honest, even generals bow to them. General would not back to our drill sergeants. Because that general was probably raised by that drill sergeant.
Nah, I did that to my sister once. I was staying around at her bit. This is like last year. I was staying around her bit, right? This is evil. Like, my sister's got autism, but she's got like really fucking bad hearing, even compared to me. And like, it was like 10, 11 o'clock in the morning. Like, I'd woken up. I was waiting on her getting up, and I was bored. So I decided to be a cunt. And like, try and wake her up, and like, without her realizing it was me. So, I got my phone, and I hooked, like, she left her Bluetooth speaker on overnight.
Oh, God.
Like, by mistake. So I hooked my phone up to it and went onto YouTube and just pulled up it. Like the morning roll call bugle, fucking, what was it? Fucking that shit, right? Fucking pulled that up and just full blasted that shit. All I hear is my sister's bedroom door swing open. Fucking poof, of her stomping towards me, and then the sound of her voice just going no, and just like really discreetly just turn it off, turn my phone off, and just like put it in my back pocket. And she came in at the living room. She was like, "What the fuck, dude?" And I was like, "What?" She's like, "What the fuck was that? Like, did you really fucking hook up to my Bluetooth speaker and play a bugle?" And just pulled my phone and just went, "No, look, my phone's dead. I couldn't have done that." She was like, "I'm going back to bed. One more fucking peep, I will stab you." And she went back to bed. And I didn't make a note. I didn't even put the TV on. I was just like, okay, understandable. I'll just sit here and play fucking Candy Crush. Never mind. Sorry. I just wanted to go to the shop. Like, I'm bored.
My best friend, my dad did took a camera trip once with a little craft folk. So like little kids there and wouldn't get up. So my dad, being the genius or insane person he was,
the loving father that he was,
yeah, fashioned some kind of cannon.
Yeah.
This is why I have no recipe for black powder.
built a cannon and
filled it. Then fired it in the middle of the campsite.
At the tent or just in general?
No, it was a blank. It was a blank.
That's fine then.
You just filled it with powder, and a thin amount of powder.
Just to make it extra loud.
Yeah. And fired it in the middle of the camp, so everybody was then awake.
Here's to you, Fat Man T's father, you beautiful bastard.
She said, "Why don't you join?"
The only question people had from was, where did you get the gunpowder from? No, the cannon came from.
Where did the gunpowder come from? Like, fuck the cannon. Like, that's a whole other issue. We'll deal with that tomorrow. Gunpowder.
He made it, apparently.
Right, that shit's very illegal. Where did you get that? Rocks and shit in the blood. Fucking rocks and shit.
Yeah, he made it. The gunpowder technically only 3 ingredients.
Just rocks, and more fucking rocks.
Yeah, and he's happened to, well, camp happened to have ample supply of what he needed.
Yeah, of rocks, and more fucking rocks.
So you ground it up, shoved it inside of a large scaffolding pole which you blocked off at one end with some dirt or clay thing you harden over a fire.
Yeah, that'll do it. Yep. That's just a cannon. Yep.
Then put the powder in. Water a little bit more clay in to seal the chamber, but not dry so it's wet so it would actually move out the barrel. Drilled a small hole, pulled a wick out of a firework, put that in there, then lit it.
Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone's awake at that point.
Oh, they will be. Yeah.
Now, people are asking why didn't you use the gunpowder fireworks into the cannon? And I've gone through those questions. Difference is, there's not a lot of gunpowder in a firework. Not as much as you
It's
think.
mostly like colourful explosives.
It's mostly covered metal. And it's not very explosive in fireworks.
Yeah, it's more colourful.
So my dad wanted to make a fresh batch which was loud. So...
Yes.
And I think he was bored as well. That was being
And what else are you going to do when you're bored and camping?
Yeah.
So I thought, who are the paras? I knew
Make it
the
out of the wall,
paratruckers
man.
were.
Just get shit everybody.
So I looked into it and thought, yeah, it's definitely for me. It's the hardest training you
You
can
can't
do.
keep building muskets out of
Learn a bit of
barrel
that.
stock.
Wow.
I am originally from Afghanistan. I grew up in a war zone. There were fightings, there were gunshots every day on the road going on.
It's actually crazy to think about people from Afghanistan, like this guy who's born
Yeah.
when the war began.
And Afghanistan probably still safe place
with
in fucking paratroopers.
living in the Afghanistan war. That's interesting. It's just been so
You're
long.
not wrong.
Since the beginning of that.
Going to war zones is probably a safe place
That
to
was
be.
basically my childhood, growing up to that days and seeing dead bodies and killings from an early stage of that age. The
Now he's in the
rifle.
British Army.
It was that I
Wow.
met in Afghanistan. They kind of stood out to me because they were more braver. And they were like
There's Red Beret.
going in first for
Wow.
anything.
Damn.
That kind of attracts you. That so
Yep,
I want
that's
to
still
be part of
Sergeant
that
Clay.
regiment, and I want to
Yep.
be part of that pride, wearing that maroon beret.
And that was without audio.
Stab a fucking standing still dummy. How are you supposed to kill someone who wants to kill you? Do you understand? Yes, Corporal! Advance!
Oh, no, it's Corporal.
No, that's worse.
I thought he was Sergeant yet.
Corporal! Check bayonet! Fucking hell, Joe! You couldn't scare fucking girl guides!
Yep. That.
Fucking
Yep.
great.
To be fair, our girl guides are quite terrifying.
They fucking are. Yeah.
They're basically on a cartel, the girl guides around here.
As someone who worked with them for a whole period of 2 whole days, yeah, no, they are horrifying. They are fucking feral.
You know, Americans like say, oh, girl guide cookies. Oh, that's sweet. Cookies.
Yeah.
No, ours will rob you and then give you cookies
Right.
back.
Even by Scottish standards, the Girl Scouts are fucking feral.
Yeah.
Little creatures.
don't-
It's impressive.
They don't sell you cookies, they just take your money and hand you cookies. You don't have a choice.
Yeah. They fucking pin you to a wall, pull out a knife, take your wallet, take what they want, hand you a box of cute cookies and your ID back, and fuck off with the rest.
I think photographic IDs to know where they are, just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then they chloroform you so you forget what happened.
Yeah. Yeah. Our girl guides are terrifying around here.
Action! You're above
I'm pretty sure our Girl Scouts are just terrorists, quite frankly.
But that's the thing though, right? Unlike American like scouts and girl guides, which is part of like forest training and forestry schools over there, our scouts and guides are branches of the military.
Yes. They're essentially the TAs.
Yeah, that's what Americans forget.
Junior.
Is
They're
I was-
junior TAs over here. It's
I
great.
mean, I was part of the scouts when I was younger.
I was offered constantly, but I
And-
kept saying no.
I joined because I thought I could do some discipline at the time. Don't ask us why. It seemed like a fun idea, which I could scare children with, you know. And one thing we had to do was swear allegiance to the Queen
Yes.
at the time, which all scouts and guides do. It's weird at the time when you think about it, but when you learn the history, the scouts are basically a military regiment.
They are, yes.
Because like, most boarding schools had a scout department, which was basically a regiment of military. I mean, there's an episode of Doctor Who where he goes back in time as a school teacher.
Yeah. I love that episode so much. It's so good.
With Martha, and he's basically the school's like, and there's also some super like machine guns and shit, nests and shit.
Yeah.
Defending scarecrows. That's literally what scouts were. Just a version of that outside the schools. You know?
Was it? like growing up, I was offered like every like 2 or 3 weeks by like a scout rep to join the scouts, and like every time I'd be like, no, 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 no. And I think I was about 9 or 10 years old. I was visiting my friend Sam, who lived not too far away from myself. I was around his bit, and his dad said to me like, "Oh, have you ever thought about joining the scouts?" And I was like, "I keep getting offered, and I keep saying no, but they keep asking." And he went, "Right, which scout leader keeps fucking bothering you about that?"
Yeah.
So I was like, "Oh, it's scout leader XYZ." Never fucking saw that scout leader again.
Yeah, because scouts have a military hierarchy as well. It's weird. It's
this is the thing, Fat Man T. Like, I've asked because I'm now friends with a couple of like the scout leaders in the area because like I'm hazarded the job that I had. Yeah, they don't know anything.
Yeah.
Like I've asked about not only that scout leader but like Sam's dad, and they all know shit. They've never heard of that scout leader. I've never heard of Sam's dad. Like, I don't know who Sam's dad is, or what happened to that scout leader, or how Sam's dad was responsible. All I know is, like, 1 minute I'm getting bothered, like, every 2 or 3 weeks. Then I tell my friend's dad, and suddenly, that scout leader just disappears. To the point where I'm convinced there's no physical records of him ever being in the scouts anymore.
I mean, the best way I can describe for...
I don't know what happened there, but I'm not going to question it.
The best way to describe it for most people to get an idea of what scouts are like. We have the cadet force, which is like, again, like a version of the scouts, which is basically opposing the army jurisdiction.
Do you mean Navy cadets or just the normal cadets?
Normal cadets.
Normal cadets. Because I was offered a lot by the Navy cadets to join up, which is weird because I don't know how to swim.
Most Navy people don't, actually. Very few people in the Navy know how to swim.
Still, like, it would make sense. Like, if the boat sinks, you should know how to swim. Like,
I think in record, about 50% of the Navy actually know how to swim.
Still.
Which is an alarming number for people who work on the sea, but...
Like, that's the reason I kept saying to, like, the Navy cadets, like, why I won't join. I was just like, yeah, I don't know how to swim. And they're like, oh, okay. Like, we could teach you, and it's like, I don't want to learn. I don't care.
Each branch of the military has their own cadet force.
Just took that.
So you got the Air Force cadets, the Army cadets, and the Navy cadets, which can be like gateway in to get into one of the militaries later on.
Weirdly enough, the Air Force cadets were the only ones to never try and recruit me.
Because Air Force cadets don't do much. They basically sit there and twiddle the thumbs.
Yeah. To be fair, the Air Force in general don't do much.
Yeah. Right, now, the Scouts regiment, I say regiment because it fucking is, it's basically a branch of Rangers.
Yes, they are essentially Rangers / Mountaineers.
Which are now part, the Rangers technically now part of Power Troopers Corps now, I think.
Yes.
Got forwarded into recently. But yeah, the Scouts were basically our Ranger Expedition Force. So we're trained to, the Scouts are trained to basically, there's a wood, go off there, scout it and survive. Find a route for the army to get through. And that's what the Scouts' job was.
Yeah, piece of piss.
Spend 6 months out there in the wilderness, surviving while tracing routes through and looking at enemy locations. Tracking animals, that type of stuff, is what our job was. So
give me a knife and some binoculars, job done. Fucking...
Essentially, I tell you what it is, the Pathfinder unit.
Yeah.
That recently got, I think, made out of the 97 rifles, I think?
Yeah.
That's who the Scouts were. Technically, with Pathfinder units, in theoretical terms, anyway.
Just with a much better mortality rate.
Yeah, than general Pathfinders.
Because like World War II Pathfinders had like, I think it was like an 80% mortality rate.
95.
Because like, if I remember it rightly, like for an operation you technically only needed 2 Pathfinders.
Yeah, drop 10 just in case.
Yeah, they dropped 10 with 2 sets of equipment. 2 of those Pathfinders would make it home alive.
And no equipment.
And one of the equipment sets would come back. So they had an 80% man mortality rate and a 50% equipment mortality rate.
Yeah, well, nasty again. Was forced into the fucking Pathfinders just to get rid of the fucker.
And he single-handedly, like, pretty much just, like, cut that mortality rate down to, like, 12%.
Well, he made
just on his own.
Well, he made a specialized fucking unit, didn't he?
Yeah. Out of soldiers he personally trained.
Yeah.
At that.
And then pulled off the most impossible mission ever.
Yeah, of hold the bridge. And that mission only failed because the commander lost faith in him and bombed the bridge anyway.
Yeah. The problem
Because they couldn't believe he was going to hold it, and then he did, because low-key bombing the bridge made holding the bridge 10 times easier.
Yeah, because 700 swords came out trying to just mow the fuckers down. That was mission 1. His last mission he done where he had to bring supplies to that stranded town.
Yeah.
Where I thought it was impossible, no one's going to survive this. And he dropped in, what, 400 supply packages for them soldiers by himself?
And not only that, but he ended up, like, leaving that mission, like half of the mission, he went into, like, a fucking burnt-out building, found chicken eggs, put them in his pocket, and proceeded to clear out the rest of the mission, having broken only a single egg.
Oh, that was the second mission he went on.
And even then, it took, like, fucking 4 tanks to turn up for him to break an egg.
Yeah, that was the second mission. I'm talking about his last mission.
That is second one.
Yeah, the last mission was where, it was towards the end of the one, the unit was cut off. And Battle
of the Bulge. The Battle of the Bulge, but you're right, yeah.
Yeah, they dropped him in with him and Tenry's unit with 3 packs of radio equipment.
Yeah, and they like pinged, like literally like turned up, radio, move.
Yeah.
Radio, move, radio, move. So they couldn't triangulate where they were.
And I think for like 3 days you'd managed to drop like radio in locations for 400 airdrops for supplies for soldiers.
It was something like that, yeah.
Then he went out and...
averaging like 150 a day, so like, yeah.
Then he went out, and at the end of the war, he sat in a village and nicked a Nazi general's wine stash and got
Yeah, because he was in that very famous German castle.
Yeah.
There was like a Nazi general's like base, like that castle. You know the people at home. You know that castle, the white one, that white German castle that like looks more like a house than a castle. That one.
Yeah, full of the artwork and shit, and the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, he sat there. He basically went there, looked at the wine, sat there, and had a party with the town and his soldiers.
He also allegedly had a very nasty habit of, because he was, demo trained, blowing up safes.
Yeah.
And nicking the contents without telling anyone.
Yeah, he didn't care about the money.
So he allegedly retired the army as one of the richest soldiers to ever leave the army.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Because he didn't care about money, he just wanted to fight.
But yet he still took the time to rob safes.
Yeah.
Something tells me it was about the money after all.
He had that few nights with the Nazi general daughter.
Yes, it wasn't a general, it was the leader of a Hitler Youth group.
It was that guy, yeah.
Yeah, it was the guy that was running a local branch of a Hitler Youth group that he fucked the daughter of.
Yeah, him and the daughter shacked up for a few nights. Allegedly.
Yeah. This thing, like, it's not even an allegedly thing, like, it's straight up, it just happened. Like, like the woman admitted to it years later.
Then he left the army and became... Well, I love though, he's left the army and became a postman.
Mm-hmm. Hey, so, like, let's be fair. Like, there's not a better postman. Like, that fucking package is turning up at your door on fucking time.
One more
like,
it's like the bomber crew, who was like, everyone hated so much that they wouldn't give him a plane anymore. So they went and built their own fucking plane.
For my favorite one that I was watching earlier was, the film Fury?
Mm-hmm.
The guy that film is based on.
Oh,
that tank commander?
Yeah.
His one is so fucking fun. That man burnt through 4 tanks.
Yeah, they refused to get them.
4.
Yeah, stop getting tanks, it's fine, you just nicked them instead.
No, because what it was like, they gave him a tank and it broke. So they gave him a new tank. It broke. So they tried to give him back the old tank. So he got in the tank and drove it into a lake.
Yeah.
So they gave him a new tank. It broke. So they gave him a new tank. It broke again, so they gave him back his second tank. And that served him for the rest of the war.
No. I remember the story he did. It won't put into the worry. One of the tanks broke. So he went off and he stole. Right? From under the nose
I don't remember the bit of him stealing a tank, but I believe it.
It wasn't a document, it's one of those like unofficial reports that no one talks about. Right? He basically...
He borrowed a tank.
He repurposed. Right? A German tank crew was coming through. It was a Panzer 5, one of the best ones I had at the time. You know, the battlefield killer.
Yeah, the big bastards.
Yeah. He went and acquired this tank from the tank crew.
He politely requested leave of the tank from the crew manning it.
Right.
By which I mean he killed everyone inside of that tank with a hand grenade and stole the fucking tank.
Right, we'll play the video. I'm going to put myself on mute for a second, okay?
Yeah, go for it.
I love how funny like a drill sergeant like this guy is. Like he insults you, or even worse, he's insulting the guy next to you, and you have to not laugh, or else you know you're next. I wonder why this guy moves so slow. Right here. Right there. Why is he going so slow? It's kind of like it's bizarre. I mean, I don't know what I'm talking about, but you'd think he would have charged.
Get aggression! You're a
You won't. They're very scary, but if you don't mess around, you won't get a slice. But you don't want to piss them off.
I thought he said you won't get sliced. You won't get a slice. I was like, okay. If they're cutting you, that might be... That's pretty intense.
Nah, bro, that's just par for the course, getting sliced, mate. That's the Glasgow unit.
Scary blokes when prodded.
Get fucking up here now!
It's even scarier how they all have mud and all over their face.
Start running now!
That's not even that's scary. It's just...
Joe, these people want to send you back to your family in a fucking box!
It is quite sort of mentally and emotionally battering. It's not in a way that people, say, watching this or on Civvy Street would think. You definitely have to live it and experience it to really understand, because so many people sort of serving and veterans talked to me beforehand, it's like, it's a mental game, and I thought, right, just keep going. But it's so much more than that, and I don't think people will realise until they come here and experience it.
Get in, Nathan! Get in! In front of you! Get in! Never be a paratrooper if you are not more aggressive than this.
It's like scary. Like they're actually, it's like they're training to just be ravage. Like,
I mean, yeah, that's kind of the point, mate. Like,
it's also kind of, I wonder if he's just tired. Like, they've probably been through so much this day.
Yeah.
You know, he's like, it's also interesting how the screaming and grunting is part of it, you know, like they're encouraged. That's part of the being aggressive. They keep saying you have to be super aggressive, so they're like, yeah. I feel like there's not as much of that in the American military culture, like during basic training and stuff. It's still very intense, but I feel like they're not saying, oh, you need to be screaming like while you're stabbing this guy. That's pretty... Whoa.
Joe, this is where the metal meets the fucking meat. Both of you fucking need to take a hard fucking look at yourselves. Is this the profession that you want,
back.
Joe? Yes, go!
Welcome back.
Well, we'll see you again. Let's go. Back to the start. You're both going again. Get away! Get down to that gate! No!
It's so funny how, like, mean they have to be just to build their thick skin. You know, it makes sense. But he's just like, all right, yeah, you're both going again. And then the second they start walking away, get away! What the heck?
Back to the start. You're both going again. Get away! Get down to that gate! No! Double!
Yeah, he's tired.
Can't run. Can't cheers, walk around. Yeah, use this as a rest period, okay? Done shit before. Let's go, keep walking, mate. Describe that to me. Fucking horrid. Disappointing. Fucking... Trying to fucking run. Fucking can't.
Damn.
Oh, don't worry. You get used to that. You get used to not being able to run.
It's gotta be hard on you mentally, huh? I mean, I know he literally just said it's more than just a mental thing. But damn.
Yeah, you remember we probably run that course, what, 10, 12 times that day?
It's tough.
Probably about that, yeah.
Wow. That was intense.
Yep. And that's week 2 of training.
This is the thing. As a Scottish guy, that's just Tuesday. Like, that's just Tuesday, Glasgow High Street. Like, that's nothing.
Probably finds that shocking. That's like week 2 of their basic training for Paris.
That's like, just put down to extra. That's an average Tuesday in Glasgow. Quite frankly, like that's nothing. That's fucking civilian grade shit right there, my gamer. Like that's nothing.
The furry community.
Right.
Here we are for qaeda. See, I told you that joke would make sense.
Now, I'm going to tell you much about this video. I'm going to let you discover the joys of this yourself.
Yes.
But like I said, one of the things you thought was a meme wasn't actually a meme.
I genuinely thought it was a shit post, like for Warhammer, and no, it's not.
Community is one of the oldest and largest subcultures to exist on the entire.
It's not. I think memes
that's horrifying. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm like, don't get me wrong. I got on alright with the furries, but nah, that I'm not gonna lie, right? If I was in my kitchen and that happened, I would summon a gun into existence. A fucking a DP-82 or whatever the fuck those machine guns were called would spawn into my hands to clear deck. Fuck that to the moon. Just fuck that.
Right? If those zombies, I can handle it. But imagine furry zombies.
Oh my god, that's what Furbies are. It all makes sense.
And from an outside
now.
perspective, it's very easy to make the mistake of assuming they're a united group of people who share similar ideas and opinions. You know, the majority of furries are pretty left-wing people. They're pretty socially progressive guys. They're not trying to rile up anyone. They're really not right-wing. It's pretty rare to see a right-wing furry. But when you do see them,
are like weird
it's
to the
like,
left.
holy shit, this guy's probably crazy. Because it's not like normal
They're
right-wing.
usually
It's not
very
even,
friendly,
like, kind
too.
of far right. It's like fucking out there. And as with any community online, infighting and drama is a common occurrence in the fandom, with some committing actions so severe that they become infamous across the internet as a whole. Over the past decade, political discourse, more specifically discourse centered around American politics, has infiltrated.
I've noticed more the blend between the creepy and the furries are starting to like meld into one these days.
This is the thing, is like even I've noticed it, like especially like when I was like doing my tenure with the furry community, is like weirdly there is a lot of like LGBTQIA plus community members in the furry community. Like it's rare you find a straight furry.
Yeah.
And even when you do, like 20 quid is 20 quid. Like it's
Well, you think fur pals exist where basically any holes are generally go depending no matter who it is.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't matter what body's there, as long as there's a hole there, I'm going to put a dick in somewhere.
Yeah, like, that's what's like, I mean, fuck, you could ask Lavender at some point, like, furries tend to be some of, like, the most openly sexual people you will meet.
Yeah.
In the best way possible. Like, looks like there's a story Lavender tells every once in a while where, like he was at home, and he had some of his friends around. And like one of his friends just came into his room and we were just like, "Wanna fuck?" He was like, "Yeah, sure." And they fucked. Those two weren't friends with benefits. They weren't in a relationship. Nothing. They just fucked.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
Oh yeah. It's...
Like even by my standards, that's fine. But like that's just like extra fine in the furry. Like that's just par for the course in the community, the furry community, and I like that. Like they're very chill when it comes to sex. They just don't give a shit.
This picture for you, this one. Because that's a femboy in a fursuit.
Yeah, I was trying to like not be the one to point it out.
It's quite obvious.
Yeah.
If you can't tell, then there's something sadly wrong with people on the phone. So.
This is the thing. I've seen that many fanboys. I genuinely am starting to struggle to tell the difference.
Online is apparently political now, and so it should come as no surprise that arguments regarding the subject also happen with furries. While the vast majority of furries enjoy a non-political existence, free from political controversy at least, there are instances that have occurred where the political divide between the fandom's members have clashed, and it's become a forefront of discussion and debate. So today we'll be discussing one of the most infamous instances of this occurring, and how these differences caused a domino effect that resulted in the collapse of an entire convention, revealing the dark past of multiple community members, and once again putting furries in the crosshairs of the mainstream media for all the wrong reasons. But before we delve into the major players in this story and the eventual fallout, we have to go back to the beginning. In the early 2000s, as furries began to slowly grow in number, a small group of individuals located in the Denver...
I'll tell you, that's a lie. Furries don't grow in number, they kind of just spawn.
Furries just spawn into existence.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things. Basically, spawns one, they just turn up. Take an infection, one furry turns up, then all of a sudden they walk come around like, what the fuck?
Now, as a retired furry, you are incorrect, sir. Like, we do... It's kind of like the army. You get recruited.
No, it's a disease. You
know, there's someone else that, like, you meet a furry, and you get talked into it. You get talked into turning up to a meeting to meet a couple, see if it's your thing. Next thing you know, you've got a character worked out. You're planning your fursuit. You've already figured out what fursuit maker you're going to. You know, you've got commissions done. You've talked your girlfriend into doing a custom art commission for you because she loves you. You know, like...
So, what you're saying...
Have I just self-reported a little bit there? Pajito, but...
So, what you said was, it's an infectious disease. You basically get some...
Pretty much, yeah.
And you get contaminated.
It's... Unironically, it is kind of like becoming a werewolf. Like, one minute you're normal, next thing you know, a furry touches your arm and you're one of them.
Yeah, it shows you a picture of Lord Brody and that's it.
Yeah. Nah, the worst part is, see, when I was first becoming, like getting into furries and that's genuinely how it got explained to me, was, like, if you think about it, Bugs Bunny, Lola Bunny, fucking Looney Tunes, furries, and that's what made it make sense in my head right there. I was like, son of a bitch, yeah, no, that does kind of make sense. It is the same kind of thing, just a different art style.
So basically,
and it went from there.
Basically, what it said was, "Do you want to bang Lola Bunny?" Yes, you're a furry.
No, it was more a case of, if a voice actor can pretend to be Bugs Bunny and not be a weirdo, you can pretend to be a fucking giraffe and not be a weirdo. And
Yes,
that kind of makes sense, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, but voice actors are weirdos.
Yeah, but like, you know.
Most are VTubers now, but they are weirdos.
Yeah, still though, you know what I mean.
This is not have the argument of furries.
I don't think it's the argument of all furries. It was just the argument of one particular furry that I met.
That infected you. Luckily, you got cured.
No, Lavender's the one that infected me. It was.
I mean, luckily you got
It was a
cured.
different furry that we were mutually friends with. That was at my first meeting.
So luckily you found the vaccine for it, obviously.
Oh no, I didn't get. I am technically still a furry. I'm just not in the community.
Ah.
Like, I was exiled a long time. Like, I still have like the very first piece of like furry art I ever got commissioned up on my wall. No, because I identify with that character anymore or anything. It's nice. It's really good art. It looks great.
I don't.
Like, hang on, let me pull it down off my wall. I'll show you. I'm not going to show the people at home, but like, I'm going to show you. Like.
Yeah, the otter persona.
Yeah, it's a botter. It's half otter, half boar, because those were my two favorite animals at the time.
I don't know which is worse, bronies or furries.
I mean, I can't technically say anything on that point without getting well after the show.
You're not a brony, are you?
No, I'm dating a furry brony, so like technically I cannot make a statement on that question without getting shouted at the end of the show. Like, either way, I'll be in trouble, so I'ma just choose to not answer.
The brony planet's been solved. The planet has been nuked, so we're right there.
Yeah.
The Imperial Man took a
That reminds me, again, send me a link to that video, like, please.
Just gonna cry.
Please. I don't care. I'm Scottish. That's what I call that love.
They would create a convention in order to accommodate the growing furry population in the state.
Yeah, this is about the start of it. So this is when this new convention started.
Yes.
Right.
I followed.
There are a few spawns once created. This is the new one being created.
This new convention,
this is going to be the Gulag.
FurCon, was organized by a group known as the Mid-America Anthropomorphics and Arts Corporation, and was first scheduled to take place in 2006, but was subsequently moved to 2007 due to potential scheduling conflicts with Anthrocon, which is another furry convention that announced similar attendance dates that you guys are probably familiar with. The first convention was initially chaired by an individual.
There's furries in Pittsburgh?
Yes. Yes, there are.
I'm surprised they survived.
This is the thing. Do you know what's really fascinating about American furries?
What's that?
There's, like, see, because of the census in the US, right? There's a map you can get online of like the US with like all of like dots represent like where like the concentration of like furries are. See if you look at that map, right? I fuck you not, this is true. If you look at that map and then look at the map for like the sightings of Bigfoot, it's genuinely almost a perfect match.
Yeah, but you think that like, Pittsburgh's like a Bible Belt region, right?
Mm-hmm.
It would expect many furries in the Bible Belt, and that's well, sorry. You would expect many furries to
Fat Man
survive
T.
living in the Bible Belt.
I don't know how to break this to you, Fat Man T, but like a surprising amount of the furry community are they like Jesus and they enjoy the Bible.
Oh God.
Like even the Scottish furries, it's a surprising amount of them that attend church every week.
My wife's villain arc, isn't it?
Hmm.
Think about with the villain arc. You know, my worst part of humanity, religion and furry, they combine to form this one powerful unit.
To be fair, the day I can die happy is the day I see a furry become the Pope. Like, I want the Pope on the Pope-mobile, fursuit with the hat.
You realize
that will be the day where I can die happy, because that will be beautiful.
You also realize that's the day I commit a horrendous war crime.
Yes, it's also the day when I can die happily, because that would be funny as fuck.
Because at that point, the American cinema will no longer exist.
Like, that's... Like, a furry Pope would just be funny.
Though. I mean, I'll rob the place first with all the hidden artifacts and like powerful magic shit. You know?
Okay, we'll go halfers, right? I'll help. Like, out of purely selfish reasons, because, like, the Vatican still has a lot of pagan artifacts hidden away in the vaults. So I'll help to get some pagan artifacts, right? Like me and your sisters will come, right? We'll help, right? We'll split the pagan shit, like, freeway between us, right? And then, like, we'll all take, like you can take, like, 50% of, like, the gold, and we'll split the rest between us.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we'll, like, 50, 15, 15, 15, if that works out mathematically. Because, like, maths is hard, you know? And, like, we just go from there. You know? Like, everything else, like, art, books, shit like that, like most of the books I don't give a shit because I don't read. Like, you know, but, like the artwork, I'll take less of the book share for more of the art share if that works for everyone else. You know, all I'm saying, though, if they have swords in the vault, fucking dibs by default.
Well, yeah,
as the blacksmith of the group, dibs.
Excalibur's supposed to be there, supposedly.
Yeah. To be fair, I'll let you guys, like, fight over Excalibur, because, like, Excalibur's overrated, but, like, see if they've got, like, a real nice scimitar. Or, like, a fucking sexy-looking falchion with, like, some gold trim or something. Debs.
Probably right. What do you think the bets are that Vatican's been robbed? Right? Actually, someone's broken at least once. Right? And they just quietly just killed the fucker, so no one knew.
This is the thing that I... Think about how long the Vatican City's been around for, right?
Yeah.
Think about how long that vault's been there for, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now think about how long thievery has been a thing.
Oh yeah, I mean it's been robbed at least attempted
this is
to
the
be robbed
thing.
a few times.
Nah, this is the thing. Like, how has no one successfully robbed the Vatican yet?
Mm-hmm.
Question 2. You know what those, like, Ocean's 11 films where they keep robbing casinos and banks and shit? Why have they not done a movie like that where somebody robs the Vatican?
Do you want to know the reason why?
Like, you know, like, fucking, like, National Treasure, where, like, fucking Nicolas Cage robs the US government of, like, pardon bonds or some shit. Right. That, but Vatican City. Why is that not a movie?
You want to know the main reason why? There's 2 reasons for it.
Yes. I'm genuinely intrigued.
Biggest reason for it is the church is pissy about it. I mean, look at what happened with the Da Vinci Code. The church went apoplectic at the Da Vinci Code.
To be fair, the Da Vinci Code did basically commit fucking, like, sacrilege, so fair.
Right. Secondly, of all the other places that have shown theft movies, like, even like down to Washington and everything else, it have detailed floor plans of what other places look like.
Yeah.
There's no such floor plan for the Vatican City. At all.
I feel like we have the technology to find out, like, satellite scan it, done.
To try satellite scan it for, that actually is between, like, the Vatican City, like, you know, like, the top part of the city where most people live. That's the Vatican, right? But the vault is about 10 levels down underground. So you got the necropolis now down there. There's a line of lead 4 feet thick, right, below Vatican City itself, covering the entire city.
There's a 4 feet layer of lead there?
4 feet layer of lead. Satellite use radar to try and penetrate down, and they can't get down because there's something blocking between the scans and get to the only thing they can think of to do that strong enough is about 4 foot thick layer of lead and concrete.
I know why no one has successfully robbed them yet. Because this is the thing, right? in terms of like mythology, there's only like a small handful of things you need lead to like keep trapped somewhere, and none of them are good.
Mm-hmm.
None of them are things you want to be anywhere near.
Mm-hmm. As well as there's a fiberglass.
So like, yeah.
And that type of stuff in between. So there's a lot of things blocking any scans we do underground.
That man, I think the Vatican vaults might be guarded by werewolves, wendigos, and demons. I'm not gonna lie.
It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest bit.
The thing that surprises me is the wendigos, because where did they get the wendigos?
You can make wendigos.
Yeah, but the wendigos are from a different country. Where did they get the wendigos?
But remember, the Vatican City has what's called the Exterminator Squad, remember?
Good point. Good point. Yeah, they do have the Exterminator Squad. That would do it, yeah. Yeah.
You know, so job was like go catch witches and magical beasts at the time?
Yeah. You know, on second thought, maybe I won't help you rob the Vatican. Maybe I'll let you do most of the work for that. I'll be the demo charge guy that blows the door open. You can deal with the rest of that. Because I ain't touching no fucking Wendigo hive with anything. I ain't going near no Wendigos. I choose life.
What's strange about this, right, is we know something about the necropolis, where they bury the popes and stuff. Right, so there's a few cameras in there taking pictures, and there's like, sometimes there's tours around the place, now and again.
Yeah, I don't trust that either.
Right, the lead is still above the necropolis. There's still a layer of lead between the necropolis.
See, that at least, like, that makes sense. You want to keep the ghosts down there. You don't want the ghost of, like, Pope 2 to come up and be like, hello. You know, you gotta keep him underground. It's just, it's like the more valuable shit's below them. Yeah. So, like first you gotta fight ghosts, and then you got Wendigos, demons, and werewolves to deal with.
From one of the reports I remember reading from, like, the 17th century of man who tried to get in. I was supposedly an architect who built it. The Vatican vaults are particularly where the cross of Peter is, the Croce di Piero, right, which signifies the church's holy status. So where that stands, the church has control theoretically.
Yes.
That's 4 levels below the ground in a specialized vault to stop light getting to it, particularly starlight.
Mm-hmm.
So even the people behind clean it are paranoid about light getting to the Croce di Piero.
Why? What would happen if light touched it?
In theory, right, that's only going by theory, right, the Croce di Piero, when aligned with the death of Peter, where the cross is put becomes church ground, and the church gets domain over that point. So say you stuck the Croce di Piero in London, right, where a certain celestial map hits it and lights, you know, for his martyrdom type thing, then the entire London becomes under control of the church, and will believe whatever the church says.
Okay.
And the church has full dominion over that area. That's the general theory of what the Croce can do, because the Croce di Piero is the church, because Peter founded the Vatican City.
Yeah.
And his cross is sanctified of the Vatican's authority. And because the way the stars aligned when he died, if you put the cross in a place with that same alignment of stars and like celestial bodies, that then becomes new holy ground for the church.
Yeah, but why don't they want that, though?
Because technically the church, although the church is generally the Pope and the Pope's in charge of everything. It's not the case. You got the cardinals in charge.
Yeah.
Of most things. Where if the Croce di Piero is activated, then the sole authority of the Pope overrides everybody.
I see.
As the word of God, whatever he says will go no matter how much the conniving shit little bastards of cardinals are, will have no say in the matter. They have to obey no matter what.
Yeah, no, okay, that makes sense, yeah.
Get now? That's why it's got to be cleaned, but I think they do it during daylight, but they're very careful about how they clean it, so no starlight can touch it. Some of the very rituals I have is very weird.
I mean, fuck it, sure.
Because Croce di Piero is also known as the saint killing sword as well.
I mean, you do have to wonder, like, what do they have down there, though?
We got to think, though,
what could be so valuable and so dangerous? You've got to keep it that far underground, protected by demons, wendigos, and werewolves.
Well, here's one thing, though. A saint...
Like, what could be that powerful and that valuable?
Simple point. A saint right,
Mm-hmm.
is essentially a body of Jesus.
Yeah.
With same eminence and magnitude of Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
In magical terms, right, that's pure divine power.
Yes.
Now, I can think of several spots on my head. With a piece of bone from divine power, I can turn into a magical bomb.
Yeah.
That's what's valuable down there. Not to mention religious artifacts, magic weapons, that type of shit they've confiscated over the years. Like grimoires, that
That's
type of
what I
thing.
think. It's like grimoires and like magic swords and shit. Like,
yeah.
Do you think that's where the lightsabers are?
More like stuff from
You know,
Moses.
now you know how Star Wars was set in a galaxy like a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away.
Yeah.
Do you think that's where the lightsabers ended up? Like,
We gotta remember, there's also rumored to be the Book of Da Vinci's down there.
yeah.
Which was supposed to be, like, Da Vinci's supposed to have a book which was before the time of gods, which told him how to build shit, which was where all his inventions came from. Then there's rumors of black technology, around like relics from the first civilization, that type of shit. You know, everything.
I mean, like, yeah, fair.
Everything conspiracy-wise you think of, like the first civilization, Atlantis. I mean, according to the whole city of Atlantis is down there somewhere. One person said.
I could believe it.
You know, God's dead bodies down there, along with Jesus' corpse and everything else.
The corpse of God himself, like.
Hmm.
Yes, Pope John Paul II famously crusaded on heaven and killed God with his bare hands.
No, a dragon killed God.
A dragon?
Yeah.
But didn't God make the dragons?
No.
Who made the dragons then?
No one.
So where did the dragons come from?
They just... If you believe the Lord dragons, dragons are pure...
See, even the Bible's own lore doesn't make fucking sense, does it?
Dragons
fucking heck make Lincolnites.
That's the problem, is you gotta remember the war, there's a three-way war originally during the time of the Divinity Area, which is about 4000 BC, give or take.
Mm-hmm.
You had heaven.
You had heaven, hell, and the dragons.
No, heaven, hell, and the fallen angels. Sorry, heaven, hell, and the devils.
Yes.
Because demons and devils are two different things entirely.
Correct.
Right? So you had heaven, hell, fallen angel, demon, devils, and the fallen angels.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Under Lucifer type. I think it was, no, it wasn't Lucifer, it was Sakiel, who led the...
Ezekiel.
Yeah, Ezekiel. Now, the dragons, particularly two dragons, right? The dragon of Avalon, the white dragon, and the Welsh red dragon, Drake, were basically dragons in mythology are beings of pure magical energy given form and life. So they just existed before even gods came to the earth, theoretically. If you believe some of the Bible says. Now, Drake and Avor had a bit of a barney while they were just having the war. And their war got their little barney got so destructive that it started affecting the three-way war between heaven, hell, and the Fallens. So the leaders of each group decided, right, we've had enough of this. We'll team up. So Lucifer, the leader of the Fallens, and God, guys, right, we'll team up and we'll take out the dragons, who's basically doing more damage than we are right now because they're having a barney.
Yeah.
They did kill the dragons, but in the process of killing the dragons killed them as well.
Sounds about right, yeah.
So the throne of hell's empty, the throne of heaven's empty, and the fallen angels don't have a leader anymore. Well, the second command technically over. And after the leaders were killed, all three factions decided to go, you know what, let's have a peace treaty. Kind of. You know, we want to fuck you, you don't fuck with us. You know, and just, you know, let's have like a ceasefire for now. But like North Korea has at the moment with the rest of the world.
To be fair though, why does that make way more sense than the current version of the Bible? Why does that make shit make more sense? Why does God being dead and being killed by a dragon just make more sense?
Peter's died.
Oh no.
Because, it makes more sense to me, because the idea of God being... If you believe what the Bible says, God is all good. Right? Loving, peace, and everything else.
The Bible itself tells you that that's just wrong.
Yeah, but if God's all good, then he can't be all powerful. If he's all powerful, he can't be all good.
Exactly.
And we do know the angel war exists because it's written in law. The angel law. So the idea of their war woke up 2 dragons who got pissy and thought, fuck you, we're going to nuke you because you pissed us off to walk up for our nap.
Like, dragons do historically hate being woken up from naps, so...
Essentially, in modern terms, it comes like this. Basically, 2 Godzillas woke up at the same time, had a Barney, and then killed God. That help?
Godzilla and Mega Godzilla woke up at the same time.
Yeah.
Saw each other and went, scrap.
Yeah. How dare I didn't wake up, you woke me up, no, you woke me up, had a scrap, angels caught. We can't just go on, we'll try and kill them. In the process of trying to kill them, they got nuked themselves. Essentially.
Like, we killed the dragon, but, like, 7 of us survived.
Mm-hmm. Now, the theory is, people of the Vatican City, the Pope knows this, apparently. So this reason gets taught in his specialised letters. He gets handed down from Pope to Pope.
Yes.
Now, the theory goes, if the rest of the world knew this, right, that God was dead and the throne was empty, it would cause utter panic on the earth.
Right.
Because even those who don't believe learn that God's dead would cause a real shock reaction in the system of how can a being divine be killed?
I don't know, like, I'm learning this and, like...
Yeah, we don't for
like,
sure.
I'm not worried.
You don't know
Like,
for sure, no, that's the difference.
this thing, I could believe it.
I can believe it, but if you're given the hard evidence that God is dead and he sees corpse, you know...
I'm still just like, aight. Like, I assumed he was dead anyway by default. Like, he hadn't done anything for a while,
A
so,
lot
like...
of people... The problem is, most of the world, no matter how it's atheist or not, only about 10% of the world is truly atheist.
Yeah.
Without a belief in a God. I mean, even I am who... I don't believe in the Hebronic God, or most of the gods for that matter. But I do have a belief that there is a chance, given how the world, universe, and quantum physics work, of a very powerful entity existing outside of our ability to see.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, scientifically, like, it's near guaranteed. Like, with things like the 4th, 5th, and 6th dimensions, like, it's practically guaranteed.
Essentially, I believe the Q exists at some level.
Yeah.
Or the ancients,
I mean,
like Stargate.
I mean, shit, it's... like, did you hear about this recently?
Mm-hmm.
Like, they figured out the 2nd dimension. Like, we've not figured out how to get there, but they figured out the math and science to prove it exists.
What, the 4th dimension?
No, the 2nd.
Oh, alright.
They already figured out 4, 5, and 6. They've figured out the 2nd one. So it's just up, down, left, and right, rather than up, down, left, right, and sideways.
Yeah.
Like... and that's so cool to me. There's... like, also based on their math, and it's the same mathematical query that kind of suggests that, like, 4th dimensional beings exists. Yeah. But if their math is correct, there's a very high possibility that there are 2nd dimension beings as well.
Well, yeah.
And that's so cool.
Right, best way I can say. You ever heard of the layer theory?
Yes.
So basically in terms is, a comic book to us is what's called a 2-layer theory.
Yes.
We create a comic book, we can mess around with the comic book we want, but the beings inside the comic book can't perceive what we're doing.
Yes, they have no idea of what's going on.
The same way as us in the 3-dimensional world could have someone in the 4th dimension fuck about with us and we wouldn't have any conscious access to what they're doing to us.
Yes.
And then higher up the layers go. So what they're doing is essentially proving the existence of that first plane.
Yeah.
That's below us. Which is quite interesting for mathematics because basically it's
really cool.
A random theory.
Yeah, they're not like we can't hard prove it because we can't go to the 2nd dimension and like look and be like, see, it is there.
No, because we'll die if we try
But we can do the math to be like, mathematically speaking, it does exist mathematically.
Like mathematically, the multiverse exists.
Like, yeah, the numbers work in such a because numbers work and maths works, and when you do math and you do it this way, it works in questions and numbers. That means 2nd dimension. I don't understand the math because it's like way the fuck up here compared to my knowledge. But like, you know, in layman's terms, the math is mathing to suggest that the 2nd dimension is true.
I mean, theoretically, the multiverse exists. under the theory of quantum
Yes.
physics. That's been proven to some degree.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even so much theory, it's more just kind of logical
Yeah,
that the multiverse theory works.
We don't have the technology to prove it yet, but we know mathematically it's there.
Yeah.
And same with like, time travel is impossible, we can't travel faster than the speed of light. In theory.
Yes, yeah.
But yet, if another dimension exists, that if we can go to a dimension which is an early state than ours, then time travel theoretically is possible.
Yes.
Because the problem with time travel is, no matter what you do going to the past, the very act of going to the past causes the paradox and splitting the timeline, thus they create a new dimension.
Yes.
So no matter how far back in travel you go, you can never create a true prime timeline. Because every time you interfere with the past in some way, it's by standing there. You then create diversion in the timeline. I think Endor said it best. When the magic woman was telling the Hulk about creating alternate paths and dimensional lines and shit.
Yeah.
She explained it to some degree to him. You know, it's a complicated theory, and not many people understand how it works, but essentially, again, for FTL like Star Trek users, they drop into a higher plane of a dimensional area, where the laws of our universe don't quite exist, and now allows them to break the light speed barrier of mass.
If I remember rightly, the warp drive is essentially firing you like a half a dimension higher.
Yes, in subspace.
You're going to like 3.5 dimensional space rather than 3-dimensional space.
Yeah, you're moving into subspace, which is essentially a pocket space within our own space.
Yeah,
and you're
it's like
through that.
3.5 dimension space.
No, I think what the thing is exists below than ours, because gravity and mass doesn't exist there in subspace.
Yeah, so it'll be 2.5. Yeah, 2.5.
Gravity, mass works differently than mass in our universe. That allows them to use the same power to travel faster than the speed of light. Whereas in Stargate, using hyperdrive pushes you into subspace, which exists there in a higher plane, as a tunnel effect through our universe. It's very complicated in quantum physics point. Mathematically, both systems work.
Mathematically, pretty sound, but like...
Yeah, like say Star Trek mathematics on the technology isn't that far-fetched. We just don't have the technology to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, because the warp reactor has the same kind of power of like 50 nuclear reactors. And that's on a Miranda class, and then mind the fucking Galaxy class. You know, if the warp reactor from the Enterprise D was on the Earth and blew up, half the planet would vanish.
Yeah, there wouldn't. I think the whole solar system would vanish.
No, not the whole solar system, but half the planet would definitely go. You know.
I don't know, like if we were a little too close to the sun when that went off.
It would cause a mass ejection event, which would do some damage to the solar system, yes. It wouldn't kill the sun. You need to... No, if you kill the sun, you need a gravity collapse event, no gravity expansion event.
Like if that shit blew up at like too close to the sun on the side of the planet that was facing the sun, you know, on like a Tuesday on a leap year, like when the stars align just right, and like just as Gavin drops his cup of tea, that might just take out the star.
You gotta remember, the antimatter and matter theory exists as items. We can create antimatter. We've done it, I think, for like half a second.
Yes, we were able to cause antimatter to exist for a full half second, and then it just kind of went squidge.
So in theory, one particle of antimatter, one particle of matter connecting, will cause a cascade effect so powerful it will be a case of dropping 5 nuclear bombs.
Yes.
Now, considering the Enterprise has chambers that are at least 2 decks high and about 50 meters wide, filled both of that shit, pumped into
creating small thermonuclear detonations to power their ship.
Yes, essentially they're using the power of nukes to fly. Which was, if you remember, the Cochrane warp engine was a chemical-based nuclear engine.
Yes.
For Warp 1.
It's why I much preferred like the Romulans method for doing warp, where it's just like, we just fucking captured a dying star and turned it into an engine. Fuck you.
No, they created a micro black hole by spinning a piece of carbon at half the speed of light. Using lasers.
Yeah, they basically just made a dead star and went, that's an engine now, fuck it.
Then use a magnetic resonance to hold it in place.
Yeah.
Which theory
and
we
you know
can't
what?
do on Earth.
If it works, fuck it.
In theory, we have technology to do that on Earth. The problem with that is...
we're too scared to try it because we don't want to kill the planet.
Yeah, because
And you know what? I can respect that.
In theory, we can create one for about half a minute. Would give enough energy, if we could store it, to power the entire planet for a full year.
Yes.
The problem is, though, if it does not
After
last...
that half minute, we would all die.
No, it would just collapse on itself, because it couldn't sustain its mass.
What happens when a black hole collapses in on itself, though? Like, what happens? Does it just stop? Or, like, does that shit explode?
It explodes.
What happens?
It's an implosion in on itself, and theoretically, creates a new star.
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Yeah, because, like, yeah, it implodes and explodes into, like, stardust and shit. And then that gets drawn together to make a star again, like it originally did. Only that star's now made out of, like, crazier shit, because explosions. And then way crazier shit happens, because that explodes again, which makes way crazier new elements. And then that just keeps, until you've got, like, fucking inconceivable elements that can just do magic.
Exotic particles, basically. Which are existing. Like the the pions and ions and God particles and the Higgs boson and stuff, or clearly class exotic particles, because we know they exist, but they don't want to obey the laws of physics as we know them yet.
It's why I argue that, like, low-key, right? You know, like, fantasy things like D&D and Baldur's Gate and stuff like that, right? I think they might actually be set in the future rather than the past. And hear me out here, right? You got the humans, right? On a planet that's kind of like Earth, but not quite Earth, right? You got dwarves, you got elves, you got tieflings, right? All kinds of creatures of different colours and sizes and things, right?
Genetic mutations.
And they all know magic.
Yes.
What if, right, set way distant in the future, right? Humanity colonized the galaxy, right? We met a bunch of aliens and we went, yeah, come hang out with us, right? Earth gets destroyed. Everyone, like, lost the technology to, like, do space travel and shit, right? And because stars were exploding into, like, crazy new space elements, those space elements were now fucking hitting the planets and shit. One of those, like fucking generation 982 fucking space elements was hitting the planets. That's what fucking mana is.
Well, in theory...
Taught people how to magic because fucking space magic.
In theory,
space dust.
In theory, if you look at magic as we have now, right? The theoretical magic we have, right? Look at the magical circle.
The pagan shit. Yeah.
Right? A magic circle is basically a formula of transferring energy and mass into something else.
Yes.
Right? In theory terms. Right? Now, what to say if that's just an application of science we don't fully understand yet?
Yes.
Right? We know the human body emits its own magnetic field, an energy field.
Yes.
Right? And we know, in fact, we don't...
Which on its own is terrifying, but...
Yeah. Not very much.
Like, we're essentially electromagnetic creatures, and that's fucking horrifying.
Now, we also know that the human mind is capable of doing weird shit.
Correct.
And we don't
including breaking itself, which is fucking hilarious.
And we don't use our full brain capacity at any one time. At most, any time we use... I think Stephen Hawking had the best brain capacity, about 15%. He used.
Oh, I'm just hitting my bed. That's why I can't lean back.
So imagine how... So, think of the crazy shit Stephen Hawking did at 15% of his brain capacity being used.
Yeah.
He thought in four-dimensional maths.
Yes.
Which therefore allowed creation of the black theory of the black hole, redshift, and everything else that followed. A whole new version of science was created because of the way I could think.
What the fuck would happen if... I mean, presumably your brain would melt, but, like... what would happen if, like, 100% of the human brain worked?
Well, if you remember Stargate...
I've never watched Stargate in my life, but continue.
Right, watch it. It's got some good theories about it. In Stargate, the ancient aliens, which have, like, godlike powers... Right?
Alien.
Basically being the pure energy. Right?
Sorry, I fucking despise that show. You put it in my head, I had to just go aliens.
Right? In theory, what the show says is they unlock the power of the 100% of their brain capacity. Then they give up all attachments to life, like the material world, then ascend it into the higher plane of existence of pure energy by unlocking the full use of their mind. And if you remember correctly, you watched Babylon 5, haven't you?
No.
Okay.
I've watched Star Trek, and I've watched Star Wars.
Q.
You
know what Q is, don't you?
Yes.
Right, Q species evolved to be pure energy by essentially unlocking 100% of their brain capacity, thus giving them the need, thus allowing them to, by will of thought, change their own mental structure and the structure of anything around them by pure thinking about it.
I mean, fair.
So pure magic in theory, what they do is they don't necessarily use magic, but what they do is they alter the perception of reality around them to suit what they want. So they say, oh well, I want a planet to move here. They basically fiddle with the gravities and that type of stuff to move the planet where they want it. Mostly in an instant because they've messed with like cause and effect in time. But that's essentially how they work their abilities. Now in theory, the humans could not switch down their brain power and computational ability. We could do this. We could do something similar, but on a much smaller scale. So basically, creating fire on our hands.
What the fuck?
You ain't creeped on. There's a fairy on your bed. I see it.
Nah, I don't fucking like that. Nah, I'm gonna sit like this now. Nah. Nah, I don't like what just happened while you were talking.
I conjured the spirit into form.
This is the thing. Either there's a ghost here, or like I had a weird muscle spasm in my shoulder. I swear to God, it felt like a hand like came from behind me and just like fucking grabbed my shoulder.
So the girl's not supposed to be down there, is it not?
Like that.
Yeah.
Like fingers over like I swear to God, I felt that on my shoulder. Like
so that little girl's not supposed to be down there, is it not?
Fuck you! I can see my own camera and like this is the thing. I know this house is haunted. I've communed with the spirits here, and annoyingly there is a little girl spirit here, right? Said little girl spirit is not currently in the room though.
What's what? 4 foot? What's what? 3'5",
Right.
brown hair, blue eyes. Where's the
That is a
dress?
lot closer than it like you should be able to guess. 2'2", brown hair, green eyes. Fuck you for getting that close.
Where's the white dress? Side frills.
Red dress, weirdly enough. Like you like. This is gonna sound stupid, right? You know, like the circular frills.
Aye, that's what I'm about.
You know, like the loopy,
Ruffles.
crochet frilly.
Yeah, ruffles.
If that makes any sense. Ruffles, thank you. Like red ruffled. That's just honest, friendly little ghost.
Yeah.
And annoyingly does hang out under the bed here.
Yeah, she appeared there for half a second.
Yeah, she just hangs out down there.
Yeah, I
she
saw
normally
some-
sat around. She normally sat around here.
I'm not shitting you. I saw like a little girl about there that can is for about half a second.
What can?
I like the field right here.
Lighter fluid.
Down, fall down, yellow can.
What, this?
Yeah.
Right, first off, I can't even see that in my camera. Also, that's an empty can of Tenants.
I think can.
Like, to be fair, you were closer than you should have been, given how far away and hard that is to see. Okay, so that's a new ghost then, evidently. Because that's not Penelope then, if, like based on what you're describing.
I'm only guessing the colour dress. So it was like talking like half a second here.
Oh, fucking great! Where was it? Where was it? Was that?
Basically, where the can was. Just
What's that though?
What's what?
That is that? That's not that. What the fuck is that? It's showing up on the camera. There.
Box by looks like a leg of some kind.
You see it there? Let me pull that up, like on the big screen on my end. Hang on. Yeah, that. Yeah, what the fuck is that? No. Oh, it's that. Oh, I see. Right, okay.
Yeah, it's a bit where we go backy tub.
See, cause like my camera was like little at the bottom there, like that looked like eyes to me. I was like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah.
No, it's the way the light's hitting a book.
Yeah.
That put the fear of God into me for a second. Jesus.
Basically, just from the can for about half a second. Blue girl, about 2 foot, 3 foot, give or take ish. Can't quite tell the distance and the height.
Oh, fuck that.
Long hair, brown-ish colour. I'm guessing the eye colour about green-blue-ish area. Dress, ruffles. I'm just guessing the colour because, like, half a second and one must see the head.
What's that, though?
That is...
Do you see that?
That is a corner of a box or a shelf unit. It's, like, thin...
No, it's not.
I have no idea. That's what it looks like down here. Go back further. Back further.
What? There.
Bit more. That's it. You just went... Oh,
there's nothing there.
Oh.
Yeah, there's nothing there.
There's not dirt on my screen either.
Yeah, no, it's not. No, that's just there. Okay.
That's either light. That's either bleed effect on your camera lens or something. Or a bit dirt on your camera lens. Like a thin, like line of white.
Yeah, just saw them. Yeah, hello. Yeah, I'm just gonna put my camera back to small. Hello, ghosts. Welcome back. Yeah, I thought I'd been too fucking quiet recently. Yeah.
Do you remember I'm come from a witch's family?
Yeah, no, so do I, but like, yeah. Yeah, I thought I'd been too quiet in this house recently. Yeah, they're just all here today. Okay. Yeah, no, in hindsight, I recognise that one. Hello.
You need better barriers.
I just need to set up barriers in general.
It'll be helpful. I mean, I always do.
This thing, me and the ghosts just have a standing understanding of don't fuck with me and you don't get banished back to the shadow realm.
Well,
you know, like come say hi, that's fine, but like don't fuck with my shit, you know? Don't touch things, don't move shit.
I think when eventually right behind the film back, the video back a few seconds, like when you eventually do it later on, right, you see just from the camera, it would pace for about half a second, like an outline.
Like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna do that. Thank you. like I'm good, thanks. Was it? I have curiosity. Was it before or after I felt my shoulder go out?
I noticed after you moved, and you're looking around.
Yeah, that checks out. Yeah.
I say it was about half a second. I caught on the camera. I don't know if the camera picked it up or not on mine, but I noticed something. Like half a second.
Hang on, how am I gonna go like watch back? We're not recording our cameras. How am I gonna go check back later?
Ah, that's true. Oh well.
Yeah, fucking dumbass.
No, I forgot. Cause I've got the Discord. I normally have like OBS up running all the time.
Yeah.
But now I've got Discord running most of the time at the moment. And that's I forgot we're not actually broadcasting our cameras. But yeah,
like this thing, I would like see while you were talking, like I felt like just tension going on, like there was something behind me, and then I just felt grab, went like nearly died, and just like no, what was that?
Yeah, where the cam was just in front of that, in the gloom.
Like, so the reason I turned around was I thought I'd like bumped that or something, and like realized I was like not close enough to that to like I bumped it and went nope. Okay,
I can see different before because my screen's much higher resolution than yours is.
Yeah.
And that. That's probably the difference. Anyway, back to the video, people.
Yeah, sorry.
Known as Kahuki Leiru, but he would step down the following year with another individual named Soren Cat taking over. Look, I know my name is Turkey Tom, but like these furry names are a little out of control. Like, can't you just be like Blue Dog or some Do you have to be whatever this is? I mean, Blue Fault for all their faults, like memorable, easy to pronounce name for Westerners. What the f*** is Kahuki Leiru? What's going on, big guy? From the very beginning, Rocky Mountain FurCon was plagued with issues. The first convention failed to garner enough people to fulfill the block requirements set by the hotel, meaning that year's convention operated at a significant financial loss. However, while the event was almost canceled altogether, furries rallied and began donating money to save it, and Rocky Mountain FurCon was set to continue the following year. From then on, things went relatively smoothly, with RMFC slowly gaining traction over the years and becoming a relatively successful but niche event. While far from being as popular as some of its his contemporaries, the space still served as a place for furry enthusiasts in the Colorado area to gather, eventually reaching attendance of over 1,500 people at its peak. For almost a decade, the convention would avoid major controversy, but little did they know that the storm was brewing that would utterly destroy not only the convention itself, but bring to light some of the fandom's most deranged members, with the entire ordeal originating with the creation of an infamous furry group known as the Furry Raiders. At the same time that the Rocky Mountain FurCon was finding its footing, another group of furries was beginning to take shape. In the late 2000s, a Second Life group was founded and spearheaded by an individual named Lee Allen Miller, who went by the username Star Fox
Second Life.
Over time, the group would grow in size and begin to attract more and more furries. Notably, in 2016, Foxler bought out 100 seats in a theater for the movie Zootopia and handed out tickets for free, which led to the group garnering even more support. If you look at the mission statement on their website, it reads, "We are committed to upholding the values of free expression within the furry community by providing an open and welcoming organization free of exclusion and prejudice based on race, sex, creed, gender, identity, sexual orientation, or political affiliation." From an outside...
Sounds good, doesn't it, so far?
Sounds decent, yeah.
perspective, this seems like a stereotypical group of furries who are only interested in having a good time. So why then is such a seemingly innocuous group so controversial to the point that people call them Nazis every time they're brought up in conversation? Well, to understand that, you gotta look further into their logo. On its own, it's fairly innocuous, simply being a paw print on a white circular background. However, the logo is often paired with an armband that's worn by many members of the furry community, particularly the Raiders group. While the armbands now come in different colors, the first and most common of them is red, with art created for the group also depicting the logo on a red background. Many believe this is a deliberate attempt to mirror the armbands worn by Wehrmacht.
Wasn't a ship force.
Not even fucking surprised anymore, dude. It's the shirt and the tie and everything, just... Like, he's not even trying to hide that he's just dressed as a Nazi.
Nope. You know he's missing the fucking cap.
And even then, I think he only forgo the cap because he couldn't get one big enough to fit.
I can see why people were like controversial at that image.
Yeah.
And that's the leader, by the way.
Yeah, oh, that checks out, yeah.
Mock soldiers, as well as the, you know, the N-word flag. Not that N-word, the other N-word. As the group began to grow, so too did the criticism, with most of the controversy surrounding their leader, Star Fox Ace Fox, who also goes by the name of Foxler Nightfire. Foxler is possibly one of the most controversial and hated individuals in the furry fandom for a number of reasons. As he became more notable, many individuals started to dig deeper into his past, and they began to uncover extremely alarming posts that set off multiple red flags. To start with, archives of a live journal made by Foxler from 2005 tell the story of an online romantic relationship he had with a 13-year-old girl, while admitting in the same paragraph that he was also 18 years of age. Yikes, Scoob! I'm 18 years old. Now, Hannah and all her friends knew I was 18, and they didn't mind at all, so well, bro, took it to her mother that got mad and talked with Hannah, so that sucked. After waiting for 4 hours, she came back crying a bit about how she doesn't want to lose me, and her mother put this Yahoo thing on her computer to make sure she wasn't talking to me, so I helped her get it off, and she said before I did, "I love talking to you. I never want to go because you were the sweetest guy ever." And I was almost in shock hearing this from her. Her friend said the same thing when I was talking to her, and they both like me, but when she said that and put a heart next to it, I knew she wanted more. I'm like, I got my sweetie Chantel here, and Hannah only 13. Cries. So this guy is like, he's kind of...
So, you've got Nazi imagery and pedophilia on top of that.
Fun.
At least grooming, shall we say. You're right over there.
Can you see it too? Or am I just losing my mind?
Round between your mic and that weird
Yeah,
white
see like just above my elbow?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see it too? So I'm not going fucking mental.
Just move this way and block it out. Fine.
No, I'm okay, thank you. I'ma just stare at that man's hat and pretend that just isn't there. I'ma just pretend my webcam isn't on and just stare at that man's hat. Because I don't recognise that one. There, no.
So far, what do you think of the story so far of this group of raiders?
Certainly unique people. I've only been half paying attention because like I noticed that quite some time ago.
Well, pay attention, go.
So I've been like kind of distracted trying to figure out if I was losing my fucking marbles or not. And no, that's there.
Just ignore it and pay attention, dog.
That's just there.
By the way, this is only the starting shit. It gets worse from here.
It's got fucking eyes, dude. It's got eyes.
Yeah, you'll be alright.
And rather disturbingly, every time I look down, I'm fucking looking it in the eye. I'm looking at its eyes every single time.
These are making a clicking sound.
Cause it's like fucking center frame.
Well, move yourself so you don't see it.
No.
Why?
Cause I don't trust it not to fucking grab my shoulder again. Hence why I'm sitting in a position where it's going to be more difficult for it to get my shoulder.
Oh, God. Let's get some salt.
That means going downstairs.
Well, iron. Iron would do the trick.
I don't have... Who the fuck just has, like, iron or pure silver on hand? Come on.
Me.
Why?
They do.
I'll do myself one better. I've got a candle. I just don't have a candle holder on hand. Got one somewhere, just not...
Shouldn't the empty can you got?
accessible. What?
The empty can you just had.
Yeah, the one that's in my hand, yeah.
No, the can. The yellow can.
Oh. Yeah.
Just shove it in there.
Well, look, so it'll go inside the can.
Right.
I'll set it on the can. There we
Melt
go.
a bit above the can. Melt a bit above the candle.
I'll try and light the candle first. There we go.
Right, melt. Right. Let the candle melt a little bit. Right.
Right, I'm trying to do this next step without fucking burning
No, wait,
my own
stop,
hands.
stop. Right. Hang on, stop. Let the candle get some wax on it.
Oh yeah, because it'll just drip down. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, no, I'm
Right.
an
Once
idiot.
you pour
Yeah.
wax, pour a bit of wax onto the can, and put the can on top.
That just went out, didn't it? Yeah.
Yes, it
Yeah,
did.
it did. Useless. Don't make me break out new ones. I know I accidentally snapped part of your wick, but behave.
So yeah, this fur group, it gets worse from here. This is like the starting salvo of this stuff.
He's kind of a fucking weirdo, right? I think that's obvious here, right? Member of the LCP fandom, shout out. In addition to this, users uncovered archives of a Beast Forum profile with the same username as him, which strangely enough managed to get him banned from the site. For those of you who are unaware and haven't been delving in like the worst, most disgusting aspects of the furry community, Beast Forum was a website dedicated to the discussion and promotion of bestiality. As the name implies. This, combined with various odd social media posts where he talks about trapping children and commenting on his female dog not being able to feel pleasure after getting spayed, has resulted in many individuals online characterizing him as a degenerate freak, and rightfully so, because he is one. It should be noted.
I have the question I don't think I know the answer to.
What would that be?
Well, how do you know his female dog couldn't feel pleasure after being spayed?
You don't want to know. Put it this way, this isn't my first time hearing such statements in a video like this, and well, I've had previous videos like spell it out before.
Ah, right.
I know the answer, and you don't want to know the answer.
I can guess the answer, but I don't want to think about it.
Yeah, no, you don't want to think about it. You are right.
There's plenty of dog shit in my mind. I don't need that added to my therapy list.
Noted that Foxler has denied these accusations over the years, but this has done very little to quell the criticism against him. And despite the severity of these claims, most people within the furry fandom are aware of his existence, not because of his Beast Forum stuff, because that's like a lot of furries, unfortunately, but instead due to his alleged ties to Nazism. One of the most obvious indicators of this is his name. Many believe it to be a combination of the words Fox and Hitler. Foxler, when confronted with this, would later claim that to be false, stating it was actually a combination of the word Fox and his last name, Miller. In addition to this was, of course, the iconography that was mentioned before, and in response to that, Miller said he was completely unfamiliar with N-word symbolism when he chose the logo for the Furry Raiders, and it was impossible for him—
I'm sorry, even if it was your age, right?
Yeah.
Everybody knows. I mean, I sometimes use the Roman Drancor, which is a Buddhist symbol for peace and prosperity, right? Which is literally a square in the same shape.
It is, yeah.
Whereas Nazi's one's like a diamond shape with a Roman Dracula
Yeah,
a square shape.
And it's like tilted as well.
Yeah, you know, so... And people still confuse that with the Nazi flag. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Him to be a true N-word due to him being half Thai. If you guys know anything about the alt-right, a lot of them are not white, so it doesn't really matter. That doesn't really mean anything. And over time, multiple other separate instances have led to a significant portion of the furry fandom labeling him as far-right. Floxler has been incredibly forthright about his dislike for SJWs, based, and left-wing individuals. And
wait, till my favorite one I've seen recently, not for like alt-right, but on the more right side, is the twin brothers. Twin black brothers who start their own podcast now.
Fucking narrow that down.
It doesn't narrow down.
Like,
it's not the Hanson twins. I can't remember the name now.
In general, getting into countless arguments with people on Twitter about the issue. This, in and of itself, isn't really unusual, and is not a sign of him being a Nazi or even really right-wing in any way. However, there are multiple instances where he expresses familiarity with the online right that put some of these political posts in a different light. Let's go through a brief rundown of some of his most infamous escapades, and you guys can decide for yourself. And before I get into this, I just want to say, I don't really care if he's far-right or not. I don't really care if he's right-wing. You guys know, I have right-wing friends. I don't really give a shit. I just think it's interesting that there's somebody in the furry fandom, which is like ostensibly a pretty like left-wing, progressive, accepting movement, that is also like somehow a far-right dude. Like that's a pretty interesting kind of dichotomy we've got going here. Kind of a juxtaposition, kind of a silly one at that. In 2012,
I don't think the far left is very accepting of shit.
Not really, no. Not when it comes to like far-right shit, they're not.
Or anything that's beyond, like, it's not like true left, they don't give a shit. They generally have a massive disdain for. Even the half the left shit they don't like.
I mean, you're not wrong.
So, he's going over some of his greatest hits of this guy now.
He made a forum post where he can be seen self-identifying as a furzy, or, I mean, you guys can kind of guess what that means, I think. Later on in 2014, he would make a comment on a YouTube video of a Hitler speech where he explicitly stated that he stood with Hitler and the German people, and there's also a screenshot of another YouTube comment where he said he hated black people and supported the KKK, and that surfaced on Twitter, with his defense being that he was tired and not in the right state of mind at the time, when you're so tired that you become...
So tired you become racist.
Yeah, right, yeah.
We've all been there, haven't we, you know?
You're so tired, you accidentally support the Nazis. Like, yeah, we've all been there.
Doing a few all-nighters, you know, feeling a bit down. He's like, you know what? I'm so tired. Let's just be Nazis, you know? Sieg Heil. Yeah, whatever, fuck.
Like, that's just standard, you know, like...
Yeah, it's standard part of the course, really.
I'm just checking to see if it's just light hitting something, or... It's not.
I'm racist. I understand. In 2016, he was ejected from a furry-oriented club due to his refusal to stop wearing his paw print armband, and he had a physical confrontation with another patron as a result of an image of him doing a Sieg Heil while in his fursuit, and that appeared online, further damaging his reputation, obviously. And furries are, like, generally pretty, like, even among, like, online communities are pretty left-wing, so obviously they're not gonna be cool with that. Even joking about stuff like that, they're totally against it. He also made this rather infamous tweet directed towards Richard Spencer, which many...
Yeah, no, it's... I want to exist within this fucking long grammar.
I want to exit.
Exist.
Oh, I thought it was an exit there for a second. I was thinking, you want to exit, Spencer?
It says exist.
I was thinking before it said exit, because that would be much way different context. You got light beam with the camera, that's fine.
Yeah. That's the thing is, like, even if I get rid of the light beam, it's still there. It's just harder to see. Light beam is just making it easier to see it.
I mean, nothing.
The candles made this slightly worse.
You got to think though, the cuteness of a giant fursuit standing doing the Sieg Heil, it's quite interesting.
I mean, yeah.
Interpreted as an implicit endorsement of his ideals.
It's it's a strong message.
It's a strong message, but it's one that could sail over one's head quite easily.
Yeah.
him asking for Spencer's approval. In another instance, he would call himself the Hitler of the furry fandom, a quote that many of his detractors have used to their advantage because why wouldn't they? In addition, in a video he posted on his YouTube channel, he admits to trying to join a neo-Nazi group in order to properly understand what the ideology was all about, though he admitted he was rejected due to his mixed heritage and because of the fact he was a furry.
And I decided to actually get involved with some neo-Nazi groups to see how they were like. You know, you can't judge people right away. You gotta go in there and get your hands dirty. Well, your paws dirty. Whoops.
Why are you creeping?
And, you know, I signed up for the little forum online, paid my $25 membership, and
you get used to
they
the
wanted
eyes,
me to show that I was faithful to Nazism. So I made some comments on YouTube to show this loyalty based under what people express. And I got into it. They asked me a few...
I'm sorry, if we're going to infiltrate somewhere, a group, to do an investigation on them.
Yeah, use an alt, for fuck's sake.
We use an alt, we use different personality persona, we build ones for our jobs.
Yeah.
We do that. And we do quite well them. I would not... yeah, my name is this. My name is Fat Man. I'm a YouTuber, I want to join a group. Yeah, I'll do some like nasty shit on my channel, just like make it say it sounded good. Balls would I do that?
Yeah, no. Why?
I have an alt. We create alts for this. Me and you personally created several weird identities for this very fucking reason.
Yes. Like, we invented an identity for the producer who does not exist for the show, just in case.
And Cinema Scientology.
Yeah.
He's a good man.
Oh, he's a good man, yes. That's why he doesn't exist anymore. He went after Scientology and...
Yeah, they caught him, and, you know... Tom Cruise did some things that are...
unspeakable to the human mind.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't seem like a German as they crawled up there. It was quite horrifying to watch.
Question. The first
Oh,
one
fucking
was,
right. Both of them are back
white?
there now.
I'm not white.
You know it is, right?
I'm
We're
a
gonna
mutt,
hit me
if
with that one.
anybody doesn't know that.
Probably, yeah.
I'm part-time, part German. After that occurred, they also asked me a few other questions, like what this whole furry thing was about. And I said to them, I dress up as an animal. And, you know, I find anthropomorphics hot. And then they were like, get the fuck out.
Guys, the furries are not welcome to the clan meetup. Let it be known. They're not letting them in, okay? The clan is keeping them out.
So furries are too degenerate for the Nazis.
Correct.
That's... I thought the Nazis would welcome something they could use as a weapon. To be honest.
Oh, shit. Do you want to see a really cool trick?
Go on then.
Alright. This, only you'll be able to see this, but what? Right. Right, it's been a little while, so I don't 100% know if I can still pull this off, but we're gonna try anyway. Right, you ready?
Yeah, ready. Yes, basic trick.
Just karate chop the...
Now put a candle across the room and punch it out.
No. To be fair, it wasn't supposed to go out. That was genuinely accidental.
You dropped your hand too close.
The point of the trick is just I can pass my hand through fire.
Well, yes, because some of the firewalkers work.
But then, like, it does score my hand, but it doesn't hurt. It's just carbon.
Yes, it's dirt.
Yeah, it's just carbon staining.
I guess that's the witch's candle.
One of them, yeah.
Which means it has a little melting point than other candles do. So it's not pure paraffin.
Yeah.
I have several fuckers sitting there right next to me. Including a couple back ones as well.
This one's a pink one that I got from a custom bundle. I got a...
Ah, the one for Loose with Love Magic.
To do. No, this one, it uses a similar design, but it got a different blessing than the love one. So this one is, if you believe the pagan mythoses and things, it's supposed to be a direct link to one of the pagan gods I personally subscribe to, of Bridget, who is the goddess of the hearthfire.
And the chariot, and war, and death.
Yes. But mainly, the goddess of hearthfire. I also have I've got like, I got two of each colour that I got commissioned, but on hand I've also got a black one. Which is it's not been lit, because Well, it's a candle for mourning, and I've not had a death since I got them. So,
or used for what call it? Oh, fucking seances. Use black candles.
yeah, that's a whole different candle though. You need a specialized seance black candle. That one's a mourning and remembrance black candle. They're different sets.
Yeah.
That's why I got the set custom made, because I needed different purposes versus what the shop had. So I went to the shop and
Oh yeah, I remember you haven't seen this one. You haven't seen this
talked to a couple of local pagans in said shop and got some connections. And got a little custom set made. Turns out, pagan shit pretty fairly priced if you don't have you know who to ask.
Yeah.
I got like 12 candles for like £2. It was great.
Here's something for you.
Go on then. Oh, it's a little baby cauldron.
Natural Butcher's Cauldron.
Yes, I've got one somewhere in the house. I don't know where. My mum has one somewhere in the house. It's like a Harry Potter one, so
But in it we got
she bought it. But
this is my sister's cauldron.
yeah.
Some iris.
See what I have? It should still be on hand. Ooh, I nearly knocked over a lit candle.
Protection mixture. Now these are what's rare.
What's that?
These are some my sister got custom made for herself.
Bollocks, I think I've left mine's downstairs. Oh, are those honeycomb ones?
Actual beeswax honeycombs ones.
Fuck yes!
Natural
They
ones.
are rare.
Yeah.
And when you do find them, they tend to be very bloody expensive.
They were. You got them from a witcher shop down Kent, I believe. And that.
To be fair, Kent has a surprisingly good amount of like pagan shops, and they're all very high quality.
But yeah, you can see like the. Don't you see that camera very well? Because of the thing.
Yeah.
It's actually rolled honeycomb. Honey wax.
They're great candles. I'm paying attention. I'm looking for my grimoire. So I was going to show that off to you, because it's handmade.
I've seen it. I think I've seen it.
I think I probably have shown you it before. I don't know where I've put it. I think it's downstairs in the recreational box, but...
Yeah, that's just my fireplace. I also have up on my wall, that my sister put up, is I've got a picture of a faunus. Up there.
A what?
Faunus. Goat, half man, half goat thing.
Oh, right, yeah.
A image of the green goddess and of the green god.
Mm-hmm.
And a pentagram made out of
fair.
Black ebony.
Is it a pentagram or a pentacle? Does it look like a Star of David, or is it tilted? Is it standing on one leg or two legs?
Two legs.
Two legs. It's a pentacle.
But no, because pentagram.
Yes.
The Star of David is a 6-pointed star, not a 5.
Yes, but no. See, when a pentacle, right? Pentacle and pentagram. Pentacle stands like the Star of David on, like, where it stands on both legs.
Mm-hmm.
The pentagram, the satanic version, it's tilted onto one leg, usually to the right. This is one of the first things you learn as a pagan. Yeah, it's a pentacle, because it stands on both of the base legs.
It's a hand carved one, supposedly out of black ebony.
See, it looks like ebony wood.
From a sacred tree somewhere down south, in a witch's grove, and it's carved from a particular branch which was 100 years old or something like that.
Which frankly could be any tree anywhere in England at this point, let's face it.
Yeah.
Like, Britain is just one great big island of pagan holy land. It's great.
Yeah.
It's like, you know what I learned recently?
What's that?
There is a pagan holy site 5 minutes down the road from where I live.
There's several where you are.
Yeah, but like, I didn't realize there was one walking distance away.
I believe you have a henge as well somewhere not far from you.
That's the one I'm on about. The henge that's literally 5 minutes down the road from my house.
Yeah, the small ring henge.
Yeah.
Yeah. I believe it's what.
If I remember rightly, I think it's called like Benjamin's henge or like fucking David's hens or some shit like that.
Yeah, it's the name of the guy who found
Literally
it.
5 minutes that way.
But
it is 5 minutes that way from my house.
Yeah, it's a Paleolithic site, if I remember correctly.
So I've not been down. Like I've walked past it before, but I've never actually gone down and hadn't like investigate. It's on my to-do list though. I've been meaning to go down for a while.
You also got several cairns near you, and
yeah,
I believe there's a barrow as well, a hill barrow.
There is, yes.
I can't remember exactly where it's at. I think it's about north of you somewhere.
Yeah, to be fair, there is one like right in my more immediate area, like barrows wise. There's one in Oakley.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of.
An old historic one, yeah. Yeah, I found out about that one in a really weird way because where my sister lived in Oakley, like when she was living in Oakley, she was like right at the base of the hill that said Barrow is on.
Yeah.
Neither of us knew, and then every time I was round, like, cause like her back patio door was like facing said hill.
Yeah.
Every time I was there, I was getting just this like overwhelming sense of just stare at that fucking hill at that exact spot. There was like just one bit on it, where I was just like fucking stare at it because there's something about that bit. And I eventually got sick and tired of that shit, so I started asking around some of my friends in Oakley, and they were like, "Yeah, there's a barrow there." I was like, "Fucking excuse me?" It's like, "Yeah, that exact bit, yeah, barrow." What the fuck do you mean there's a like? What do you mean there's just a pagan fucking holy site there? Yeah. Some witches did some shit there or something. I don't fucking know. I was like, what the fuck?
I mean, remember there's a barrow not far from where I live. It's about a couple miles down the road. And nobody knew about it. So someone twat built a house on top of the fucking thing.
Yeah, that sounds about right, yeah.
It's always thinking, oh, it's a cute hill, I built my house on top of the hill, you know, overlook the valley. It was dead nice.
Yeah, I bet that house is haunted as fuck.
Actually, no, it's quite blessed, actually. People
I don't know, like building houses on graves never ends well. I don't care how friendly those ghosts are. That doesn't end well.
You would think that, but it seems to be the family seem to do quite alright in it. About 2 generations have made quite a lot of money living there.
I don't know what. Don't get me wrong, as someone who lives with ghosts, I can tolerate living with ghosts, but like, building your house on a grave, you're just asking for bother. You're just asking for trouble.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me that much, to be honest, anymore. Because I can pretty much crush anything that's there.
Yeah, like, why risk it? Why fucking risk it?
As I had a friend who played with demon gates without realizing what the fuck he was doing, and I had to deal with that.
Yeah.
Graves don't usually bother me anymore. You know, walking through a haunted graveyard of, like, evil shit, it's quite pleasant jaunt compared to some of the shit I've had dealt with. You know?
That's what I'm lucky, like where I live in terms of graveyards. It's like every graveyard in the area, like just across Fife, there's at least one grave in every graveyard that either is someone I'm related to, or like it's the grave of someone who's related to someone I'm friends with. It's either like a direct descendant or like my friend's direct descendant. So it's like either way, I'm fucking good.
The problem we have
either way, I got someone I got a ghost vouching for me. Either way, it's fine.
The problem I've got where I live is we've had plenty of mine collapse, so there's plenty of dead bodies on the ground anyway, no matter where you go.
Yeah, but like that's not a grave. That's not like sanctified ground, so it's fine.
We also have many, I'm talking many, because how old the site is. Because people thought Stanley was quite a young town, you know, about 15th century, right? Turns out, you go back historically, our town existed before the Roman town of Chestnut Street did.
Yes.
Long before. It was an old pagan, old site. Because referred to as a stand upon the hill. It was an old Celtic fort.
They're back to their shit. I'm rotating again.
Right. Now, we also have a ridiculous amount of old churches here. You're talking like a couple 100-year-old ones, like most places have. You're talking nearly 1,000, like close to 1,000-year-old churches up here.
Nah. See, speaking of like old churches, I I got to do something fucking amazing recently because of an old church.
What's that?
I got to say the words "I told you so" to a bunch of smarmy pricks.
Oh.
So, for a bit of context, right? Said smarmy pricks are the community council of a local village near where I live, right? And myself, my local community council, and that community council, we don't get along. Me and the local community council, we get on great. But us two and that community council, we don't like each other.
Yeah.
Right? We don't like that community. We like me and my local community council, great friends. That other community council, we don't get along with. Right? They're fucking posh cunts, right? And there's like a village that's like technically no man's land, but also technically their problem, right?
Yeah.
And in said village, there is an old as fuck church, right? It's a tiny little church, but it's old as fuck, right? And I've been saying since I fucking moved here, something wrong with that fucking church. I don't know if it's haunted. I don't know if it's cursed. I don't fucking know. I don't know the ins and outs, but there's something fucking not right about that building. There's something wrong with it.
Yeah.
And people have been saying, like locals, experts have been saying, nah, you're fucking stupid. There's no wrong with it. We've had exorcists out, we've had pagans out. There's no wrong with the fucking building. You're just paranoid, right? Right? So finally, right? Because this church has been abandoned, not for sale for years, right? Finally, right? Somebody comes along, buys the church, even gets the community council that we don't like to sign off on it, right? They're like, yeah, that's fine, you can have that church, right? They're refitting the church, right? 3 weeks into fucking trying to restore this church. Guess what the fuck happens?
Body falls on the wall?
Oh, even better than that. A whole ass tree falls on the church and splits the building clean the fucking half. So I got to very gleefully get on the phone and phone that community council, and all I said down the phone was, a tree fell through your church. I fucking told you so. Click.
Yeah, what's even worse about our
I
area?
have not heard back from that council since. They did not like that. They did not appreciate my fuckery, and frankly, they deserved it.
What's up in our area is like I've gone through a few times with like me family and that. Is every church in our area has a section of graveyard part cordoned off slightly.
Yeah.
Right? And you notice in them graves?
Witches?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is rare for England as a whole, especially in the north. Of witches being persecuted up here.
Which is weird, because like the north is kind of like witches no man land.
Yes.
We're like, Scotland, fucking loads of them. South England, fucking loads of them. Midlands, nothing. Fucking nothing. Sorry, North of England. To us Scottish, you're the Midlands, but like I know to the English, you're the North.
Yeah,
like,
we're basically the northern wall.
Yeah, to our geography, you guys are the Midlands, but like I know by English logic that's an insult, so I apologise. But like,
yeah, in terms of Game of Thrones people, we're the people on the wall. We're the Black Watch.
Yes, like to English logic, you're the Night's Watch. To Scottish logic, y'all are the Tullys. Like we're the Night's Watch, you guys are the Tullys. You're just in the halfway mark. You're the landmark to let us know we're heading in the right direction to invade London.
And we'll let you walk right by and do it.
Correct. You're the halfway mark where we stop off for good food and some reinforcements.
Yeah. Long as the Queen alone, we don't care.
Honestly, that's my opinion on it too. So long as you don't fuck with the Queen, I don't give a shit. And since the Queen's dead, I just don't give a shit anymore.
And Charles will be dead so long before we know. He's got cancer.
Yeah, but like, see, I never really liked him that much, and B, I never swore fealty to his ass, so fuck him.
You know what's funny though, right? He's waited so long for that throne. And he's said in his inauguration, I want to sit on the throne till I die.
And then, like, what, a month later, diagnosed with ass cancer, and it's like, oh my god, dude.
Yeah, he's been on the throne for less than a year.
You pure fucker.
And he's got cancer. It's like he's most like, because when he's joking, he's most saying, you get the throne of my dead body, Charles. Mother.
Genuinely feel like it was like the Queen's last laugh. I feel like she got a witch doctor to curse the throne, so like the next arse to sit in it would develop ass cancer just as a final fuck you.
Yeah, it's like, yeah. You don't have long, you bastard. You're not gonna do much damage here, are you?
Like I I don't care if it's true or not that that's what happened, but
I mean, give Charles.
I choose to believe that's what occurred there.
I mean, give Charles Joe. He did actually serve military-wise, better than his fucking first son did, anyway. You know, he actually was in the Falklands War. He did command battleships as a member of the Navy. No, so give
What? Sorry, Charles. I was reading the text. What about Charles?
So, given his dues, he did serve as a full officer in the Navy.
Yeah.
He actually rose to the ranks to get the officer title he needed. He did command battleships during the Falklands War. So he actually did serve military. More so than his fucking first son did, who flew choppers for the Coast Guard.
And his other son, who flew helicopters for the army for a bit.
First drove tanks for the army.
And then, in fairness, did become like boot infantry, but like spent the first half just like helicopters, so as to keep his grandmother happy.
No, he didn't. Harry's original patrol unit was a Scorpion scout tank. He flew helicopters.
Was it a Scorpion scout? I thought it was a Hind.
No, he was a Scorpion scout.
Not a Hind, because Hinds are Russian. Sorry, no, R1. Our version of the Hind. You got the Hind, you got the US one, you got us. What's R1? The fucking bitch. That one.
Well, the troop one.
The missile one.
Apache.
No, that's the American one.
No, that's ours one.
Is that? I thought it was the Americans that used the Apache.
No, we use Apache.
Ah, okay. Either way, I thought it was a Halo crew to begin with.
No. He was a Scorpion tank commander for the scout unit.
Because I know after he came out, he kind of like went similar to William for a bit there, where he was doing with Mountain Rescue.
For the end of his career, he was in charge of a Green Goddess. Green Giant.
That's what I'll be thinking of, as he went into heli near the end, and then
the big fucking helicopters that can pick up like God knows what.
Yeah, because I know after he came out of the army, he started doing like mountain rescue work for a bit there.
Yeah, but his original deployment in Afghanistan was a scout tanker for a Scorpion scout tank.
To be fair, hear me out here, right? Because I've had a theory about Prince Harry for a while.
He's a dick.
Well, there's that, but like more specifically as to like why he's a dick.
He's ginger?
No. When I say these words, right, you're either going to call me an idiot, or you're going to immediately go, son of a bitch, that makes sense.
Go on then.
What if Prince Harry has PTSD, though? That would explain so much shit, right?
To be honest, it wouldn't make...
So much shit would make so much more sense.
I mean, the military...
Like, all of a sudden, a lot of his behaviour makes way more fucking sense.
I mean, the military tried to keep him off the front lines, but Harry told them to go and fuck themselves and drove there anyway.
Yeah, and he did, because, like, there's that very famous interview where he was doing, and, like, just halfway through the interview, he just had to get up, because, like, a firefight kicked off, and had to go help.
Yeah, he did see combat.
Like, the base unit just, like, took under fire, and he was like, 2 minutes, okay. Gunned down some Al-Qaeda, then came back and finished the interview, and it was like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, he did actually see live combat, unlike his brother, so...
Yes, several times. If I remember rightly, I think he was in, like, 8 active, like operations where he saw like active combat.
They tried to get him towards.
He had like way more like accidental active combats, but I think he was like on 8 actual deployments where the plan was active combat.
Instead of being in the main camp where they wanted to put him and just like scout the town area and that type of stuff, he went, no, yeah, they put me in the front lines, or I'm going to cause a stink over this. So they stuck him on an active fob. I think it was in I think it was in Bruges. I think he was at.
That rings a bell. I vaguely remember him serving in Borussia, so I'm going to agree with you.
I know it's on the 4 bases, one of the far forward ones that had an like, active zone you went to. You went to those active zone to prove his point. And he was a part of scout which advanced and took fire, I think, 4 times as part of tank crew. And the base got attacked 3 times, I think, when he was operated there. He spent 2 years there, then brought back, and he did last 2 years as learned to be a helo pilot.
Yeah.
And that. Anyway, back to the ferry.
The good news is they're not showing up on camera anymore, so that's good. That means they've chilled.
And you go do your thing.
All of these incidents, along with quite a few others, resulted in Foxler being a pretty controversial figure within the furry space. By extension, this made every other member of the group controversial just by association. Screenshots of members in their Telegram chat posting the imagery.
Jesus Christ.
Oh god.
Gee, I'm still reading. Holy shit! Right. Okay.
Which one are you reading?
I've just gone to the middle bit. What the fuck? What the fuck? What am I reading? 110 motherfuckers are in that telegram, dude.
Yeah, it's just an iron cross with a third point PowerPoint on it.
Yeah, like it's not even subtle.
No. I mean, that's very subtle.
It's more subtle than the fucking Iron Cross. Fucking...
Yeah. I gotta love this name though. Rin Wolfstein.
Like, fucking, like, lads, it's Zeke Heil, not fucking Yif Mein Führer. Jesus.
Oh, come on, what the hell was a furry? Because a furry. That makes so much sense.
Like, lads, you're supposed to say Zeke Heil Mein Führer, not fucking Yif Mein Führer. Fucking... Christ.
It's a weird sentiment, like saying Nazi furries.
It's why I opted for Fur Qaeda, because it's less upsetting.
Oh, that one of us.
It's just that Blumiere guy of just like, one of my friends is legit freaking out from me going insane from being here, and it's like, yeah, that's a good friend.
Yeah.
Like, if one of my friends wound up in a furry Nazi server, I would have them committed on the spot.
Well, being a furry is definitely part of my identity. It's only half for me. As of now, I'm wiggling my options.
Weighing.
Weighing my options.
That says weighing, it's just very badly spelled.
Yeah. Then perhaps it's a hobby for you. It definitely is some for me. And then Blumiere just posted.
Definitely is for some, yeah. And then Blumiere's just like, Nazi shit.
Yeah.
And then that guy just drops a hard R, right? Just fucking clean out of left field. Just unprompted.
Probably says Blumiere is one that's dropped this image here. Says, oh no, my friends are going insane. So he just drops that. Then from Azka Kiz, just drops like a whole fucking...
That corrects.
Whatever, I don't care. Just like drops a whole fucking Nazi shrine. With some like lightning bolts for the good measure. I mean, it's obviously a Discord service. I'm not surprised on Discord, to be honest.
I mean, yeah, but like Telegram?
Telegram's a new one. That's a very left wing.
Telegram's the one that's surprising. Like
Telegram's like so left wing, it's lost the plot at this point.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's a cute little fox. I'll give that.
I mean, it's well drawn, but like, I mean, the real question is like, who the fuck did you even get to commission that? Like, finding a furry artist that's willing to draw that was no fucking easy task.
Finding Nazi artists to draw that's even worse.
Yeah. Just finding an artist full stop would be willing to make that is a challenge.
No, I'm finding plenty of artists to do Nazi memorabilia stuff. That's not the hard part.
Yeah, but like, finding one that's willing to do a furry Nazi.
Yeah, that's the hard part. That's a different matter entirely.
A fatsy, if you will. Is that a hate crime calling them fatsies? I think that might be a hate crime.
Yeah. It's definitely...
Let's we'll go with Fur Qaeda so I don't accidentally get like misheard as saying fatso instead of fatsy.
It's definitely a strong message they're putting out here. You know, but they're not Nazis.
Futsy. It should be a futsy.
Futsy.
A futsy. Nah, Fur Qaeda just works better though. Nah.
Oh,
Fur Qaeda is just a better pun.
Oh, better one, not fair.
Nah.
Mm.
Nah.
Incorporating their logo also made the rounds online, and that resulted in many within the furry community rejecting and ostracizing the furry raiders under the presumption that all of the members held far-right beliefs. This definitely wasn't helped by the fact that others who associated with the group started to garner their own infamy as well. As an example, a furry known as Diesel Raccoon, who is a known associate of the furry raiders, came under fire for making controversial statements on Twitter. In 2015, he made this tweet where he talks about feeling nervous at Walmart at night.
Is it wrong for me to feel just a bit nervous when I'm at Walmart late at night? Sound about all these black people. I'm not
That should have stayed in the drafts, boo. That one should have just stayed in the drafts.
I mean, to be honest, right, in America, yes, you probably should feel nervous at Walmart because all the crazies go to Walmart.
Yeah, it's Walmart.
Yeah, at night time.
You're in a Walmart. It's not about the black people being there. It's the fact you're in a Walmart. That's why you're nervous, dude.
Yeah.
Like, you've become acutely aware that you don't have a budget. That's why you worried.
But here, this guy says here, this Diesel, well, this guy is, at Diesel Raccoon. You've been webbed it out for some reason.
Yeah.
You know, I feel nervous when I'm at Walmart late at night, no matter who's I'm trying to buy, it's Walmart has the effect on me. Yeah, Walmart does have that effect.
It does. As someone who's been in a Walmart late at night, yeah, I know it. Asda doesn't do that, but Walmart does. It's weird.
Yeah, Walmart's really creepy, I've heard.
Yeah, as someone who's been there both during the day and during the night, nighttime Walmart is just weird. There's a fucking vibe, dude. It's just odd.
Because Diesel rephrase this. You know, I just feel like they were all watching me. One more reason to carry my gun.
It's like, again, I want you to just stay in the drafts, bud.
I mean, what's amazing is the furries get gun licenses.
Yeah. Oh, you would be
surrounded
amazed
by
at how
black
many parties
people.
have
And in the
guns.
replies, he stated it was just another reason to carry a gun. Later on, he would also come under fire after a friend of his replied in a tweet referencing the then recent march on Capitol Hill, saying, "A coup was attempted to overthrow the government and install a dictator as the leader of this country." Diesel ended up replying, "I like you deeply as a friend, and I'm going to choose to not even respond to you. Inflates you, making you big and round." Oh my god. Inflates you, making you big and round.
Yep.
Dude, furries are so crazy, man. These guys are awesome. A screenshot of this exchange would go viral on Twitter soon after, because why wouldn't it? Interestingly, years later, Diesel would denounce the furry raiders due to alleged zoophilia and clarified that he didn't support the January 6th attack on the Capitol, though it should be noted he was still associated with the furry raiders at the start of their largest controversies. Now, incidents like this would really paint the furry raiders in a negative light and resulted in them being labeled a far-right group by their critics and kind of pushed out by the furry community. And when the furry community isn't even willing to accept you, there might be something wrong with you. There might be something going on, right? I think we can agree with that. It should be noted that the furry raiders themselves have contested this numerous times, and as mentioned before, still to this day they insist they're a group founded on equality and not hatred or bigotry. These rebuttals fell on deaf ears, however, as the raiders would soon enter into a larger controversy that would result in their niche group becoming one of the most infamous sects in the furry community. At this point, they were already hated. They would become absolutely fucking despised very soon. In 2016, as the Rocky Mountain FurCon geared up for its next big event, the organization began to look at booking hotel rooms to accommodate attendees. The furry raiders took notice, and they decided to pull together their money to book 25% of the rooms available at the hotel before room blocks were even officially open to the public. This was supposedly done in order to allow easier access to the convention by their members to secure, like, they'd have a spot at the convention, basically. Now, this move initially angered and upset a lot of furries, as they saw it as sort of a power grab and an attempt by the furry raiders to block out members who were critical of them from attending the convention. This sentiment was also seemingly shared by the RMFC organizers, who contacted the raiders directly and attempted to convince them to release their hold on said rooms. After
Right, they want to attend an event and they bought a hotel room for the event so that people can turn up. How is that blocking someone else? You know,
essentially the math, like the thinking behind it is, oh, they've taken up 1/4 of the rooms that will be available on the day of the event, so that's way less people that like we're marketing the event towards that can turn up.
yes, but they're paying money. It's always baffled me with people. How dare they book a room?
Yeah, like I agree with you. Of like it's weird, but like I can see both sides of the argument with it.
I can see both sides.
Like I get where they're coming from, but I agree it is a weird standpoint.
Yeah, it's, you know, I'm sure there's fair enough, right? The hotel's probably got the event going on. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But I'm sure there's other hotels close by where furries can congregate, then go to the event close by.
Like there will be.
I mean, probably less fur powers in that area, but yeah. it's a very dumb hill to try and die on.
Yeah.
To be honest.
No, I mean, there are worse hills to die on.
Really?
Yeah.
After allegedly failing to comply,
Look before
the convention
Steele, for
organizer
example.
would make a post on social media addressing the situation where he stated, despite direct communications with them, the Denver-based group known as the Furry Raiders declined to drop their reservations at the Crown Plaza. We have exhausted all of the means that we have to officially try to get them to release the rooms, but we're sorry to say that neither the convention nor the hotel currently have policies in place to prevent this behavior, though we strongly disapprove of it. This led to a big wave of backlash towards the Raiders, who seem to be unwilling to budge from their position. However, on April 14th, 2016, it was publicly announced that they had agreed to relinquish the 25% of the rooms after discussing the issue with RMFC staff, so the convention itself released a correction soon after, basically thanking them. In that statement, we inferred that the Furry Raiders had refused to release the rooms in the room block. This statement was not entirely accurate. At the time, the Furry Raiders had stated that the rooms in the block had been given to members and friends, and from that, we inferred they were refusing to release any of the rooms they had reserved. Since this statement, the Furry Raiders have begun to cancel some of the unused rooms in their reservation, and have stated that they will continue to do so for unused rooms. RMFC would like to apologize to the Furry Raiders for any confusion or antagonism this statement may have caused. After that incident, many furries within the furry community came out in support of the Raiders.
A lot of people
like, hey, maybe these guys aren't so bad, you know, they're a little bit racist, but, you know, they're good guys, alright, leave Jimmy alone. One of the most notable of these individuals was a man who went by the name 2, who you most likely actually know as the Ranting Griffin. 2 is a self-described furry comedian who had, in the past, performed at some of the largest furry conventions and was well known within the fandom. He himself had been the subject of controversy over time due to his vocal opposition to the social justice movement, and because of some jokes he had previously made in rant videos he posted on his YouTube channel, which probably made it easier for him to empathize with the plight of the Furry Raiders, because he's a controversial guy, they're controversial, he's anti-PC, they're anti-PC, so they're like, okay, we're kind of the same guy, right? Let's join forces a little bit. Just as a little side note, 2 is an individual whose history is extensive and worthy of its own video, honestly, but he's most notable in this instance for his commentary on topics relating to the Furry Raiders, and therefore his other unrelated controversies won't be put into focus here, but I might do a video in the future about him because he's an interesting dude. Now, he would release a rant on April 17th, 2016 titled Bird Box Number...
You up?
It's a Turkey Tom should, because he did some mental shit.
I don't know who he is. To be honest, I thought I must know the degenerates on the internet, but I don't actually know who he is.
Yeah, how do I explain this? He's like the furry equivalent of like I can't even think of a normal comic that's like equally as irritating, honestly.
Was that Ginger Twat?
No.
Not him?
Might have been close.
Frankie Boyle?
Again, no. Not even close. Like, think about his name of the comedian you're thinking of, but like, no.
No, the Carrot Top was one I was thinking of beforehand.
Oh, no, Alright, so you like Dave Chappelle, right?
Yes.
Alright, imagine if Dave Chappelle was A, white, and B, about 80 times worse.
Ah.
There you go. That's the closest I can get to explaining the Ranting Griffin accurately.
For one,
put it this way, if a comedian says shit that upsets me, you know it's fucked. Like I like fucked humor as much as the next guy. If even a right-wing comedian, if they're able to say something that fucks me off, you know it's just wrong.
I mean, that's not a flattering image.
Yeah, really not.
And summarize some of the available information about the controversy, with his conclusion being that furries within the community were overreacting to the situation. There were those in the community who started to become suspicious about the association between the Raiders and the RMFC staff. Many believe that because the convention refused to ban the Raiders from the event as a whole, that they were actually sympathetic to the Raiders and therefore their ideas and whatever they may believe. This, of course, was only speculation, as with many of their controversies. It was just kind of like, they have the wrong vibe, you know. So the incident would soon be forgotten about as people began to move on with their lives. The event would still be remembered by far-left individuals within the community who refused to let the controversy go and maintained a level of disgust and hatred for the group as a whole, and that would come to a head the following year. In early 2017, a leftist furry made a tweet saying, "Oh yeah, furry raiders are a bunch of N-word MFs too, reminder, etc." To which another left-wing furry named Dio Taz Devil replied, "Can't wait to punch these Nazis." Yeah, I'm sure they're going to be doing a lot of...
See, to me, both the far left and the far right are just equally as shitty as each other.
they're equally as violent.
Yeah, what's that?
Both sides want to pipe bomb the other. It's weird.
What's that? Antifa. Antifa, sorry.
Antifa, yeah.
Yeah. You know, do you want to go to the same? We're going to beat the shit out of you and blow your place up. I mean, I've ran into a couple of Antifa beforehand. Before I started the podcast.
Yeah.
And they're gentle little shits.
They really are, yeah.
Gobby little shits. I mean, they make mouths go all quite nice and well.
That's the thing, with Antifa, like, most of them think they're fucking hard, but, like, they just don't have the balls to try anything.
Yeah.
They have the theoretical knowledge to do shit, but, like, they ain't got the balls to try it.
I bought some plate armor from Wish.com for Airsoft, and now you can't shoot because I'm bulletproof.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't work that way, mate.
Hans, bring me the MG42. By flicking this one bipod that is held onto my gun by a single screw, I will turn this MG42 into your worst nightmare. Yeah, you're bulletproof now, fuckhead. If you can feel the BBs hitting you, it counts.
Well, that's the point, though, right? Some of the plate armors I buy from Wish.com, right? Because I know what most of them get the shit from, because we've seen the same one.
Yeah.
We've tested them in the airsoft field beforehand. Because
they're shit.
Yeah, I mean, a standard BB.
Most of them are cheap sheet metal.
Maybe cheap sheet metal. A standard BB, right? You're on like caravans, metal caravans, right? We can punch holes through that using our standard BB guns. Not even super.
Yeah. It's like your plate metal that's made out of just a decommissioned caravan ain't gonna do shit.
Yeah. And with the material made from fucking the cheapest possible, you know, it's still gonna hurt.
That's the thing, if your plate armor costs less than like a mid-range airsoft gun, it's probably not gonna be bulletproof.
Yeah.
It's probably not even gonna be BB proof.
More people say, oh, I've got this great deal, 20 quid, like, yeah, you're gonna hurt.
Yeah.
Although, this is Kid Rock, the airsoft field once, wearing a £1,000 juggernaut armor. Actual military grade juggernaut armor. You know, like the 2-inch thick steel plate.
Yeah.
Pieces.
That is just excessive.
Yeah, it's heavy.
Like, that guy needs to go touch grass and meet women.
Yeah, it was literally, you walk around that, like, that's gone. It's a hot day, you're running around. I don't envy you.
I don't know, who the fuck's running in a jug armor, dude? Like, nah, you edge walk the entire game. Come on, it's the law.
What's worse is indoors as well.
Like, you edge walk while just blaring the Doom soundtrack down your headphones. Like, that's...
With a minigun, do-do-do-do-do.
Just do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Just cashmere fucking...
My dad did see a woman recently make another video post about doomsday witchcraft and devil worship.
It's just another person that clearly hasn't played the fucking game.
Yeah, I put a post against you. Obviously, haven't played the game because that's kind of like the opposite of what you do in Doom.
Like yeah, the game has, you know, demonography and shit in it, but like the entire plot of the game is you're fighting against hell, not helping hell. You fucking gaggle fuck.
Yeah, you literally jump into hell to rip it to shreds, and get so good at ripping the hell to shreds, they now feel you and worship as some kind of deity.
Now, to be fair, have you ever looked into the lore of Doom Guy and why Doom Guy is so he just fucking hates demons so much?
There's two versions of it, of the lore. I looked into it. One is they killed his rabbit.
That's the way. There's the version from like Doom 1 and like the early Doom games, which is where they killed his rabbit.
Yeah.
And then there's the one from Doom 3, which was like the soft reboot Doom 3 on PS3. That just makes it way better.
What, the fact Hell killed his family, his wife and kids?
His wife and children.
Yeah.
Because you know what, right? I like rabbits as much as the next guy, right? But like Doom Guy being a cheap knockoff of John Wick. I don't give a shit. Whereas like
remember, he's original
Doom Guy just being pissed off because his wife and kids are dead. Yeah, no, that fucking character I can get behind. That guy, I'm on his team.
See, that all comes from one of the phrases that the Celestial made. Is, if you stop this onslaught, I can send you back to the time before this, where you can still have them. before you lost everything.
And he's like, yeah, but like, if you send me back, it undoes everything I did, which means they're still gonna come in and invade. So like, I'm still gonna lose everything. So no, fuck you.
No, what you offered was like basically create a little pocket dimension with him, like we wouldn't notice it.
Yeah, no, that's worse.
And that, so you live in bliss type thing.
Yeah, no. As someone who's seen Total Recall, no.
You know, but I was like,
was that Total Recall with Arnold Schwarzenegger with the simulation on Mars or some shit?
Yeah, that's Total Recall.
Yeah, that's Total Recall. I thought it was. I went to double check. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, it was supposedly a secret agent
for the bad guys. I thought I'd fucked that up for a minute.
Yeah, it was a secret agent for the bad guys that got his mind wiped and soon became a good guy by shagging a prostitute.
Yeah, something like that. I just remembered set on Mars and there's like a fucking simulation and like half of the movie is him trying to figure out am I in a simulation or not. So it was kind of like Inception before Inception.
No, that's Total Recall 2, which wasn't Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Oh, is that Total Recall 2 what he does the...
Yeah, Total Recall 2 is All on Earth, where the mind thing's a simulation of going to Mars. Whereas Total Recall 1, although it was a crazy simulation like travel holiday in a simulation, you actually went to Mars. Because that's where Richie came from. In that one.
This is going to sound stupid, right? Because I know it's kind of the point.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, can they just make a sci-fi movie that isn't just bollocks? Can we just get a sci-fi movie that's just normal? There's aliens, war, fuck it. Just do a Deep Space Nine. There's some aliens, they're space Nazis, they fucked over some space Jews, war, fuck it. Just French, baguette, fuck it, we're done. Job done, easy.
That's the point of, for some reason, anime...
That's easy.
Anime can do it quite well. Do like a story like that where aliens try and invade, we fight back. And create a whole war scenario. Right?
Yeah.
For some reason, live action American TVs or American like, movies can't... The best one they did was Aliens. With...
I don't know, I really like Deep Space Nine's, like when they did the Kardashian War arc.
Yes.
That one works amazingly, because it's literally just World War II in space.
Yes.
It's literally just Nazis. Space Nazis with weird fucking necks, fucked over some space Jews with some weird noses. Done.
Yeah, this is the
5
power.
minutes.
You've got the
Easy.
Dominion, the Cardassians, and
Yeah, the Dominion, who like are basically just space communists. They're just the Soviet Union in space. Like
they got the people who love the cool things and weird ships.
Yeah.
I don't know the names are.
I think that was the Tholians, if I remember rightly.
No, the Tholians were the crystal spider people.
You're right. No, they're the space, the ghost squids. You're right.
Yeah.
Fuck, I hate the Tholians. Ugh.
The one, remember, like Star Wars, the guy that had the fucking like weird mask on. The whole race like got the mask and the eyes
yeah.
and shit.
Was that the Nokians? Notians? Something like that? Except they had neck gaiters, didn't they? They cut around like this.
You're thinking of the Nausicaans, which were basically pirates.
Nausicans, thank you. Yeah, it's these guys you're thinking of, right?
No.
No? Different guys?
Different guys.
Alright.
No, can't remember the names.
Thank you for correcting me, King, because like, that was going to bug me. If I was going to have to go Google that.
Yeah.
Nausicans, thank you.
Nausicans are basically...
That was genuinely getting on my tits.
Nausicans before joining the KDF were basically space pirates. And the KDF
Yeah.
when bitch slapped them and said, "You're now one of us," and they, "Oh well, no problem."
Understandable. Have a nice day. We'll stop stealing
A lot
your
of
shit
punching
now.
Furries are
No,
known
we'll
for
do
being
shit.
tough
That's
and
not yours.
strong and good at fighting. Another user named Olivia jumped in and stated, "Watching you get shot by someone defending themselves from unprovoked assault will be far more entertaining." At this point, another user jumped into the conversation, asking whether the person who had initially replied intended on bringing a gun to the convention, to which they would respond by stating, "Sure hope you're not planning on attacking innocent folks. I fully support legal concealed carry." To which Dio, the individual who had said they wanted to punch Nazis, asked, "Are you threatening to bring a gun to RMFC?" And that's where the conversation ended. Now, I'd like to take a moment here to clarify some things about the Dog Watch Press. While they do present themselves as a news outlet of sorts, the actual writing staff consists of only 2 people, Pacho Fur and Pup Matthias, and many of the articles covering this situation are written by Pacho Fur. This means that...
I mean, there's plenty of places...
Don't ask. Don't ask. Please don't ask. I don't have the energy to explain it to you.
Explain what?
Please don't fucking ask. Like, ask a question, but please don't let it be the question I think it is.
What I was going to say, there's plenty of places in the fursuit to hide a gun, to be honest.
Oh, good. It wasn't the question I thought it was going to be. Oh, fantastic. I thought you were going to question the pop thing.
No, I'm not going to question
the
pop thing.
We do not have time to explain it. Just accept it.
I know the pop thing from the last time we did furries.
Okay.
Many of the articles on the website are biased and slanted in a left-wing direction. This doesn't necessarily delegitimize some of the points and opinions asserted in these articles, but from an outsider's perspective, they should be viewed as more think pieces giving one single perspective about the incident, as opposed to like de facto, unbiased views of events than one would normally expect from a traditional news site, because these are really like editorials. It's really an opinion piece. It's more of a blog. It's not really like furry news, because these people have a vested interest in one side of politics, right? So you can't completely take them at their word. Well, things took a pretty unexpected turn when Dio Taz Devil received a cease and desist letter from someone identifying themselves as Kahuki. The contents of this legal notice were, to put it mildly, pretty perplexing and seemed to lack coherent legal grounding or understanding. It was signed with the name Kendall Emery, which led to a shocking revelation that Kendall was listed in a sex offender registry, charged with a felony for criminal contact with a minor. This shed light on his history, suggesting that he had previously held the position of chairman but had stepped down in 2008 due to the severity of the charges. Speculations arose that the furry board staff might have known about his criminal background, yet allowed him to remain active within the community. And this is actually a common problem in the furry community. There's a decent amount of incidents like this. Amidst the escalating drama, the convention's leadership declared the cancellation of RMFC, citing heightened security costs ostensibly linked to Dio's initial threat. Last month, we were faced with a sudden and drastic increase in security costs, amounting to more than a third of our entire existing operating budget. This cost increase stemmed directly from the very public threats of violence against one another by members of this community, as well as the negative backlash from the misinformation spread about the convention, its staff, and attendees. Therefore, Rocky Mountain FurCon 2017 is officially canceled. I will no longer continue to subject my staff and our community to the lies, hate, violence, and slander that was disseminated. A board member named Rodney Brian Graff, who went by the moniker Scorch, also claimed that the security fees would have amounted to a staggering $22,000. Notably, Scorch ardently defended Kendall and downplayed the severity of his conviction, wrongly asserting that it would be considered a misdemeanor today. The controversy continued when the Dogpatch Press, an online platform covering furry news, published a series of articles that accused the furry raiders of having N-word affiliations, speculating about the RMFC board's ties to the furry raiders, and revisited allegations of abuse against Kendall. These articles ignited a firestorm of reactions within the community. Predictably, opinions within the furry community became divided. The furry raiders faced significant backlash, while anti-social justice warrior furries directed their ire towards Dio. In response to the mounting pressure, Dio claimed that her initial threat was actually just a joke, and she never actually wanted to attend the convention, much less bring a firearm there or anything like that. Amidst the chaos, a faction of furries sympathetic to the furry raiders redirected blame towards Dio. They asserted that she had been responsible for contacting the hotel and Denver police, resulting in the con's cancellation. Dio refuted these claims on her Twitter account, further fueling the ongoing controversy, and it just kind of snowballed from there, right? The furries getting a convention canceled is like, you know, a concert goer getting their like one concert they go to a year canceled, or like a music festival canceled. Like, furries love these conventions. This is where they go and do drugs and party and stick it in each other's butts and meet other furries. Like, this is like the highlight of their fucking year, and so for something like this to happen is extremely upsetting to them. As the narrative expanded, scrutiny towards the Mid-America Anthropomorphic and Art Corporation, or MAAAC, also known as wait, is that mid? 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 Skibbity, you're so skibbity, you're so Phantom Tox. Well, anyway, the non-profit organization responsible for organizing the con is the MAAAC, and it came to light they had failed to file tax returns from 2008 to 2015, leading to the revocation of their tax exemption status in 2011. This obviously raised questions.
So far.
So far.
Threats of violence between left-wing and right-wing furries. I can't believe that sound came out of my mouth. Then the non-profit. A fucking non-profit.
Yep.
For furries didn't file the tax exemption forms and then got cancelled.
Correct.
Okay. Let's make sure I got that correctly.
Yeah, no, that's... Yep, you're following the plot there, yeah.
As well as some things of P3DOs existing within the fur community, which we already know exists.
Yep.
What the fuck are you doing?
I'm looking for a screwdriver.
Why?
Because I've realised that I've been meaning to change the batteries on my little lights under my bed for like 6 months and still haven't done it. So I'm looking for a screwdriver so I can do that later. Hence why when you came back I was under my bed, because I was like reading the label on the lights to see what kind of batteries it takes.
Probably triple A's.
Doubles.
The road batteries
double A's. And happily I have double A's on hand. I just don't happen to have a fucking screwdriver like on hand.
Those delays come from the vibrators.
Right. I will have a screwdriver somewhere in the fucking office. It's just where I put the fucking screwdriver that's the issue.
Check the loot drawer.
It's anywhere. It's gonna be over here. I know you can't see over here, but oh, ghosts! Make yourselves useful. Find a little screwdriver. Philip said preferably.
You checked the dollhouse.
Yeah, I've checked the dollhouse. Yeah, that was. I'm not gonna lie to you. The dollhouse was like the second place I looked because I checked on top of the fridge first. I've realised though there is another half of the dollhouse in it. No, there's none. There's none in the dollhouse.
About the organization's financial practices and transparency, and as people kept digging, a peculiar detail emerged. Kendall had signed the cease and desist with a red thumbprint, prompting speculation that he might be a sovereign citizen. Now, for those of you who are unaware, sovereign citizens is basically like a movement that dates back to the early 90s, in which people have convinced themselves that they are above the law, and that by giving someone money, they can learn the magical words that will free them from the justice system, so they don't have to pay taxes, listen to police officers, or even go to jail. Some of my favorite videos of these guys are videos where they'll be like pulled over for speeding or something, and the cop will say, "How's it going tonight?" and they'll accuse them of, like, you know, driving too fast or whatever, because that's what they were doing, and they'll be like, "Nah, I was just traveling, bro. Nah, bro, I was just traveling in the car. I was going to the stove." Like, they somehow are convinced that they weren't driving, or they just refuse to say that they were driving, because instead in their mind they were traveling because they're a sovereign citizen. And the cop,
you what?
So I've just learned I own tungsten rods about that big.
Why?
I have no fucking clue. But I own tungsten rods about that big. Like, let me just fucking grab one. Like, see that?
Huh.
Just got like 6 of them.
The Pro Cast kind of project machine of moderator.
They're in a box with a bunch of screws.
Anyway, I'm thinking we'll quickly change videos because it's getting a bit dull now.
Yeah.
We don't pretty much how we're going to end. Try to do 2 things.
Okay.
Disturbing cause that still exist, or horrifying crimes inspired by internet myths.
I never know.
Let's go to the internet myths one, so something more interesting.
Yeah, why not? Fucking dealer's choice. You do you.
In the early 2010s, creepypastas rose to prominence. At the time, it seemed like everywhere you turned online, you were met with horror stories telling the tales of psycho serial killers, disturbing human experiments, and murderous supernatural beings. Creepypasta urban legends like Slender Man, Ben Drowned, and Jeff the Killer were terrifying people around the world, and fictional horror was experiencing a digital renaissance. Many creepypastas appealed to children, and generally most kids innocuously consumed this horror content. But in a small handful of cases, there have been instances where children developed bizarre fixations with these horror stories. And aside from kids, some adult criminals have eerily mimicked foul deeds perpetrated within creepypasta stories. From a 12-year-old girl stabbed as a tribute to Slender Man.
That's what I was on about the other day.
Her mother to appease a supernatural clown, to a real-life murder case sharing eerily similar elements to a famous creepypasta. These are the crimes inspired by creepypasta.
Howdy, I'm here to talk about your rights and today's sponsor, Morgan & Morgan. Several years ago, I had a friend who ordered a fast food chicken sandwich and discovered it had a thumbtack in it. I remember when it happened, he flew too intimidating.
How fuck he accidentally put a thumbtack in my chicken sandwich?
With Morgan, you can skip
this one. How fuck do you fuck that up?
It's more of a myth
Don't allow yourself to be violated by thumbtacks and rogue office supply.
Still, like, of all items.
If you've ever been injured in an accident, serve. Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring. Now let's get on to the story.
Laughing Jack Killer.
I don't think that did shit.
While many creepypasta-influenced crimes have been inspired by the story of Slender Man, there is one creepypasta killing that's often overlooked, and in my view, might be the most disturbing of them all. It's the child killer inspired by Laughing Jack. The legend of Laughing Jack is a creepypasta tale almost as old as the art form itself. A dark clown with sinister intent, Jack is said to approach children in an ethereal state, masquerading as what some might describe as an imaginary friend. Once the child trusts this insidious being, that's when it strikes, unleashing psychological horrors and eventually physically manifesting and murdering its child victim. The original Laughing Jack stories were written by a DeviantArt user known as Snuffbomb. The story was published to the site on March 3rd of 2013. In the story, Jack is described as, quote, a clown with long hair, a big swirly cone nose. He's got long arms and baggy pants with stripy socks, and he always smiles. Snuffbomb would also go on to
officially surrender. Can't find a screwdriver. Fuck it.
Of the newly created character, which helped showcase the vision that he had for the creepypasta.
Oh no, I'm still listening.
The Laughing Jack story would become a creepypasta hit, so popular that Snuff would go on to write a prequel expounding on the origins of the character. These stories describe Jack's origins as being that of a Victorian-era Jack-in-the-Box toy that possessed supernatural powers. While initially a benevolent entity, Jack would become cursed after its first human-child companion
Can one use a key as a screwdriver?
Serial killer. Apparently doomed to emulate the behavior of its owners, Jack would then undergo a harrowing transformation, becoming the malevolent Laughing Jack, and commit killings of its own, the seemingly immortal being hunting children to this very day. It's a simplistic, almost tropish horror tale that we've heard variations of throughout the years.
So basically a version of Freddy Krueger.
Pretty much, yeah.
I mean,
you
the
never heard
influences
the
all
Laughing
over the
Jack
place
story
here.
before?
But Laughing Jack would resonate with
Hell,
an
I should
entirely
Google
new
it.
generation
Fine.
of horror fans. Similar to how supernatural movie killers like Freddy Krueger and Jason Voorhees captured the imagination of youths in the 80s, early 2010s online creepypastas like Laughing Jack were terrifying millennials and Gen Zers around the world.
God, that's creepy.
What is?
IMAX.
IMAX?
Yeah. You know what an iMac is?
No.
Essentially, it was Apple's idea of making an all-in-one computer. Their first attempt at it. So basically, they got a standard tube monitor.
Yeah.
Rammed in a CD player, some speakers, and some bits of computer hardware, and then sold it for a stupid amount of money.
Yeah, that sounds about right for Apple, yeah.
Yeah. People bought them, thought, oh, great. Till they broke. I thought, oh, well, I can take it to any computer repair shop and get it fixed for myself.
Nope.
No, because every fucking part in it, including the fucking monitor itself, was proprietary technology.
Yeah.
And nobody could fix. I mean, that's it there. Look, that's it.
Yeah, I'm looking. Yeah.
White plastic and blue piece of crap.
For the record, the keys aren't working as a screwdriver.
They're probably too fat then.
Yeah. I'm gonna try the keyring.
Try using the tip of a fucking knife, like every normal human being would do.
Because I don't have a knife on hand.
Get one later.
All of my knives are downstairs. Oh, never mind, I found a knife. There was one on the floor.
I got knives every part of my house.
I thought I got that.
It was a
last night.
darkly magical moment in internet culture, and some got whipped up into a frenzy. Sadly, for younger folks, it was often difficult for them to differentiate fact and fiction. And this becomes problematic when creepypastas are intentionally written in a way that makes them seem real. And when a young child genuinely believes that a supernatural being is out to kill them, well, nothing good comes out of that. Which brings us to the tragic killing of Maria Torres. This is Maria Torres. At the time of this story taking place in 2015, Maria was a 50-year-old woman from Elkhart, Indiana. Maria spent much of her time raising her 12-year-old stepdaughter, who we'll refer to as JT. They, together with father Edwin Torres, lived in a small apartment building in Elkhart. The family didn't have much in terms of financial resources, and it's been said that raising JT was quite the struggle. JT reportedly experienced a traumatic and abusive early childhood and suffered from PTSD and emotional issues. These problems manifested themselves in bouts of extreme fear, paranoia, and difficulty
give an abused child
socializing.
access to a creepypasta. That was never a backfire, was it?
Yeah, what could go wrong? Fuck it.
Maria's stepdaughter's mental issues would only be exacerbated after she got heavily involved into online creepypasta communities. Online, JT would become immersed within the world of creepypasta lore and spent much of her free time consuming stories and online urban legends about mysterious creatures and supernatural killers. One story that JT particularly became obsessed with was the tale of Laughing Jack. JT was enthralled by the myth. Disturbed yet intrigued by the story's implications and titular character, the young girl began to believe that the monster described in the online story may have in fact been real. While Laughing Jack is first and foremost a killer, the character has often been described in writings as charismatic, charming, and quick-witted. And JT was said to have been somewhat attracted to this being's devious combination of traits. Fully immersed into the gruesome world of Laughing Jack, in some way you could say that JT was possessed by the creature, or at least convinced herself that she was. Reports say that around this time, the 12-year-old claimed to have been hearing voices from the cackling clown. It's alleged that on one occasion, the delusional child begged her father to help her stop these voices, but the man apparently had no solution. With this girl apparently living in a fantasy creepypasta world and hearing voices urging her to kill, it was only a matter of time before the impressionable 12-year-old would make an ill-advised decision. Heavily under the influence of the creepypasta, the mentally unwell girl eventually began plotting to murder her own family to appease these voices. In preparation for this heinous deed, she reportedly searched online how to hide from the police, make poison, sharpen knives, and how to hide in the woods. She would also reportedly watch a video of a stabbing and would frequently listen to Pop Goes the Weasel, the song that the souls of Jack's murdered victims are subjected to hearing on repeat in a hellish afterlife. And then the night of her heinous deed would come. On the night of July 23rd, 2015, JT would send a text message to her friend, requesting to meet up with them later in the evening at 10 p.m. In this correspondence, she reportedly texted in capital letters that she wanted to leave and that she could not take it anymore. She also reportedly stated in the text that she was going to snap. After scheduling this dubious meeting, JT would then join her family for dinner and to watch television with them. During this family time, JT would reportedly express bizarre behavior. She was said to have flashed a wicked grin at her parents, showing her teeth on multiple occasions. JT was also said to have been seen standing in a strange, hunched, ghoulish posture, but when asked if something was wrong, she would simply reply that everything was fine. It seemed like the family knew something was up, but eventually everybody would go to bed. But the family's sleep wouldn't last long, as they would soon be awoken and have to face a horrifying scene. Later in the evening, Edwin and Maria would be awakened in the middle of the night by a loud noise. As they came to their senses, they immediately smelled smoke. The smoke was coming from JT's room. Maria would go investigate. And as she opened JT's door, she was blasted with a cloud of smoke and met with a chilling sight. It's been reported that Maria found JT ominously standing in the middle of her room, shrouded in a cloud of smoke. Maria would call out to her stepdaughter, but JT wouldn't answer. The father would then enter the room and soon found that a portion of the bedroom floor was on fire and that the girl's closet had been set ablaze. As Edwin tried to put out the fire, Maria would take JT into the hallway. While escorting the girl, it was at this moment that Maria noticed that JT was wielding a knife. The woman let out a scream, and Edwin would immediately come to see why his wife was screaming, but he was moments too late. JT had allegedly stabbed her stepmother, an assault that would later turn fatal. Edwin was met with the visage of his fatally wounded wife and his daughter, who was standing with a hunched posture. It's been said that throughout all this, JT was speaking in a terrifying, grating, and high-pitched voice, almost as if she was possessed by a demon. Despite the attack on his wife, Edwin attempted to save his daughter from the burning building. He pled with JT to follow him out. She reportedly ordered him to stay back and allegedly attacked him, slicing the man's arm up with the knife. Edwin was able to wrestle the girl off of him and disarm disarmed her. He then picked her up and took her out of the home, his arm bleeding heavily. Police and firefighters would arrive shortly after to investigate the scene and put out the blaze. Firefighters discovered that Maria suffered multiple stab wounds to her face and torso. One wound was over 3 inches deep. She was taken to the hospital and pronounced dead. Now, during all this commotion, JT actually managed to flee the scene and ran off into the woods. After fleeing, she would meet up with the friend that she had previously texted, and the two began walking the wilderness using railroads until they discovered a house. There, they would knock on the door of this home and interact with the property's resident, a local man named Zachary Sleeper. Naturally, the guy was extremely confused at the presence of these two girls at his door, and he started questioning them. The man asked why they had come and what they were doing out at night. It said that in response, JT and her friend attempted to spin a ruse, suggesting that they had been hiking and had run out of food. Mr. Sleeper found their story suspicious and knew something was up. It was at this point that the man invited the two disheveled girls and went into another room, pretending to prepare a meal for them. However, what he was actually doing was calling the police to his house. A short time later, cops would arrive, and it would be at this moment that JT was identified and connected as being
with a shotgun in hand.
Killer. The girls were then detained and taken into custody. Upon being arrested, it was noted that the girls were carrying backpacks. One of the bags contained a pair of blood-stained pants. It was clear they had found who they were looking for. Being too young, JT couldn't be arrested as an adult and was instead passed over to juvenile authorities for a mental evaluation. After an evaluation by multiple doctors, it was determined that the young girl wasn't mentally fit to stand trial, and she was subsequently diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder. What exactly happened to JT after her arrest is very difficult to ascertain, and almost every sort of proceeding pertaining to her has been sealed. But there are some tidbits of information that we know about JT in light of this arrest. It said that after the killing of Maria, JT has been refused by 16 psychiatric facilities. So with this context, it appears that the state is trying to get her in a psychiatric facility instead of having to take her to trial and potentially send her to prison. But apparently this has proved quite difficult, I guess because of the extreme nature of her psychiatric component. Unable to get into a psychiatric facility.
Also, just like DIDs are just a bitch to treat, so like...
apparently having to do so for a couple of years. Finally, in September of 2017, JT was deemed fit to stand trial, and juvenile court would allow the case to proceed in January of 2018. Prosecutors would attempt to have JT's case transferred to an adult court. However, apparently efforts to do so have failed. Given the sealed nature of this juvenile case, the outcome of JT's trial is unknown. This case is an absolute tragedy.
Sorry, I guarantee I know the outcome of that case was.
Guilty?
No, not guilty by reasonable insanity.
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Almost guarantee that's the outcome of that case.
Yeah, that's how it's gonna go. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah.
Which means we remand her state mental facility until they deem her safe enough for the real world. About 6 months.
Yeah. Which is worrying.
6 months a year. Take your medications. You'll be fine, love. You're not going to murder anyone else as a fucking weird clown again.
No. Yes, they will. Don't be silly.
Yeah, once this person snaps like that with the ID, there's like a pit. She fell over it, and there's no coming back from it.
Yeah.
Goes down as one of the most disturbing incidents of a creepypasta, indirectly contributing to the deterioration of a child's
the parents to blame. This is
state,
like
ending in tragic consequences.
The notion was like had a bad mental state.
Yeah.
And they should have checked the fucking door was
Next
reading.
we'll dive into a disturbing
they should have known better, frankly.
That got popular on Reddit. And several years after its popularity, a crime was committed that shared very similar plot elements to this creepypasta. This is the story of a dead man sending messages from his Facebook. This story all begins on the No Sleep subreddit. r/NoSleep is a subreddit where anonymous internet users congregate to tell unsettling stories.
It is a great subreddit for the record. Like, everyone go check it out. It's really good.
Oh, it's some great stuff on there.
There are some fucking talented people on that Reddit,
readers terrified to be honest, right,
some creepypasta I've read, like on Creepston, he's read some out. And like some like the SCP file stuff, I've been listening to. The writers of those things need to go to Hollywood
They do. They really do.
Kill the current writers at Hollywood and take their place.
Look at that, you've just accidentally invented your own SCP. Fuck you.
Because, to be honest, the writers at Hollywood are...
trash.
Yeah, that's a polite way of putting it. There's some of the crap they've put out recently. I mean, tell me my favourite producer was used to be Asylum Films. Right?
Sorry, did my opera just open a new tab in the background?
I have no idea.
No, it didn't. Okay.
Like, some of my favourite filmmakers was Asylum Films. Right? They did some great films back in the day. I saw a film called The Titan.
Yes.
On Amazon. Made by Asylum Films.
Yes.
So I watched it.
Yes, and I bet it was shit.
To be honest, I have seen better graphics and screenwriting in an 80s B movie than this thing.
See, in fairness, right? There's a movie that I went into, like, recently, where, like, I went into it expecting, A, not to finish it, and B, to not like it. Mainly because, like, since it came out, the internet's just been complaining about it being shit.
Which one's that?
Avatar: The Way of Water, the new Avatar.
Oh god, that thing.
This thing, I went into it expecting, like, it's gonna be shit, I'm gonna fucking hate this, it's 3 hours, so I'm not gonna finish it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'd finish that shit in one sitting. That was the easiest 3-hour watch of my fucking life.
I'm
not gonna lie, I genuinely kind of enjoyed it. It's an okay movie, actually.
It's an okay movie. My problem is, though, I don't like the director's... what's the best way of saying this in a polite tone?
Fuckery?
His fuckery and his scathing undertones.
The cut of his jib.
He puts in the film.
This is what, sorry?
His scathing influence he puts in the film. His own bias, shall we say. I don't like. But it's because you watch Avatar: The Way of Water, and it's basically American Indians with aliens.
Yeah, well, no, that's the original Avatar. Avatar: Way of Water is like Native Americans and Maori in space.
It's the same thing. It's roughly the same thing.
Yeah.
The problem is always, it's a very twisted version of the history. He's portraying.
See, this is the thing, though, right? Like, 'cause, like this is an argument I keep hearing. Of like, oh, it's twisted and cultural appropriation.
No, not
aliens.
cultural appropriation. I don't mind that.
Like,
no.
It's like even then, it's just like the argument of like, oh, it's a twisting of their history. Motherfucker, they're blue.
No, that's not the problem. My problem is though.
Like yeah, it's inspired by, but it's not fucking retelling their story. By your logic, Skyrim was shit because it's a bastardization of Norse mythology. Like fucking.
No, the problem is with the director.
Like, you can see how where they took inspiration, but they're fucking trying to remake it for fuck's sake.
The problem is what the director said in an interview about it was he was telling the story of his people using blue aliens. Exactly word for word. He said, what happened with the blue aliens happened with my tribe. Right? That's what he'd actually said in an interview. It was why he wrote the film for. When you look into his tribe's history, right? They were the ones that nothing happened to them.
Yeah.
Whatsoever.
Which, like, fair, but at the same time, like, James Cameron has long been known to be a bit fucking strange in the head. He is what one would politely describe as being a bit tetched in the head, quite frankly. He's not all there.
I mean, I say I don't mind films taking historical inspirations to them.
See if you watch it with like the idea of it's inspired very obviously by these two cultures, as opposed to it's retelling the story of these two cultures. Fucking way more enjoyable film.
The problem I get with it again, because I have watched bits of it, is although I like the idea of inspired by it, I know he's fucked around with it a lot to push his leftist narrative to it. But even then, though, it's still they could have done a better story to it.
Oh no, this I fully agree with you. There's a lot of stuff in that film where it's like I could have done a better version of that.
I mean, Avatar was
Avatar. There's a lot of ways to do that, and they're all better than how you did it.
Avatar was visually a great film.
Story-wise, Avatar 1, really good. Right. Really liked that.
Story-wise, bit shit. It could have done better.
Yeah, like it's pretty cookie cutter basic, but like it's interesting. It's a fun little movie. Just it's a bit long, but it's a fun little movie.
Avatar 2: The Way of Water. Like again, visually not too bad. Could have done better.
Yeah, visually stunning in my opinion. Like some of that CG work fucking surprises me.
Right, but again, the storyline was even worse than the first film.
Yeah.
You know,
so I'm not saying it's like a masterpiece or anything, or like I'm just saying like it's getting a lot of shit when like realistically it doesn't deserve as much shit as it's getting.
It's more
like
getting a lot of shit because of what the director said, and people taking him at his word, and even the Indians, or sorry, the Native Americans, don't like the bullshit he came up with.
Yeah, which like fair, but
you know,
you got to take everything James Cameron says with a pinch of salt, because again, he's long since been known to be a bit fucking skitsy.
You know, again, as a standalone film, I mean, I've got a question about some of Steven Spielberg's fucking work, to be honest.
Yeah, but again, Steven Spielberg also has been long known to be a bit touched in the fucking head, let's face it.
E.T. was basically a version of an alien grooming a child.
Yeah.
You know, and kidnapping him for some fucking weird reason. I can't quite figure out why either.
To be fair though, like E.T. 1 was the same.
You know, basically, like, I have a red finger, I'm going to shove it somewhere.
Yeah, like E.T. is literally a film where a child kidnaps an alien and then that alien develops Stockholm Syndrome and becomes its best friend.
Yeah, then the alien kidnaps the child.
Yeah. Like that's E.T. That's what that movie's about. It's weird as fuck.
I mean, given the same genre, the same year that E.T. came out, there was another film came out called Flight of the Navigator.
Yes.
Which I think was a far...
I've heard good things about that film. Never got around to watching it.
Basically, a kid gets abducted by an alien to take examine because he was busy researching the world. Like, different planets. Gets kidnapped. And all of a sudden, again, somehow gets transported to the future. Where he's still a child and everyone else has grown up. He went missing for a good chunk, like... I think it's like 12 years.
They did a Jumanji!
Right. Comes to, he's still a child.
You, that's the plot to Jumanji!
Still a child and that. And the spaceships are there and they're trying to do experiments on the ship and him. Saying, wow, aliens, he's doing something. So basically the story revolves around this kid getting back onto said spaceship, talking to said alien computer, who's now sentient. Who's always sentient.
Because of course.
Right. And then going on a flight around the world, evading military planes and everything else to take him back to his family.
See, why wouldn't you just get the sentient computer to take you back in time?
Well, the second
like, take me back, asshole. Like, take me back or I'm unplugging your DDR4. Fucking you pick, dickhead. Take me back to where I belong or I'm giving you computer brain damage. Fucking
Probably
job
alien
done.
did offer to take him back in time, first off. Because I can try and do it, but there's no guarantees I can land you in the right place.
Risk it. It's gonna be better than this shit. It's gonna be better than dodging F-14s.
Well, that's part of the reason why he went back to his original family home for, was to get enough information to make the trip closer and easier to where he wants to be.
Oh, fuck that. Just throw the dice, bro. Just fucking jump back. Fuck it.
Personally, I always say, try to say, go further forward. I've seen this planet. I don't want to see anymore. Just go further forward.
Yeah, just... Like, do me a favour, Chum. Go just, like, throw us, like... Oh, what do you think? 200 years forward?
Yeah.
I think 200 years will be long enough for no cunt to remember me. I think 200 will do it. Fucking round up. Let's go. Let's go.
Megan, do us a favour. Just take me with you to your home planet.
Yeah, you just... Tell you what, give me, like one of them replicator things and, like, a space tent and just drop me off somewhere. Just...
Find some blue alien girls, big tits. I'm happy. Just drop me there. I'll be fine. I'll calculate, no problem.
Like, tell you what, just give me like a replicator, like, and like you know the genetic modification labs. Yeah, give me one of them and like a space knife, and a space tent, and I'll figure the rest out myself. Thanks. Just drop me off somewhere with those 4 things. I'll work it out, dude.
Just find some scantily clad naked women on. I'll be fine. I'll be alright. I'll survive.
And even then, like, the scantily clad women are optional. Frankly, like, so long as it's got an atmosphere that I can breathe on, I'm happy. Like, I've got a fucking genetic modification lab on hand now. Like, any old planet will do. You know, like, if I get lonely, I'll fucking make some aliens, because I'm God.
You're good cat people, aren't you? You're good cat femboys, aren't you?
pretty much instant. Like, almost... I would create the, like, alien catboys so fast. Like, the first one would spawn into existence almost seconds before I touched a planet. Frankly, I think the first one would occur seconds before we even, like, it would appear on the planet before the planet's even within, eye view of the spaceship. Like, that's just how quick I can make things happen.
Then you'd race army cat femboys and take over the Earth.
Oh, hell no. I'm letting all y'all stay on Earth and just sort it out yourselves. Like, me and my femboy catboy harem are just gonna hang out on planet Feremperdom. I don't know what I'd name the planet, but I do know what the capital city would be called.
What's that?
Fellingham.
Fellingham. At least do us a favour and take the fairies with you.
No.
Why?
Because if I'm leaving this planet, none of you fuckers are coming with me.
Oh, can I come, like?
No. And then, don't get me wrong, like, you're my good friend and everything, but, like, if I'm getting off this planet, I want away from as many human beings as I possibly can, and that includes you, I'm afraid. While you're one of the tolerable human beings, if I'm leaving this planet, no one's coming with me. I cannot risk it. I cannot risk the corruption and taint of this planet following you.
I want a different planet, you know. Lots of new war crimes.
Like that's right. You can take the same rocket, but like we're not. We can meet in like no man's land on like holidays.
Yeah, come for a visit. You know.
Like we'll meet on Venus for Mars or something. Meet on Venus for Mars. Come on, brain. Meet on Venus for Christmas, and like we'll do alternating Easters. Like I'll come to you for one Easter, you come to me for the other Easter. Like
on our way past, just toss an asteroid down towards Russia.
You can name for Russia all you want. I'm aiming right at Italy. Like, don't get me wrong, I like Italy. I'm Italian myself, but like, I mean, if you're gonna commit space war crimes, you might as well make it friendly fire while you're at it, I suppose.
No, Australia.
No, nah, because this is the thing. I would, but I don't want to risk my theory being right.
What's that?
The spiders are secretly aliens themselves. They know FTL travel, and they're just spying on us. I don't want to risk upsetting space arachnids.
No, what we do is like we'll drop a few of them down, asteroids, and make a land bridge from Australia, right,
to the mainland.
To the mainland.
Just straight to Europe. Just get fucked.
Then just let them free. Let the animals free from Australia.
Just release the demon hordes.
Release the emu.
To be fair, I feel like the Europeans could win that war. Like, the Australians fucked it. I feel like we have a good chance.
Say, probably emus are bulletproof, so why? The Australian army made its trick. Instead of taking, like, tanks and cars into battle, they should have mounted the soldier onto emus.
This is the thing. Emus may very well be bulletproof, but I doubt they're napalm-proof.
Oh, not little fuckers.
Like, and even if they are napalm-proof, I feel like a nuke will do the job. I feel like if we just throw enough nuclear bombs into, like, the fucking outback, we'll take out the emus. Fuck it.
No, because I guarantee the radiation will just mutate the fuckers in some kind of Godzilla weird hybrid.
Again, I feel like if we throw enough nuclear bombs at the problem, it'll fucking sort itself out.
No, because I guarantee one fucker will survive, become radioactive and mutate into some kind of Godzilla creature and just stomp the road flat.
Well, then we just throw nuclear bombs at it again.
Like, it'll bounce off them.
I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. If we throw enough nuclear bombs at them, like, we can make enough nuclear bombs for that problem to solve itself.
Well, there's already enough nuclear bombs in the world to do that problem.
Yeah, like, if we just reduce Australia to a crater, job done. If there's no land, there's no emus. And if there's no emus, there's no threat. Because if emus could swim, they'd have already invaded other countries.
Probably the way about that is you could do that, right? Australia could create and just find the gate to hell just straight there, like this worst things come crawling out of it.
Yeah, but they'd crawl out into the ocean and drown, because as everyone knows, demonic entities fucking can't swim, can they? Because they're made out of fire.
That's true. Most demons can't cross still like fresh water or still water.
Yeah, they just can't cross water in general because they're made of fire. Fucking extinguishes them, doesn't it?
No, even You get even possessed humans, right? And look at the law around possession. Right? Yeah. One way to break possession is to have them pass over still water.
Yeah. Because demons can't do water. Yeah.
Or running water is one particular ones, and apparently pulls the demon entity out down the river. It's like,
yeah, because as everyone knows, the quickest way to cure someone that's possessed, just fucking hose them down. Just fucking sick him with a hose pipe, though. Like, extinguishes the demon, done it?
Or cures the fact they've had a bad trip. On
Yeah.
mushrooms.
It's like, either way, fucking solves the problem.
One post that yielded this sort of reaction was submitted to the subreddit in 2014. The title of this now infamous thread was, "My dead girlfriend keeps messaging me on Facebook. I got the screenshots. I don't know what to do." The post was submitted by Redditor Nate SW, who also went by the name Nathan. In his thread, the concerned poster would detail a disturbing encounter that he experienced on Facebook. This encounter involving his dead ex-girlfriend who had somewhat recently passed away in a car accident. Well, her Facebook account was sending him bizarre messages. He shared screenshots as proof of this. Emily, his deceased girlfriend,
is MySpace even still alive?
Yes, Nathan still alive. Says, "Who is this? It's really weird receiving messages from Emily's account." The Emily account says, "Hello."
Then
Nathan says, "Susan, you're on Emily's account?" Susan, the woman Nathan referring to here, is Emily's mother. And the only people that had access to Emily's Facebook accounts were Nathan and Susan. And Nathan, after seeing this, would promptly message and communicate with Susan that Emily's account was posting, and she would say that she wasn't the person sending the messages. After finding this out, Nathan began to panic a bit, as even more bizarre activities started coming from Emily's account. Emily's account began tagging itself in pictures and leaving additional cryptic messages. Nathan says, "Why are you doing this? Why do you keep tagging her?" The account eerily replies numerous times saying, "Hello, hello, hello, hello." Nathan, now distraught, says, "This is actually devastating. I don't know why you enjoy doing this." The Emily account mocks Nathan, saying, "Why are you doing this?" The account of the deceased girl would continue spouting off gibberish, repeating Nathan's name over and over again. At this point, completely freaked out, Nathan would decide to change the login information on Emily's account in the hopes that if this was a hacker, it would kick them off. But despite the password change, the messages apparently still continued and became more aggressive. And eventually, Nathan claimed to have been sent this disturbing image. It was a picture taken by someone outside of his residence. This unknown entity apparently taking a photo through his window at the computer setup that he used to browse the internet. Nathan says, "That's my door. That's my computer. It's taken from outside. I got the message 3 hours ago, but I didn't check it until now. I'm on my tablet in my garage. Zen for now. I'm gonna drive to a friend's. Forgot to open the garage door in my panic, so building up the nerve to get out and do that now." And after this post, detailing that there was apparently a stalker outside of his home that had somehow gotten access to his dead girlfriend's Facebook account, Nate would stop updating the No Sleep thread. This thread would end up becoming one of the most popular stories on No Sleep, and it's most certainly a work of fiction. But that being said, the story of someone hacking Nate's dead girlfriend's account captured the imagination of the internet. While Nathan's story was nothing more than a well-executed creepypasta, you might be surprised to find that there has been an extremely disturbing case of a deceased individual's Facebook page coming back to life, which brings us to the almost creepypasta-like real-life kidnapping and murder of Kayla Brown and Charles Carver. In South Carolina, on August 31st of 2016, 2 years after Nathan's creepypasta had been published to Reddit, 30-year-old Kayla Brown and her boyfriend, 32-year-old Charles David Carver, went missing. This couple had disappeared after they went to remove brush from a piece of property belonging to a local man named Todd Colip. Colip was a successful realtor in the area. Apparently, Kayla and Charles had agreed to do a bit of...
If that is his employee photograph, right, someone says that something wrong with that man. Straight away. That's...
Hear me out here. Why does it look like JFK and fucking Rick Astley had a love child?
Yeah, it's kind of creepy in a way.
Like, that's some uncanny valley shit. It's like nose down, it's JFK. Nose up, is Rick Astley.
Yes, it's weird. It's
like you see it too, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm not wrong there, right?
You're
Like
not.
it's
just a very weird combination.
He's got a weird face.
I would always, if I didn't know this was a real story, I would say that was photoshopped. For bullshit.
I'd say it's either photoshopped or it's just AI, dude. Like that's.
But that's just creepy. It's very. Imagine me that person in real life. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, especially with that face. I think I'd kill it.
That face, that smile, like, ooh, shit.
Yeah, if I met that down a dark alley, fucking hell, there'd be a corpse pretty quickly.
Why did you kill this man? Well, he kind of came out look like that. I was like, I was terrified.
I'd hand over my GoPro, just like, that's why. Just watch that, you'll understand.
Hello.
Yeah, no, fair enough. No, fucking fair play to you. Yeah, no, carry on. Fucking, you're doing God's work, Mr. Vegas. And thank you, officer.
You just went like some guy. Come back to that kind of doctor going, hello, how are you? Oh shit.
That's exactly the voice I had in my head for him too. Just hello there.
It's like shocking to the face.
He is.
Why did you blast him in the face? Fair enough.
Understandable with no pressing
That
charges.
Kayla and Charles had made plans to meet up with some
A
friends
justifiable
and eat dinner
homicide.
after they performed this work. But they never showed up to the dinner, and friends became suspicious. Unfortunately, though, the friends weren't aware of the sort of work or people they were working for. So they really had no idea
See, now
where
that was
or what
photoshopped.
Charles and
Yeah, I
Kayla
know, the
had
guy
been
is
doing
bad.
earlier in the day. After some time, the couple was reported
Like, they're not even in the same
missing, and
building.
authorities
Yeah.
began trying to find leads.
Be fair, right? He's batting way above his weight class with her.
Oh, he fucking is, yeah.
regarding their
I'm
whereabouts.
proud.
But
Not
then
played good
something strange happens. One of the missing, Charles Carver, well, his Facebook account begins to post messages and comments to friends on social media. Many of these comments addressing the concerns expressed by his friends and family on Facebook about his whereabouts. These comments seemingly authored by a third person, not Charles or Kayla. Where the hell is Kayla Brown? Kayla is with her husband, Charlie. Why can't she have any contact with us? And who is this? She doesn't want to. I don't believe that. I know Kayla. She's not going to just run away from everyone. You or her should at least let someone know she's alive. The people that need to know that we are okay know that. Charlie's account also says, I have every right to post whatever I want to post. I know both Charlie and Kayla very well. Charlie and Kayla both lived with me. Charlie's...
Now, see, back this time, I'm pretty sure Facebook had that fucking location logging crap. Randomly
Yeah.
post.
It did, yeah.
So let's get a
They
warrant.
didn't use it very often.
Yeah, it was automatic for most shit. Most didn't realize it was turned on most of the time. It's like, get a warrant, and it's like, where did this come from? Right there.
This house, this room, this suburb.
Yeah. Here's his latitude,
This
longitude lines.
device.
Exact coordinates, time of date it was written. What kind of computer was
Exact
fucking written on?
coordinates down to the centimetre, fucking.
Yeah, computer was written on. You know, what the room looked like and what kind of carpets on the floor.
His account would go
Here's
into
live
post
predator
additional
drone footage of the house.
messages. Sometimes
Yeah.
late at
Imaging for you
night,
as well.
I dig a hole in the backyard to keep the nosy neighbors guessing. The account even
I was
quotes
having that
lyrics from
moment, like-
Hotel California. Last thing I remember,
used to
I
work
was
at,
running for the
Poppy.
door. I had to find the
I
passage
used to,
back to the
because I used
place
to
I
stay there
was
as night manager.
before.
I'd walk
Relax,
outside
said
with the
night
rest of the
man.
guests there.
We are
Start
programmed
digging
to
a hole like a
receive.
bag.
You can check out
Drag
any
across the
time
floor.
you like, but you can
Just to
never
fuck with
leave.
people, just.
There was
Also, I
no
got
clear
bollocks
cut
slapped by the
answer on
boss.
who was
Like,
behind
why
these
are you doing
unsettling
this for?
postings,
Boredom.
but it was pretty obvious
Stop
that it
it.
wasn't
No.
Charles himself.
You can't stop me.
Naturally, friends and family were extremely concerned for the safety of Charles and Kayla at this point, as it appeared
That's why you
like
kept changing
something
locations as well,
may
or
have
just
been
do it, like,
terribly
really creep
wrong.
them out.
Eventually, police would discover the bit of information regarding Kayla and Charles
Oh, that's
doing
really-
work for a man named Todd
Little crosses
Kolep.
there, you know,
Upon
stick-
learning this, they
random
immediately
locations.
considered the man a person of interest. Kolep had a criminal record and had been previously convicted for serious crimes, including kidnapping. The police raided his property, and it's here that they would
Oh,
find the
can't count as life
horrific
sentence.
answer to the
How
question
the
of
fuck did
what
he get out?
happened to Charles and Kayla. On
Carefully.
November 3rd of 2016, police would discover Kayla Brown chained up to a wall in a storage container on Todd's property. Kayla was alive and had been repeatedly sexually assaulted. It's been reported that she was kept in this state for a period of 2 months.
Watch out. Y'all move.
I remember this case.
I got it. Watch out.
Now, to be fair though, like, would you fuck though, right? Like, if that was a cop on scene here, right? Where, like, I've been called to a fucking storage container to check for a kidnapped person. I ain't going in there with an angle grinder and a handgun. Fuck no. I want C4, angle grinders, and a shotgun with dragon breath rounds, just in case. Like, fuck that.
Handcuff key. I got it right here. At
Like,
some point
you
during
don't know
the
what's in
kidnapping,
there.
Charles
Fucking.
Carver had been shot and killed by Todd Kolib. His body was found buried amongst several other human remains on the apparent serial killer's property. Todd Kolib would be arrested shortly after Kayla Brown's rescue and reportedly confessed to the killings and kidnappings. The man would additionally confess to an unsolved quadruple homicide committed in 2003, where Kolib allegedly
fucking
shot 4
quadruple
people at a
homicide, they're rare.
motorsports shop in South Carolina. On May 26th of 2017, Todd would plead guilty to 7 counts of murder and 2 counts of kidnapping, and 1 count of criminal sexual assault. The heartless killer was sentenced to serve 7 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. Kayla Brown would also later sue Todd Kolib for damages. She would be awarded $6.3 million as a result of this lawsuit.
And where's that money coming from?
The government.
As you might
Yeah,
expect,
this is the one,
we
yeah.
can't have a crimes influenced by creepypasta video without discussing Slender Man, as there have
This
been
is.
at least 2
If this is the case, I think
brutal
is like
attacks
I remember
inspired
when
by
this
monster.
happened.
Slender Man is hands down the most infamous figure to come out of the creepypasta genre. The origins of Slender Man date all the way back to the Something Awful forums in 2009. At the time, the website was hosting a paranormal Photoshop contest. It would be during this competition that these uncanny images were created. Images that would later be used as the basis of Slender Man lore as written by various creepypasta writers later
The problem
in
with
the
Slender
early
Man is as well as in
2010s.
photographs that
Slender
popped up
Man is a
years
ghastly,
ago
otherworldly
of that
creature,
one random man in
often
black in
found
the middle of, like,
skulking
Zazzle
about
zones.
in the fringes of areas where children
Yeah.
play. Slender Man
For
is
like the
often
early 80s
depicted as
and
tall, thin,
fucking
and
60s, like,
emotionless.
Photoshop
His
didn't exist back
clothing
then, so
black
it's not
and face
Photoshopped.
white. Most of the time, the creature appears in a suit and tie, which apparently hide a set of tentacles that the monster uses to restrain and strangulate its
I'd kill him.
victims. Slender Man's motive is to kill humans, and it prefers to target children as they're easier to manipulate. Slender Man in many ways is the face of creepypasta, and its notoriety almost
I mean, yeah, he
single-handedly
basically
brought
isn't
the
at this
genre
point,
to
yeah.
prominence in 2012. And if you remember, there was a
That-
bit
that
of
fucking
mania
name.
surrounding this monster.
You fucking
some
tired back
people
there.
actually believed that it was real.
Get
This
a little bit,
certainly
not too
was the
early.
case for younger
was.
people who encountered the Slender Man story online. While the youth's obsession with this murderous
I could kill
creature
Slender Man quite
proves
easily.
harmless
I'm
for
pretty sure I can pull it
most,
off.
there have been a couple of documented cases where a
Think it was
Slender
Jason
Man
Voorhees.
obsession
You know,
led
I
to
could quite easily
brutal
kill him.
attacks, which
They could have
brings
wood
us
chipper.
to the infamous story of the Slender Man stabbing.
Okay, I still
also
argue
known
just
as the
napalm.
Morgan Geyser and Anissa
Yeah, napalm
Wire
and wood
case.
chipper.
Anissa Wire and Morgan
Napalm- wood chipper
Geyser,
into
both
napalm.
12 years old at the time of this
Chainsaw.
story taking place,
Just
were
give me a
middle
chainsaw.
schoolers hailing from Waukesha, Wisconsin. Anissa was
I mean,
quite
look at the-
shy, was
particularly-
never in
particularly
trouble,
Jason.
and was considered.
At least 3 of the films, they had shotguns,
Yes.
right? And they missed shots. I would have stood there, wait for him to come close, and just aimed at the knee.
Yeah, just crippled.
Then when he's down the knee, I would just point the gun to his head.
Yeah, fucking teleport out, dickhead. You don't have kneecaps. Fucking.
And there's those in the wooden area, like construction sites, and it's in a wood chipper. It's like, 'cause I remember at least 2 films, it's the one that changes into the wood chipper.
Yeah, he does, yeah.
So kneecap, headshot, wood chipper. Still Michael Myers. There's several times she has a fucking gun on him.
Yeah, and he just misses.
Well, no, she shot him once, but she only shot him 1 bullet, and then walked up creeping like this with a gun.
Yeah, and it's like, nah, just fucking, like,
Magnum.
triples. Like,
Just mag dump.
Like-
You're 20 rounds the hollow point. Just mag dump in the fucker.
yeah, like crotch, cranium, center. Fucking bang, bang, bang. Walk up, put a 4th one in him just to be safe.
Yeah.
And while you're at it, burn the body. Reduce that shit to ash.
Followed by a car just driving over it, just gradually, slowly.
Just to really make sure. Just to spread the... So you can't just reconjugate, just fucking...
Like what I love about particularly Halloween, it happens in the Midwest.
Yeah.
where 90% of the fucking guns exist in rednecks.
Yes.
And no one can shoot and kill them.
It's horror movie logic, bro. It's plot armor.
I guarantee there's one guy in that town who has a fucking a M60 mounted on the back of his truck, ready to go for hunting. You know?
Hey, probably, yeah.
Considered a teacher's pet, often snitching on other kids who were doing wrong in her classes. By all means, the girl was a complete do-gooder. Morgan, on the other hand, showed red flags in her childhood that sort of indicated that she may have had somewhat of a troubling future. As a child, Morgan experienced many hallucinations and would talk to herself often. Some hallucinations included a smoky figure that she had nicknamed It. Morgan's parents have also cited that
no, fuck that. No, that would get put up for adoption instantly.
For instance, they recall that when their daughter first watched the movie Bambi, she didn't show any emotional reaction to the scene where Bambi's mother dies. Which, as a little girl,
as a child, though.
As a young girl, Morgan didn't have many friends.
Literally no emotion to it, because yes, it was incredibly sad when they stopped drawing the deer.
A young girl named Peyton Leutner. The story goes that Peyton had noticed Morgan sitting alone at school and decided to befriend her. This decision to befriend Morgan...
Because again, it was very sad when the man stopped drawing the rabbit.
But let's not get ahead of ourselves. In addition to Morgan being pretty shy...
Yes, it was very sad when the man stopped drawing a rabbit. Yes.
She also behaved very bizarrely during her school-age years and performed weird rituals that alienated her from other people. For example, at one point, a group of teenagers found Morgan playing with her own blood in the school bathroom and reported it to a teacher. Morgan was also suspended from school at one point for sneaking a hammer onto the premises. Peyton's family would also notice strange behavior from Morgan when the two would hang out. Peyton's parents stating that during a sleepover, they had caught Morgan burning paper in their basement. Because of this bizarre activity, Peyton's family would urge the girl to sort of distance herself from Morgan, and their friendship fizzled out. With this friendship now on the back burner, Morgan would make new friends with another girl named Anissa Wire. These two met in October of 2013 while riding the bus together. Like Morgan, Anissa has been described as somewhat of a social outcast, and the two individuals clicked, both sharing weird and bizarre interests. One such bizarre interest being that of creepypastas and Slenderman. At some point, Anissa and Morgan became infatuated with the Slenderman character.
This is the thing, is like,
hearing about the mythical monster
I can do it from my computer. Like, I don't have children in the house. It's rare I have young people in the house for me to, like, bother checking the internet history, right? Because it's just my Google searches and my mother's Google searches usually, right? Even still, I went out of my way, phoned my fucking broadband provider and said, yeah, give me that shit.
Yes,
give me that button so I can just go into my router and check, like individual devices' search histories on the network.
Yes, I've done it before.
Yeah, like I set that up on purpose, like for three main reasons. Reason one: sometimes either myself or my mother will Google something. We can't remember what exactly we typed in Google-wise, so it takes us 3 hours to pull up the information we're looking for. So I can just go in, because I'll know roughly what time and what day it was Googled, and just narrow it down to fucking between 12 and 4 Tuesday. Dang, there it is. You know, like, there's that, right? Reason number 2, right? And this is a big one. Sometimes, once in a while, my mother will say something, and it makes me very concerned about why she knows the information she knows. So I check to make sure my mother isn't, like, you know, hanging out in the same, like, degenerate circles I do. And the answer is no. She grew up in the 70s. She knows shit. You know? Like, life dealt her a fucking interesting hand. That's the answer.
You know, just checking to see whether there's not, like, going down the rabbit hole of, like, the dark web. Like...
Exactly, yeah. Like, because, like, she couldn't handle that shit. So, you know. Key reason number 3, and this was like the main reason why I did it, is like, while I don't have children living in my house actively,
you have children visiting.
Yeah, children visit once in a while. You know, I've got little cousins, I've got nephews, nieces, etc., 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 right? And while, yeah, I'm not the parent or anything, right? The way I see it, my house, my internet connection, my responsibility.
Yes.
Like, especially because, like in my family, whether, like, family's visiting me or I'm visiting them, like, while I have a fairly nerdy family, in terms of, like, modern-day technology, there's, like, me and one cousin that are, like, the people for it. Like, I've got an uncle, like, my Uncle Paul, who lives down south. He's, like, a massive computer guy.
Yeah.
He knows the ins and outs of everything, right? He just knows his shit. But he's far more comfortable on, like, older machines. And fair play to him, right? He's better with, like, Windows 95, XP, shit like that, right?
Yes.
And, like, he can work with modern stuff, but he's more comfortable with the older stuff, because that's what he's used to.
Yeah, OG
Which
shit.
is fair. Yeah. You know, which, like, understandable. You know, so it's, like, again, like, whether I'm visiting family or family's visiting me, like, it's like all the young people in the family are, like, into video games and the internet and technology and computers.
Yeah.
And their parents are fucking clueless. They don't have a fucking clue. You know, so it's just, like, every time. It's like, I walk through a door, 10 minutes, you know, fucking cup of tea, kids come down, you know, hello, hi, you know. And then it's like the mum will be like, fucking, oh, yeah, like, your little cousin's been having XYZ issue with their insert fucking device name here. You know anything about that? And it's like, yeah, I know everything about that. I have 3 different theories just from this basic information you've given me about what's caused it. Continue. Yeah. Like, I know what the question is going to be. Skip the question, because we both know the question and the answer. Just give me the fucking details. Give me your Wi-Fi password, fucking. Give me your Wi-Fi password, another cup of tea, 20 minutes, and maybe a sandwich if it takes longer than 20 minutes. Fucking whatever. And I fix shit.
The tablet device.
No.
Mine used to be running his computer saying, oh, can you help? It's like, do me a favour, do not speak anymore. Just give it to me and go away.
Just hand it over.
I'll figure it out myself.
Like, I used to do that with my grandmother every once in a while. Like, she'd be trying to explain this, and I'd just be like, Gran, in the nicest way possible. It's gonna be quicker if you just hand me it and let me figure out what the problem is and then fix it for you, rather than having you try and explain it, because you just don't know it. You don't know what you're on about.
Say my when I used to do it like before like, laptops came in. She used to have like a pile of discs I used to take with me for diagnostics.
Yeah.
Like, there's a problem. I said, that leave me to it. I just like stop plugging diagnostic discs in. Like, there's a problem. Now fixed. Goodbye.
This thing, I don't even use diagnostic tools and shit. I just fucking press buttons till I find the thing that's not working and go, okay, cool, and then Google it.
Knives that are porn.
And then Google tells me how to fix it.
Knives at times with the problem I had was porn.
Yeah.
Was the pop-up porn ads which people accidentally clicked on. Yeah.
Which led to them getting a virus and...
Yeah. I mean, I was in an experiment. And my dad was horrified by my experiment. Was I purposely let my computer get infected by as many viruses I could think of, and see if it survived.
No,
then
it didn't.
It did actually survive quite well. Didn't die.
Surprise.
Right, a bit slow, but didn't die. So then we got the antivirus software they give me dad for when he's doing his college course in computer building, and tried to run that as a vaccine to see if we could get the viruses.
Yes.
Yeah, my dad took my computer to his professor to show the horror I built.
Yeah.
137,000 separate different viruses.
Fucking Christ. Like my favorite one I've ever had in terms of just tech support issues, right, was I was visiting down south, down in Morecambe, where I have some family living, right? Lovely city, for the record. Big shout out to Morecambe, beautiful city. Anyway, so I was down there visiting for a spell. I can't remember when. I think it was 4 or 5 years ago. Like, this is like 2018ish, right? Which I'm realizing now, like, maths, that wasn't 4 years ago, but it's fine, shush.
Yeah. About 6.
My older cousin, who we're gonna call Suzanne. My older cousin Suzanne, who lives down there. She was just like setting up like her business and that. She's self-employed. No. And she'd got like a laptop like to set her business and shit up, because like documents. And yeah, came in the house, fucking cup of tea, kids come downstairs, hello kids, hello cousin Vegas, you know, and you catch up, you know, how's school, the usual pesh, you know.
Yeah.
The polite questions you ask the children in front of the parents, because, like, you know, if you ask them questions about video games, the parents feel alienated, and that's rude. You know, so, mainly because it's their house, so it's double rude. You know, so you ask them the normal questions, so, like, you and the children can pretend in front of the parents that you're not both broken people. You know, like, they might be 7, but we all know they're not fucking normal. You know, like...
The best one I used to love when I was dealing with teenagers for tech support was his parents said, I don't know what's wrong with it, I can't figure out where you might get this virus from. And he's a good kid, which porn site was it?
Yeah, you just look
Don't look at porn, don't lie to me.
This is the thing, like, it's gone to the point with one of my cousins, like, with, like tech support. Because it's gone to the point with their mum. It's the same cousin, Suzanne, right? Like, they don't even wait till I'm there on holiday now. They just text me. Every couple of weeks, I'll just get a text. Just like, hey, this is not working. And then I'll just go text the younger cousin. Be like, Suzanne will text me, and I'll just be like, alright. And then I'll just text her son. And just be like, okay. And, like, rather than, like, it's going to the point now where, like, I don't even ask... explain yourself. I just send him a list of porn sites and just go, which one? Which one was it? It's like Pornhub, RedTube, X videos. Which one did you click on? And we'll go from there. Like, it's going to the point where I don't even have to put the names anymore. I just go, was it website 1, 2, or 3?
Yeah.
Because we've done it so many times, he knows which one is website 1, which one is website 2, and which one is website 3. He knows which one is which.
And occasionally you get surprised by one you haven't heard of before.
Mm-hmm.
Like, where the fuck did you find that?
This is the thing, like, it's the day I like, shudder to ever experience. It's the day, like, the kid either hits me with one I've never heard of before, or one I'm, like, overly familiar with.
Yeah.
Like a specialist site, where it's like, oh, I've just learned far too much about you, young one. That is way more information than I ever wanted about your life. You know, like...
BDSM furries, like, what the fuck?
Yeah, fuck you. Just like stepfantasy.com. Oh, you're broken. Oh, good. Oh, you need therapy. Fucking wonderful. I'm not paying for it. I don't care if I'm the reason you need therapy. I'm not fucking paying for it. Ask your mother. She gave birth to you. You're her fucking problem. I ain't paying for your therapist. I can't even afford my own therapist. Fuck you.
Yeah, it's quite surprising when they say, I've not been looking at any porn site. Don't fucking lie to me, child. Don't lie. It doesn't work.
The very first time I was doing tech support, and it was very obvious a porn site was the fucking problem.
Yeah.
You know, the kid tried to lie to me. I was like, which porn site was it? I don't watch porn. He just went, kid, here's the thing, right? I was 13 once as well, buddy. Now, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. The easy way is you just tell me. The hard way is I just start naming shit very loudly until you shut me up by telling me the answer. Do you really want to risk your mum hearing me listing off porno sites? Because she'll be able to put 2 and 2 together here.
No, but
he very quickly spun round and just said, Pornhub. I went, yeah, thought so. Thank you. Recognize this virus pretty much instantly, but fucking Windows Defender done. Bye.
See, my favorite one of these two of them, they would get one that's like, either tell me now, in the privacy here, and I'll deal with it, or I'll go downstairs with your parents, sit on the computer, and go through the history until I find it.
Yeah.
Which do you prefer? Usually the coffee answered quite quickly. And then my most bizarre one I had.
This is the thing, I can't do that with my... I was never able to do that with my little cousin, because I taught him how to clear his browser history when he was about 9. So that's never been an option for me and that cousin, because I taught the little fucker too well.
Yes, but I can clear the browser history as well, but the difference is they didn't know the fact I could retrieve the browser history from the router.
This is the thing, I taught him too well. I taught him how to clear not just the computer's history, but also the router's history.
I know that's stupid.
Because yes, you can do that. I am!
I know that's stupid.
See, I thought I taught him better to not fall for virus traps, but apparently not. But I did teach him how to clear his browser history
It's the most weird one
correctly,
that someone came to me with, right, was a My Little Pony SNM BSM specialized in dominatrix. site, and I was very confused when I saw that. I was like, how does that even work?
Yeah. You know what hurts? I don't know if I know the same website, but I'm familiar with similar websites.
Well, probably this one
from my adventures in life.
This is probably an image of like a My Little Pony per character dressed up as a borrower Matrix, and like a voice acting around would basically just berate this guy and then the phone.
Yeah.
Fix yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, I know which website you're talking about. Yeah.
It was just like a case of they in the house like get a hooker or something. Like, find a prostitute. There's dumb bitches out there who do this in real life. What the?
You're there just like, bro, I might just have to hook you up with fucking with Filthy Sally down the corner. Like fucking hell. I am shocked and horrified on your behalf.
That's probably the worst one. I was like, I won't say the worst one, like the degeneracy, but the one I was most confused by. It's like, how is this even a thing and why did it exist?
That's how you know someone's really fucked up. When you're not ashamed of them, you're ashamed for them.
Yeah.
You're ashamed on their behalf. That's how you know someone has fucked up royally.
Second-hand champ.
Like,
I know like bronies existed, I know domination exists. I know SM exists. Well,
yeah, you didn't think the two go together, but it makes sense though, doesn't it? Because like bronies are submissive as fuck, so it does make sense.
But
like they're all alcoholics, they're all femboys, they're all mentally ill, and they all play Hoi 4. It makes sense.
Yeah, but seeing if I can My Little Pony character.
Unless, of course, my boyfriend is watching, in which case none of those things I just said are true. Please don't hurt me.
Like I say, when logged in, the website booked automatically, and the person's automatically started talking. Like it's talking to the person.
Yeah.
And the crazy thing is watching a cartoon horse dressed in leather bondage gear trying to humiliate you on the other end of the conversation. Like, what the fuck are you trying to do, love?
It does sound unusual to just see Nazi Fluttershy trying to kink shame me like that. I can't even picture. Like I can picture the Nazi Fluttershy. It's just a kink shaming, but I cannot fathom.
Yeah, it was a case of. I mean, she never broke character, even when she realized it wasn't the thingy. She thought it was just a new client. Like, no, I'm trying to fix this shit. Will you shut the fuck up for 5 minutes?
You know, just like, if you're gonna talk, be helpful. What virus did you install on his computer? Fucking help me out here.
No, I don't. Fuck off. And the worst part is though, the way the virus worked, I couldn't shut the fucking thing off. It was constant.
Yeah. I did just alt F4 that shit, I'm not gonna lie.
I did. It didn't work. It was booted back up. So
Jesus Christ.
And then at the end of it, it's got a new program to nuke the hard drive.
That should have been your trick. Just go into settings and just disable the fucking like the audio hardware for a bit.
No, it's in Win. Probably it was one of those things that was in Win32.
Ah.
So I thought, fuck it, new program, goodbye hard drive. And all I got from him was my pictures. I don't give a shit.
I remember like back in high school. Me and one of my friends had a. Hang on, let me think about this a second.
Do you want to tell this?
Yeah, I should be safe. I'm trying to think if like the statute of limitations are up on this because this was very illegal what we were doing. What's the statute of limitation for like video game piracy again?
About 10 years, give or take.
I stand corrected. So, me and one of my friends were up to shenanigans in the school on the school computers, and that's all we're gonna say on that part of it. And something we used to really enjoy doing, right? Because like the school's IT department were just shit. They were idiots.
Most of them were.
But what they did on all of the school's computers, except the teachers' computers, was like they like went into the settings and then just like disabled the audio hardware on all the computers except the audio jacks. So if you had audio, you had to use headphones, right?
Yes.
Yeah, what they didn't count on was like kids like us that were taking like computer shop classes that knew how to undo that.
Yeah.
Very quickly. What we figured out how to do, however, not just unmuting like those audios, because like all the computers were all synced up to one server.
Yes.
What we managed to do was we managed to upload an audio file to said server that would then autoplay to every computer that was hooked up. So what we do is like we just go around the classroom, like just turn on all of the fucking like audio hardware except the ones on our own computers, and then just drop the file into the server. and hit execute, and then just sit back and watch as just everyone's computer started just screaming horrible shit. Like, we're talking everything from porno audio to, like, Hitler speeches.
No, see, my school was
And they never figured out it was us.
My school was worse because they linked all the computers, including the teachers' computers.
Yeah.
To the server.
To the same server, yeah.
And I did something similar, except my teacher, the headmaster, was doing a presentation for investors.
Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah.
With a projector on a large screen in the hall, and parents were there.
Yep.
And I streamed hardcore Scheiße German porn.
That'll do it.
And he couldn't shut it off.
I think my favorite exploit, right? The thing me and my friend did that is just beautiful is during our shenanigans that were very illegal, that I will speak no further on, right? Like, it mostly revolved around that big shared server, right? Because the way the server works in theory, right, was you logged onto the computer with your student ID, and you had your own little portion of the server where you could store files, right?
A little bracket area.
Yes. There were two problems. Problem one, it was very easy to backroute your way to the main server.
Yes.
It was 2 buttons. Problem number 2, right, and this was my favorite one, right, is the IT department had a little application, right, on their computers that could scan individual students' bit of the server to make sure you didn't have files and things there that you weren't supposed to. Right? Unfortunately, and we figured this out very quickly, that application was only able to scan 2 files deep. So if you had a file directory, inside of a file directory, inside of a file directory, anything inside of it could not be scanned.
See, my best one is the school spent...
So what we kept doing was we made a file directory, and then we made a file directories that were like 25, 30 layers deep.
Yeah.
And I just hid all of our very illegal shit in there.
See, my school...
And like all they could see from the scan was like, yeah, we're taking up like the entire server just with our bit of the server somehow, but they can't figure out how because they cannot see that deep into our server. And they were so stupid they couldn't figure out how to fix the program to do that.
See, my school decided to put the internet over your computer.
Yeah.
Right? And they also spent the best part of, I think it was £20,000 at the time, to get a custom-made firewall.
Yeah.
Put around so the kids could not access anything that was heinous or perverted.
Our school did the same. We bypassed it so quickly.
Yeah, so it was a challenge for the students. Like,
our school had to like hire a private company to build a custom firewall because of me and my friend.
That's what the school did. They built a custom firewall. And they gave it to a couple of students, I was one of them, and said, try and break it.
An hour tops.
20
easily.
minutes. We're doing that.
Yeah.
Because I found out the password was password.
Yeah, that sounds about fucking right, yeah.
So then changed it. And I was right, try again. Fair enough. Right, can't get the password. So do another thing. Oh look, proxies. What's a proxy? Oh, for fuck's sake.
Here's what's fucking amazing. Like about the school I went to, right? Is so every teacher in the school had an admin login, right?
Yeah.
What the IT department forgot, however, was that when they set up the server, it had a default admin login. And they never deactivated it when they set everyone else's admins up.
Neither did mine.
Me and my friend guessed it while shitposting on the login screen of the computer. Do you know what it was?
Password?
Username admin, password guessed.
Yep.
And do you know how we guessed that the password was going to be the word guessed?
Go on then.
I think like season 5 of the show Archer had just released. And that's a running gag in that show. Is that the admin password is always the word guest or guest one.
Yeah.
So for the shitpost, we were just like, oh, like, username, admin, password, guest. And it logged us in and we went, what the fuck? We proceeded to fuck some shit up for a full hour.
So after I'd done that second with the proxies, right, they tried to do a few more things, they're still getting through, no problem, putting porn up on all the computers. They went back to the company who built the software, give them another 15,000 to try and stop me breaking through it.
Mm-hmm.
That stopped me for a whole of 2 hours, I think.
About that, yeah.
Because I was like, oh, make it a bit hard. Look like I'm trying a bit harder. You know. The trick to this firewall, though, what they didn't realize was they built it using DOS as a basis.
Yeah,
like,
that was a
programs
mistake.
back then to run that. What they forgot to do was close the back door to DOS.
Yeah.
So I just went through DOS into the firewall, shut the firewall off, and go back through. Take 5 seconds in the key,
like definitely like the moment where me and my friend A almost got kicked out of school and B almost just caused the IT department to give up on life, right? Was see because like what I was on about earlier, where like our 2 files were taking up like the entire school server, right? The IT department put out a threat, like because they knew it was us, but they couldn't prove what we were up to, so they put out a threat, and the threat very simply read, to the students who are taking up so much server space, you have 48 hours to fix the fact you're taking up all that server space, or we're nuking the entire server and everyone's shit's getting deleted. So we said, bet. We didn't fix our shit. We come back on the Monday after the weekend. All of our shit's still there. Everyone else logs into their computers, all of their shit's gone. Do you know how we pulled that off?
How's that one?
Yeah, you know that program was on about that scanned the server that could only go 2 layers deep? Yeah, their nuke software had the exact same issue. It could only go 2 file directories deep, and we had literally everything on our server at least 4 deep, just to be safe. So all we had to do was just make new file directories and name them the same they already were. We just spoofed the fucking operating system into assuming it was the original one.
Yeah.
It took less than 10 seconds to undo their nuke.
My best.
No one else was able to do it because they didn't hide any of their files like more than 2 layers deep. We did.
My best one was
the IT department were not happy.
My best one got me kicked out of school was because we were technology college. They high school. They were about to get audited. So the technology was using, which meant to go through every file on everyone's computer. Make sure everything's right. I got bored one day. Didn't realize audit was coming along. So I thought for a shit post, I buried hardcore gay pornography in every teacher's computer. There's gigabytes of it in every teacher's computer. The next day, then I got told, "Oh, we're getting audited in the technology, so you might not be able to access the system properly." I'm thinking, "Oh crap!"
Uh-oh.
Oh yeah.
Oops! A lot of teachers are getting fired.
So the teachers logged onto the computers to check the files, everything, and all that popped up was this hardcore gay pornography in every file. Everywhere they went was pornography, pop-ups of pornography. They went apoplectic, and basically everyone got called into the assembly hall, and it's like, whoever did this, fix it now. The problem was though,
like they're just like, we don't care who did it, just fucking fix it. We don't care who you are, just undo it, please.
Brought the entire student body in, about 500-600 students. Right. The problem is though, the teachers knew exactly who did it.
Yeah.
But because there's only 5 of us.
What the fuck else is it gonna be? Like, come on.
Because there's only 5 of us who had the ability to do it. So they knew which 5 could have possibly done it. But they couldn't prove it. Whereas those 5 who did it. At any one point in time.
This is the thing, it's like, see most of like the tech bullshit like me and my friend pulled off in high school. It's not even like high level tech knowledge. It's like entry level bullshit. Like,
oh yeah, most of the bullshit I did was entry
the
level.
only reason we got away with most of our shit was because the people we were up against that were supposed to be stopping us were completely inept.
Yeah, same here.
Like we're talking to the point where like my friend knew how to program. I fucking didn't. We didn't have to use programming to do any of it.
No, I mean,
like you like the 2 files deep thing. Like the scanner can only go 2 files. You know how we found that out? Wasn't through trial and error. Wasn't none of that. We walked past the IT room one day on our way to class and heard them say it. We heard the head of the IT tech team say to one of the new hires, yeah, just so you know, by the way, the scanning system can only go 2 layers deep, so if you're going to check anything that's more than 2 file directories deep, you have to go into that file directory first.
Yeah.
And we just went, oh, okay, good to know.
So the one I had was the IT teacher.
It turns out no one was going more than 2, they weren't going into the files first to fucking scan, they were just scanning the base and calling it good.
So the one I had was the teacher we had, right, knew less than my dad did about IT.
Yeah.
Right? None of the teachers knew anything about IT either. You know, so I was taught at home about IT. And I used to go to his office frequently to get some parts because I had like a laptop because of my dyslexia.
Yeah.
That I fixed. And the twat never shut anything down on his screen.
Yeah.
So I'm just reading like, oh, yep, that's interesting. Yep, I can fuck with that later.
Just, oh look, admin passwords. Thank you. That's that fucking memorized.
Phone file directories, everything else, what programs we're using to try and track everything. It's like, I even told guys, do you think I should shut that down before I come in here? Oh, I'll be alright. You can't do much with it.
Bet. Fucking you're gonna risk it.
Yeah, for a shitpost one day, I formatted the entire server.
Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah,
just completely factory reset the whole fucking thing.
That's how you get kicked out. That's how you do it.
The problem is, he was convinced you can only do that from his main computer.
Okay, no.
Again, what I did was
any computer that can gain admin access can pull it off.
What I did was I done something even sneaky which he couldn't figure out, because he believed that Windows and everything he forgot DOS existed.
Mm-hmm.
But at this point, he saw it was basically a box to put Windows into.
Yeah.
And you upload it. No, I go into DOS, using the DOS commands, and just frag the hard drives from DOS.
Yeah, I'll do it.
And he couldn't figure out how. They thought the server was broken at first, so he brought an outside IT expert to look at it. No, it's been deformatted. How? And again, through DOS. What's DOS? So again, I got hooked into the. There's like 5 of us got hooked into the fucking office.
Just, which one of you chuckle fucks did it? Who fucking did you? No, I don't have to tell you what it was. Who did it? We know that all of you know what happened. Who fucking did it?
Basically, that's what God was like. What if you 5 did this? Which one? Wasn't me, sir. I was on the computers. I wasn't even in the office. I thought I couldn't do it for the like, don't lie to us. We know in fact you know how to do this.
Me, sir. Couldn't have been me, sir. I was off ill yesterday. Couldn't have been me. It was done today. Oh. Fuck, it might have been me then. I was here, wasn't I? Yeah. Guess we'll never know.
The problem was like 5 computers could have done it. They said we've linked down like 5 computers in different levels of school. It's like, well, you know, I can't remember exactly where it was at this time of day. It's like, you little shits.
So that couldn't have been us. We were in the mess hall. We were getting chow. It was breakfast, wasn't it? Fuck yeah, that was for breakfast. Couldn't have been us. Nowhere near those computer labs, mate.
It's like you walk. It's like, but the headmaster goes, you walk and to a point again. You were on the computer all fucking day. I want to get access to the internet. Yes, with a wide connection, which I don't have.
Yeah.
And don't lie. I know I've seen you try and hook one up. Yes, but it doesn't work very well.
It's like, yeah, you've seen me try and hook one up. You never seen me succeed. Fucking key word on try and fucking.
Yeah, I did succeed because I left a fucking lightning port near where I could use it.
Fucking dumbass.
Well, my desk where I sat at had a lightning port just next to it because the teacher moved his desk out of the way, so I put a lightning port down, but I left the old one there. Like, there we go.
Fucking thank you.
Yep.
Straight into the fucking internet. There we go. I get it. And nuked.
Best, I mean, they have everything linked to the system, like the clocks, the whole. Because like a technology college, we have everything linked to the computer. Like, that's
our school was the exact same. Like my high school was the same shit. Just everything was hooked up to that server.
Even the attendance records was basically, you know, it's like like on a pad, they type in, like, you really don't want to do that. Oh, link to server would be great fast. No, you don't. No, well, fuck it.
You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that because we can fuck with it. You've done it. We're gonna fuck with it.
Yeah, I turned all the data pads into Pac-Man.
Like, this thing, the amount of shit that me and my friend fucked with versus the amount of shit me and my friend could have fucked with are so different. The amount of shit we actively fucked with is about what That much.
Mm.
The amount of shit we could have fucked with.
I mean, like I said, when I deleted the server, I didn't delete the backups on the server.
We would have. We had arsehole. We would have.
I have the backups. And I kind of half dropped and well, the backups were safe, aren't they? Like, how do you know? I'm not going to ask the question how you know what the backups are. Or what they are.
Like, let me put this into context for everybody at home about like just how much shit I could have fucked with at high school, right? Not only did me and my friend have access to an admin login,
Mm-hmm.
do you know what else we like? Well, let's say I had, and I had up until like I left, because like I found it when I was in first year, and I gave it back when I left. Like my last day, I handed it into the office and said, "Found that when I was a first year, by the way." And it scared the shit out of them. I'd had one of the master keys for the building.
Yeah.
Because I was just walking to class one day. And it was just there on the floor. So I picked it up because I was like, oh cool, a key. It's like Magpie, you know? I picked it up, put it in my pocket, got home. You know, fucking went, oh yeah, I found a key. Pulled it out, Googled it. Master key.
Mm-hmm.
They're like a lock number, and I just went, I recognize that number. That's on the fucking handle of every door in the school.
Yep.
That means this key fits every lock in the building.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
See, my best one is I got access, because again, had everything linked, I got access to the school's bank accounts.
Yep.
Which mortified the teachers.
Listen, so me and my friend, technically, like, again, we had the admin login. We could have fucked with all of that shit. We just didn't.
I mean,
we could have embezzled shit from that school if we
when I
really
found
wanted
the
to.
bank
We
account,
just
I thought,
chose
no,
not
I
to.
can't go
What's
this
the
far.
funny?
I can't go this far. So I went to the headmaster again. It's amazing how much money you make per year again. Oh yeah, again. No, this is that how much again. How the fuck do you work that one out? So I just typed it going, there you go, bank accounts.
Just there's all your accounting details. How the fuck did you get that? Carefully.
What do you carefully? I found it random, just like digging through the server.
Now see with like the master key that I had for the building, right? That I definitely just shouldn't have had. Do you know how many times I used it?
None.
Twice.
Twice.
I had that key for 4 years. I used it twice.
Because you late for school and locked the doors on you?
No. No, it wasn't. I'll be honest with you, Fat Man T. If there was a day when I was late for school, I wasn't turning up. If I was like, every teacher in the building knew, if I was late, I wasn't fucking coming in.
See, my school lost the master key once, right? And terrified that either me or my friends got a hold of it.
Yeah.
Because we were the biggest ones in science and the science lab with all the dangerous chemicals which normal schools don't have anymore. You know, talking like frixium, palladium, there's some radioactive shit in there.
Good shit, you know, yeah.
You know, the best explosive shit in there. And they knew what I was taught by one of the teachers, who then got fired soon after. Once they lost their key, they panicked and changed every lock in that building.
The school didn't know they'd lost one of the master keys until I handed it in my 4th year.
No, they realised lost because the high school kept counting just in case one student got their hands on it.
Our school didn't bother.
Because we had some really dangerous shit in our science labs. I mean,
so did we, and our school just didn't give a shit.
Oh no, we got for some reason our school managed to get handed a palladium laser for some reason, I don't know why.
Don't ask questions you don't want answers to.
Yeah, I think it was just like, we thought it was like sciencey and got it, like, we don't use palladium laser for anything we do in this school. Unless you're trying to work out the coefficiency of the universe, why the frack do you want one?
It's funny.
So once they found out that they kept track of the keys, mainly because some of the shenanigans me and my friends got up to, they started tracking the keys.
Yeah.
It's like, we've lost a key. Shit. Change locks on every door, even put a code lock on the door as well, just to make good measure with the key. And that. And it's like, you know I can guess that code of that lock. No, you can't. Pick the lock.
One of the things I used the master key for. This is the stupidest thing I've ever used anything for. Right? Is that I broke into the chemistry storage room where they'd held all the chemicals. I just rearranged shit. Because I'd been in there once, like during a chemistry lesson to help the chemistry teacher get some shit, and their organization system just hurt me inside. So I just, like during lunch one day, I just fucking essentially broke in and just alphabetized that shit. I was just like, fucking, right, argons, fucking palladiums, aluminum, fucking A, B, C, D, E, F. Make it make fucking sense.
Yeah.
Then if we're like, right, metals, alphabetical, gases, alphabetical, fucking dangerous, poisonous shit, alphabetical, so on and so forth. Scared the shit out of the chemistry teachers. Because they all walked in, saw a brand new format system, all assumed it was the head of the department, until the head of the department walked in, saw it, and then asked all the teachers, like, hey, did you reorganize it in there? No, we thought you did. Yeah, the school pretty much went on lockdown for about 6 weeks because they were afraid there was a terrorist hiding in the building. Little did they know! Technically there was, but like, But we don't talk about what happened to Dave and how he's technically a terrorist.
I was, every time I went near because I was sent the chemistry room to get stuff all the time. And I kind of like an escort of the teachers, just making sure I don't pick out anything random in the school. Because one of the teachers I had a problem with, and I really wanted to dick his head in, because he was being touchy-feely with some of the girls. They eventually managed to escort him out of the school without me killing him. Because one of the girls he touched was my sister.
That's fair. Yeah, no, I would have killed him too. Yeah.
That's why I wasn't in the science department at the time. I was across the entire building. And what happened was my sister ran out the room and told one of my friends.
Who just ran to you and was just like, hey!
No, he was going, one of those ones was going, shit. When I found one of my friends and told them, and he came running, he was like, this is a bad idea to tell my brother's friends what's going on.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
So the teachers I didn't know about it at the time, so the teachers panicked, in case they got way back to me, and locked every door between me and where the teacher was. They told my school was quite old, so you're talking big oak wooden doors.
Yeah, proper fucking... Yeah. Back when doors were doors.
Yeah, so every door locked me in the room. It's just be here, don't worry about it. We're just on, we've got something someone's asking a few questions later on. Fair enough.
It's I ain't even done anything this week, fucking. Yeah. I've been off for 2 weeks. I had the flu, dude. I ain't even touched the computers yet. So I've been in the building an hour.
So my friends came round and slipped a note under the door about what was going on. And of course, my temper control back then wasn't
great.
The best. So I got the door, let me out because I need to go to the best bathroom. I said, well, we can't let you out yet. We need to find the key. Tried twice, they let me out. They wouldn't do it, so I removed the door from the hinges.
Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, just
by kicking it. And they started walking towards the technology department. And removing every door in between me and the technology department off its hinges.
Yeah. I can't even blame you. Yeah, I'd have done the same shit, quite frankly, yeah.
Now, some of the teachers got brave and started trying between me and the door.
Just Fat Man T, please don't break. These doors are expensive now, please.
No,
please. That is mahogany, Fat Man T, please.
Yeah, probably some of the teachers we have ex-military and stuff like that. We'll restrain him.
Cunts who should have known better. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry, we can restrain him. I'm ex-army. I'm ex-navy. I've been in war. I can restrain this child dead easily. One teacher who knew not to do that was my geography teacher, who was vice principal of the school. That's not going to work.
Yeah,
you have no idea what
don't be an idiot. No,
yeah,
choose life, fool.
And the science teacher we had, Mr. Harrison, close enough, was taught science by my dad. So he knew exactly who my dad was. He says, advice, just get him out of the school. Do not try and stop him. You won't survive the attempt.
Yeah, no, don't risk it. Choose life, you fools.
Of course, teachers are cocky. It's oh, he's a child. He goes, yes, but I know his father taught him. You're not going to live past the attempt.
Yeah, no, don't risk it.
One particular one was one of the dog who was an ex-Navy, and so he was
just him tossing ex-soldiers through the doors now, fucking.
Oh no, I broke his jaw.
That'll do.
Because he tried to choke on me.
Oh yeah, no, just fling the head back, that'll do it, fucking.
One of the teachers who was ex-army tried to tackle from the side, and I wasn't even thinking at the time what I was doing.
Just pure instinct. Fuck off.
No, pure instinct. Grabbed his head as he was charging, just turned and just drove it into the concrete wall.
Yeah, that do it. Yep.
Carried on walking.
Just and bulldogged. Fucking rest
Then
easy.
They meant to convince my friends to try and get in my way.
How? How did they talk your friends into that?
No idea. Problem is, all my friends and me also played rugby together for the school time.
Yeah, so they should have known better by default.
Well, no, a few of them thought, like, if all together we could probably hold him for, 5 minutes.
Just like, maybe he didn't have his Weetabix this morning. Oh, fuck, he has had his Weetabix. We're moving backwards. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
If anything, we might have made him faster. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, because they made a wall trying to block me, so I just ran and said.
Yeah. And cannonball.
We never see the rugby players when they get called the dip run, where you basically dip your shoulder down, hold the ball, and
Yeah.
just charge with the line. That's what I did through the door and through them.
Ah, that. That's one way to get a concussion. Fuck.
I mean, then I got the science department. Actually, got the teacher out of the science department, put him in a taxi, and told him never to return.
Yeah. I bet you were pissed when you got there, and he was.
Well, they evacuated the science lab for all teachers just in case. So went in the science room, built a bomb, went to his car, and put the bomb under his car.
Yeah, fair enough to you.
Didn't go off.
Oh.
I forgot to wire the ignition properly.
Oh, you tit.
Yeah, it was one of those weird cars that had a weird ignition, like a foreign car. It was, I think it was one of the first Hyundais had a weird ignition line.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah.
And
They were a bitch to wire, though. To be fair, like, yeah, that's fair.
I thought the ignition was actually wired into like the headlight or something stupid like that.
Yeah, it was weird.
Didn't know if it was juice to do what I wanted, so it didn't
See,
go
but
off.
Hyundai did that for a while, where the ignition was wired into the headlight. It was weird as fuck.
Yeah, so there wasn't enough power to detonate what I had built in under the car. So when the teachers came down after...
See, but I think that's why they did it like that, was to try and stop car bombs. Like, unironically, I think that's why they were wiring it like that.
One of the teachers who knew me, as they said, the vice principal.
They just knew by default to check the car.
Yeah, he came down and went, checked the car, like, yep, there it is.
Yeah, that's a fucking IED. That's a military grade C4. I didn't even know we had the supplies to make that in the building. Fucking Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Disarmed it and just never told anyone else about it.
Yeah.
Just dismantle it, bundle signs out, dismantle it, and like, hide these better, for fuck's sake.
Nah, fucking... The second use of the master key that I had, it's probably my favourite use of, again, just of anything, because it was so stupid, right? Because it nearly led to me getting caught with the master key. It was my second year of high school, right? And I was doing the school play that year. I was part of the school play. It was Calamity Jane that we were doing.
Oh good God, that's an old one.
It is, yes. And we were having a fucking grand old time. I was wearing cowboy boots. It was awesome, right? But it was like a after school hours thing. So, anyway, cut a long story short, right? We're having to do costume changes like a lot. Like a handful, because there was like 12 of us, and the play's got like 40 fucking characters. So like it was a pain in the arse.
Yeah.
We were making it work, right? Doing costume changes, and there happened to be a wonderfully just long gap, but like for me and a couple of performers, where we were on stage, we'd come off stage, and there was like a solid half hour before we were due back on stage, right? Yeah. Which was great because at this time I just started smoking. So where like the stage was, right? Is you came backstage, there was like a staircase that went down the staircase, and you were in the music department, right? And like the music department, you come out the door of the stage, you got a fire door there, right on your left. Straight ahead of you, you've got like two classrooms, well, a classroom, a recording room, and like a door that leads you to the PE area. And then on your right, you've got a corridor that leads you to like the other classroom and another fire door.
Yeah.
Right. And then, like, if you like went that way and then turned right again, the stairway up to like the main building. But this was the important thing, is something that I knew and a couple of other performers knew, was if you go straight on and you go through the door into the gym area and then you go forward again, for another little door.
Mm-hmm.
There were two doors there. One led you into the girls' locker room. The other one led you outside. Now, can you guess which door we were after?
Girls' locker room.
No, the one that leads you outside, because all of us were new smokers, and we hadn't had a cigarette in well over 7 hours. So we were all just a little bit fucking tense. So fucking, sure enough, right? We're walking with some fucking swagger, right? Fucking Marley's in hand, fucking pulling fags out, fucking pocket that, fucking bump, right? Walk into this fucking door, doesn't budge. I'm like, don't worry lads, I've fucking got this. Hold my fag, pull out the master key, fucking ding, unlock. Fucking walking, next door, ding, unlock, right? We think we're home free, right? We're about to go out the main door. Yeah, guess who comes out of the girls' locker room?
The teacher.
Even worse than that.
Oh.
Our shared guidance teacher.
Ah.
It was the female PE teacher of the school.
Oh god.
She comes out of the locker room, right, in civilian dress, as we like to call it, which was like, you know, any clothing that the teachers didn't wear to school. By which for this scenario, I mean a pair of blue denim jeans and a t-shirt. Seeing that particular teacher wearing such casual clothing was unnerving. Like at first we thought it was a ghost or an intruder. We were scared. You know, and she just goes, lads, what? How'd y'all get through here? I'm sure I locked those doors. We just went, nah, miss. Like we just walked through it like it was. You. I tell you what you did. I bet you locked the doors over on the boys' side and just got crossed your wires. Just got confuzzled. It's like, yeah, it has been a long day, I suppose, lads. So where are you off to anyway? And we're just like, we needed some air and we didn't want to open the fire door and set off like the fire alarms. Like, plays on. It's like, yeah, no, okay, that makes sense. Like, it's a bit warm through there. Aye. Trying to like bullshit our way out with this, like while I'm trying to like stuff this master key in my back pocket while fucking being obvious, just like fucking get in the fucking pocket, fucking. Very quickly realizing I don't have a back pocket in these pants, but trying anyway, hoping maybe I can summon a back pocket into existence. Fucking, you know. So she goes to walk past us, right? It's like we're like as a group trying to like shimmy, right? So like to get out of the way. Unfortunately, something tragic happens. As I move, a little bit of light hits part of the key and reflects, and she catches the glint out of the corner of her eye. And she spins and goes, what was that? I just go, what was what? That little glint. What's in your hand? Without even thinking, right? I just like, on instinct, just tuck the key into my belt very gently and just go, nothing. Just proper sleight of hand spy shit. Just nothing. She's like, I don't believe you. No, like, there's a little bit of fucking. That's what it is. There's a metal end on the belt that I'm wearing. It might have been, must have been that. Might hit that. It's the kind of like the long bit on the belt, miss. The for lack of a better term, the tassel of the belt that goes through the triangle. That bit's metal on this belt. It must have been that. Just went, aye, whatever, lads. I'll see yous on Monday. Just fucking starts heading out and it's like, right, fucking quick, lads, right, fucking open the door. Fucking speed smoke like 3 cigarettes back to fucking back as a group. Just fucking. Oh, right. Make sure to lock the doors behind us in case teachers that know better come through again. Fuck you.
See, you missed a trick there. So I always said it was me. I always said it was me house key.
Just think, see if like I was a smarter child, yeah. The only problem is like the key very obviously says master key on the top of it,
Yeah.
so I would have been kind of screwed.
No, what you do is just hold the fat end and leave like the key extra part after that's my house key. As a back in the pocket casually.
Yeah, but say she like grabbed it to get a closer look, I would have been fucked.
Well, no, because you can't touch your property.
Yeah, but I'm a very submissive person, so I'd be like, yeah, sure, have a closer. Ah, fuck. Like, I was an idiot teenager, and B, I'm a very submissive person. I'd just be like, yeah, sure, take a closer. Oh, fuck, I'm an idiot. And then I would have gone to jail. like, I'm pretty sure that's a crime.
Well, we're approaching the 6 hour mark. Well, past 6 hour mark, to be honest.
Now, what time of the day even is it?
3:30.
Oh shit, it's like 3 in the morning. I thought I was fucking tired.
So what I'm going to do, to play this out for a bit, I'm going to play this video again. I think it's fucking funny.
Oh.
In fealty of the God Emperor, our undying Lord, and by the grace of the Golden Throne, I hereby sign the death warrant of an entire
this
world
entire planet.
and consign 1 million souls to oblivion. May imperial justice account in all balance. The Emperor protects.
I think it's the glass of my little point land.
I know you're not gonna believe me when I tell you this, but I genuinely don't know the name of the My Little Pony world. I know you don't believe me, but I don't know what it's called.
Ponyville?
I refuse to believe that it's Ponyville.
It's something stupid like that.
Fucking Google it. Google it, fuck it. Like, you know, if Google's stupid or shit, Google it. Let's find out. I think it's Equestria.
It is, yes, it's Equestria. Yeah, Equestria, you're right.
It was, I got that right. For the record, I've watched 2 whole episodes of that show and I still got that right.
Well, we saw Equestria get glassed.
Again, I was gonna say, like, send me the link to that video, please. I want to cyberbully my boyfriend.
I'm doing that. I'm putting your private chat.
Thank you.
Do not tell me it was me.
That's just because you don't want the shame of putting it in the links and sources chat. You don't want your fucking sisters knowing that you've seen this.
Oh no, my sisters know because I showed the kids it. I was just there and they were crying.
You're right, yeah, you did that, I forgot.
They were not happy with the fact I did that, and they're like, well, it's gone now, you can't watch it anymore, it's dead. The world's dead.
That's your way of telling the kids that My Little Pony's coming off Netflix. Fuck you.
So we have some degeneracy on the internet by creepypasta. We found the fur Nazis.
No, the fur qaeda.
The fur qaeda. Which
Fur
again,
qaeda.
I think many people think that was a shitpost, the bandana.
Yeah, I genuinely thought it was just like a Warhammer bit. But no. No, it's not.
They actually did that for reasons I can't fathom in my head. Why they did that.
Mental illness?
Oh, get on hope. But we should return to our usual schedules.
Yes.
Next week.
I can only apologize that we missed the Friday show. I literally could not speak. So, you know. I've had a throat infection, so.
So yeah, I don't know when, I haven't worked out when DD's come back yet because I've got things to sort out with that.
Yes.
Because the bullshit happened.
Yes, hopefully soon, but God only knows.
So, Friday's topic I haven't decided yet.
And to be fair, we'll just, like, one of them will be the other topic we're going to do tonight that we just didn't. So we'll just carry that over about it.
We'll probably do the game topic we're supposed to do tonight, and we'll probably, to pad it out towards the end, probably do some, like, what call it, fat electrician shit.
Yeah, I was gonna say, see if I go for a pee quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Just, like, will you be finished before I come back, or?
I'm finished now.
No, I just mean, like, show-wise, will the show itself be finished?
Probably because I'm just bothering the end card, to be honest about it.
Ah. Alright, well, fucking... we'll catch you all in the next one, fuck it.
You can see the writing on the pavement. Young kids, they're growing up in basements. Online, a whole new generation. I'ma make mine, so you better go take it. Always, they need a new replacement. Decentralized, can't contain it. We're changing lives, yeah, upgrading. Call it suicide of the older generation.
What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling them wrong. You got me like, oh, yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah.